Inheritance Season by Eressa. Chapter 1. Everything she could fit in a carry-on. The apartment looked the way it always looked, which was the problem. Wren stood in the doorway between the kitchen and the living room with a half-folded flannel shirt in her hands and took a careful inventory. The counters were clear. The single dish in the drying rack had been there for 3 days because she kept forgetting to put it away and kept deciding it didn't matter. The succulent on the windowsill, a gift from a co-worker whose name she could no longer recall with full confidence, had survived 2 years on the same schedule of weekly water and benign neglect, and it looked fine. It looked exactly fine. The whole apartment looked exactly fine, which was to say that it looked like no one particularly lived here, which was to say that she had done something to this space that she did not entirely know how to name. She folded the shirt. She put it in the bag.
She did not take it back out.
The bag was a single carry-on black, the kind that fit under the seat on short-haul flights. She had spent approximately 40 minutes the previous evening deciding whether to bring a second bag and had decided against it on the grounds that she was going to Dunmore for a week, maybe 10 days at the outside, to close an estate.
Not to stay.
Not to revisit anything. Not to grieve, which she had already done in the car on the way home from the funeral 3 months ago, in the parking garage of her building, quietly and without witnesses, which was how she preferred things to go. 1 bag. A return ticket already booked for December 28th. A folder of estate documents that the lawyer had sent over in October, which she had read 3 times and annotated in pencil, and which now lived in the front pocket of the carry-on where she could get to it without opening everything else. She went to the kitchen. Her neighbor, Mrs. Adela Ferreira, was a 72-year-old retired postal worker who kept her spare key for what she described as emergencies and plant watering, and who had, over 2 years of proximity, developed the habit of knocking once and then coming in anyway when she smelled coffee. Wren had never told her not to. It had not occurred to her to tell her not to. She got down 2 mugs before she registered that she'd done it. The knock came at 7:14. "You're leaving today," Mrs. Ferreira said. It wasn't a question. She settled herself at the kitchen table with the confidence of someone for whom this kitchen was already partially hers by right of habitation, and accepted the mug Wren put in front of her. "The plant. I'll leave you the care schedule." "The plant doesn't need a schedule, Wren. The plant needs someone to talk to it." "I'll leave you a script." Mrs. Ferreira made a sound that communicated both amusement and a mild concern she had decided not to voice. She wrapped her hands around the mug and watched Wren move through the kitchen doing the small final tasks of departure, wiping a counter that was already clean, straightening a dish towel that was already straight. "Your grandmother's house," she said. "Inn," Wren said. "It's an inn, technically. Have you been there before?" "When I was 8, and then once more, I think, when I was 12. She paused. "My mother didn't like the drive." She did not say, "My mother didn't like the woman at the end of the drive." She did not say, "We stopped going when my grandmother and my mother had the argument that was never named as an argument but was referred to afterward as the situation, with the particular weight of something everyone is pretending is less significant than it is." She did not say any of this because Mrs. Ferreira did not need the full genealogy and Wren did not particularly want to perform it at 7:14 in the morning while her carry-on sat in the hall like a verdict. "You'll be careful," Mrs. Ferreira said. Also not a question. "I'm always careful." "That's not the same thing," Mrs. Ferreira said, and drank her coffee. Wren left her mug on the counter, full. The train to Dunmore left from the North Terminal at 9:40 and arrived, if the schedule was accurate and the weather cooperative, at 2:15. The schedule was a suggestion. The weather, Wren had gathered from the brief research she'd done on the town, was not particularly interested in being cooperative with anyone's plans. She had a window seat in a car that was 3/4 empty. The woman across the aisle had a large canvas bag full of what appeared to be Christmas decorations in various states of unwrapping and rewrapping and spent the first 30 minutes of the journey engaged in a quiet, losing battle to keep a paper star from unfolding itself. The man 2 rows back was asleep before they'd cleared the city limits, which Wren respected. She opened the estate folder. She had read it 3 times, but reading it again felt like being useful, which was the same as feeling calm, which was the same as not feeling the particular low-register hum of something that wasn't grief, exactly, but was adjacent to it. Cressida Aldermoor had died in September at the age of 89, of what the death certificate listed as natural causes and what authorize, the neighbor who had written Wren a handwritten letter that arrived before the lawyer's formal notification, had described as finishing up. 31 rooms, 4 floors, a half-acre of grounds in need of significant attention, and a list of structural concerns that the preliminary assessment had summarized in language Wren recognized as careful professional hedging for it needs more work than it's worth. She had flagged this in pencil. It seemed relevant. It seemed, in fact, like the conclusion the whole document was building toward. Not her conclusion, the building's conclusion, the professional and legal conclusion that the sensible thing to do with a crumbling Victorian Inn in a small town 3 hours from the nearest city was to sell it, or demolish it, or some combination of both that resulted in the money going somewhere useful and the problem being resolved before spring. She had already spoken to a firm about the demolition assessment. They were sending someone December 17th. She turned to the back of the folder. The will was 10 pages, which was more than she had expected for an estate that, by all accounts, had more sentimental value than financial. The language was precise, which she had also not expected. She had expected the slightly wistful imprecision of old person wishes, the kind of document that creates 3 arguments and a cold Thanksgiving. This was not that. This was written by someone who had thought carefully about every word and had wanted, very specifically, to leave no room for interpretation. The inn and its contents to Wren Ashby, granddaughter, in full. No conditions.
No caveats.
Except, at the bottom of the 8th page, below the legal signature, and above the executor information, there was a postscript. It was handwritten. The handwriting was small and extremely neat, the handwriting of someone who had learned penmanship when it was still a class with a grade, who had held on to the discipline of it long after it was no longer fashionable. Don't sell it before Christmas. Just don't. That was all. Wren read it 4 times. She put the folder away. Outside the window, the landscape had shifted from the flat commercial sprawl of the city's edge to something older and less groomed. Fields that had given up being tidy, tree lines that stood too close to the road, a sky the color of unbleached wool. The train was climbing slightly. She could feel it in the way the engine changed register, the way the car swayed with a little more intention. She had been telling herself, since September, that the postscript was a slightly eccentric final request and not an instruction. That "just don't" was the language of an old woman with a sentimental attachment to a specific date, not a directive. That she could proceed with the demolition assessment, sell the property in the new year, and close this chapter without being asked to feel anything about it, which was what she wanted, which was the only thing she had ever been able to say for certain about what she wanted when it came to her grandmother. She understood that she was lying to herself. This was fine. She was good at it. The snow started at some point in the middle of the 2nd hour. She was reading, a novel she had been carrying in her jacket pocket for a month and had not gotten past page 40, when she registered it in her peripheral vision and looked up. It was not falling so much as moving. Horizontally, almost, driven by something that didn't announce itself as wind, but had all the force of it. She watched it cross the window at an angle that seemed structurally unsound. The snow ignored her skepticism and continued anyway. The paper star. Across the aisle made one more bid for freedom and was finally pinned under the woman's elbow. Wren put her book away. She watched the snow. She put her hand in her coat pocket. The return ticket was there, folded in thirds, right where she'd put it. She left her hand around it for a moment, not taking it out, just confirming its presence. December 28th. That was the shape of this. She had a shape for it. Somewhere in the next 2 hours, the town of Dunmore would appear. She would arrive. She would do what needed to be done. She would leave. The snow went sideways across the glass, indifferent and precise, like it had done this 1,000 times and had no interest in adjusting for the train. Wren kept her hand on the ticket. The train kept climbing. Chapter 2. The Town That Keeps Strange Hours. Dunmore appeared the way it apparently did everything, on its own schedule, without announcement, as if it had been there all along and was simply waiting for you to notice. The train slowed through a corridor of old-growth fir that pressed close to both sides of the track, close enough that Wren could see the individual branches catching snow, and then the trees opened up and the town was simply there. A collection of buildings that had the particular density of places that had grown into themselves over a long time, not outward in the sprawling way of newer towns, but deeper, layered, like sediment. A church with a steeple that looked like it had strong opinions. A main street with the kind of storefronts that suggested the word purveyor. And above and behind all of it, set back from the road on a rise that made it visible from the platform before she'd even collected her bag, the Aldermoor Inn. She saw it through the window as the train slid into the station, and she understood immediately what Victorian had meant in the estate documents in a way she hadn't quite understood from the photographs the lawyer had sent. The photographs had suggested a large house. This was not a large house. This was a building that had been built by someone with a theory about what a building should be, and the theory was everything all at once. For stories, a tower at the northeast corner, a wraparound porch whose railings had the intricate boredom of something carved by someone with too much time and genuine skill. The paint, deep green, once, she thought, it was hard to tell under the weather, had gone past faded into something more interesting. The windows were lit. All of them. She had not arranged for the lights to be on. The town's taxi service, which turned out to be one man named Dennis who had opinions about road conditions and communicated them continuously from pickup to drop-off, deposited her at the foot of the inn's drive at 2:47. She had expected something narrow and treacherous. The drive was simply a drive, swept recently enough that the new snow hadn't fully reclaimed it, lined on both sides by something that might have been boxwood in better circumstances. She stood at the foot of it with her carry-on and looked up at the building. "You're the granddaughter," said a voice to her left. She turned. The woman on the porch was somewhere in her 60s, built in the compact, decided way of someone who had never particularly aspired to smallness. She had a round face and very direct gray eyes and a Dutch wax apron over a coat that suggested she had been warm enough not to need it properly fastened. She was holding a ceramic dish with a dish towel folded over the top of it and looking at Wren with the expression of someone who has already formed their opinion and is simply waiting for confirmation. "Audie Vass," the woman said. "Your grandmother's nearest neighbor. I live 2 properties down. I brought a casserole." "I didn't tell anyone I was arriving today," Wren said. "No," Audie agreed. "But the inn's lights came on at 2 o'clock, and when the lights come on it means someone's coming, and you're the only someone it could have been. Wren Ashby." She said Wren's name in the declarative way of someone completing a record rather than guessing. "You look like her around the jaw. Come up. I'll put this on the stove." Wren, who had several responses to this and did not deploy any of them, came up. The front door was a heavy thing, painted black once, and now the color of something that had been through weather, and decided to stay anyway. There were 2 locks. Wren had both keys. She put the first one in and turned it, and then stopped, because the door was already opening. Not swinging open. Not thrown back. Just easing. The way a door eases when the latch hasn't quite caught, which was the explanation she decided on immediately and held on to as she stepped through into the foyer. The foyer was tall. She hadn't expected that. The photographs had made it seem generous but proportional, and instead it rose above her to a ceiling with plasterwork details that someone had spent a long time on, vines and something floral, and in one corner a bird she couldn't identify from below. The floor was wide plank wood, dark with age and wax, that sounded different in different places as she walked, not in the worrying way of structural issues, but in the way of a space that had been walked across so many times it had developed a specific vocabulary of responses. The wallpaper stopped her. She had not been expecting to be stopped by the wallpaper. But it was the first thing her eyes found after the ceiling. Dark blue ground, small gold birds, repeated in a pattern that ran floor to ceiling and which was, in the way of very good wallpaper, slightly different when you looked at different sections of it. She had the distinct impression, which she catalogued and set aside, that the birds were in different positions than they had been a moment ago. Not dramatically. Just differently arranged. A flock in slight flux. 1798 pattern, Audie said, from the archway that led to the kitchen. Or a reproduction of it. Your grandmother never told me which. She said it didn't matter because it behaved the same either way. She disappeared in the direction of the stove. Wren stood in the foyer and did not move for a moment. She was not frightened, which she noted with mild interest. She was something else, not quite recognition, not quite disorientation. The feeling of a place that is already familiar with you, even if you are not yet familiar with it. She counted the doors off the foyer.
4.
A staircase to the right, broad, with a banister that had been repaired at least once at some point in the lower third, and not particularly matched. A hallway to the left that disappeared into the building's back half. The kitchen straight ahead, behind Audie. 31 rooms. She knew the number from the documents. She had not yet known what 31 rooms felt like from the inside. She picked up her carry-on and went to find the kitchen. The casserole was good. It was a chicken and leek thing with a pastry crust that Audie set down on the table with the particular grace of someone depositing something they've been carrying for a while and are relieved to put somewhere, and which she served in large portions without asking about portion preference. "You'll want to know about the building," Audie said. She had made tea without asking if Wren wanted tea, which was a pattern Wren was already identifying. Most people, when they inherit a place like this, want to know everything at once. "I'll tell you the practical things first, and the other things after." "The other things," Wren said. Audie looked at her steadily. "Your grandmother was a practical woman, but she lived in a particular kind of house. Some things about it require a different category of explanation." "You mean the wallpaper?" "Among other things." Audie cut herself a second portion. "The building is sound. Your assessment will confirm that, assuming you're having one done. Your grandmother kept up with the major work. The east wing needs attention. The third floor has a room that has been closed since I can remember, and which I am not the right person to tell you about." She paused to eat. "The boiler is German and is older than your grandmother was and is, inexplicably, still functioning. If it makes a sound like someone clearing their throat, that means it's about to work harder, not that something is wrong. If it makes 2 short ticks in a row, that means the temperature outside has dropped below freezing. It does this in case you've lost access to a window." Wren looked at her. "The boiler. Your grandmother installed the personality along with the boiler, I think."
"Or the house did."
"It's hard to say with certainty." Audie was untroubled by this. "You'll find the kitchen well stocked. I came by last week and again this morning. There's bread that I made yesterday, and you should eat it before Thursday or it won't be worth it." "You came in," Wren said. "Without. I have a key. Your grandmother gave it to me 15 years ago. I expect you'll want it back." Audie reached into her apron pocket and produced a key, older than the ones Wren had, with a slightly different bow, and placed it on the table between them. "Or, you might want to think about it first. The key is less important than the arrangement. Your grandmother and I had an arrangement about looking after this place. She let me look after it. I didn't abuse the privilege." She picked up her tea. "I would like to continue looking after it. But that's a conversation for after you've had a chance to see the whole building." Wren looked at the key on the table. She didn't pick it up. She didn't push it back either. "The lights were on when I arrived," she said. Audie was quiet for a moment in the specific way of someone deciding how much to offer. "The inn keeps track," she said finally, "of who's coming. It's been doing that for as long as I've lived here, and I've lived here since before your grandmother was old. The lights are just the way it says hello." "The inn says hello," Wren said. "Among other things." Audie finished her tea and stood, gathering her coat around her with the efficiency of someone who has determined that the useful portion of the conversation is concluded. "I won't tell you not to sell it. That's your business, and it was your grandmother's gift to give however she liked, and it's yours now. But I'll tell you what I told her when she first talked to me about what she was going to do with it when she couldn't manage it anymore. A place like this, a place that does what this one does, is harder to find than it is to lose." She left the key on the table. She left the casserole. She left. Wren sat in the kitchen alone for a while after. The building made a series of small sounds, the contracting of pipes, the settling of old wood, something in the walls that might have been the insulation doing its work or might have been something else. She did not, she noticed, feel alone in the way she usually felt alone in unfamiliar spaces. She felt more like a new visitor in a place that had opinions about visitors but had not yet decided what its opinion of this particular one was. The lights in the kitchen were a warm amber, slightly too warm for a modern bulb, and when she looked up at the fixture, She saw that it was gas. Converted, presumably, there were electrical outlets on the walls, but the fixture itself was the original, and someone had put in a bulb that approximated the old light instead of replacing it with something efficient. She got up from the table. She moved through the kitchen doorway into the hall and stood at the foot of the stairs and looked up. The foyer birds were in the same positions they'd been in when she arrived. She was almost certain. She went upstairs to find her room. There were 4 main bedrooms on the 2nd floor, 2 more on the 3rd, and the tower room at the top of the northeast stair, which she would not go into tonight. She found the room her grandmother had apparently prepared for her not by looking for it but by opening doors until one felt different. And the difference was not mystical, she told herself. It was simply that this door had been used recently, the handle warm where others were cold, the room on the other side airing with the specific quality of something lately aired.
Clean sheets.
A quilt in deep indigo and cream. A window seat with cushions worn soft in the way of something used exactly right for years. She put her bag down. She did not unpack it. She sat in the window seat and looked out at the snow, which was still coming in sideways, and thought about her return ticket, and thought about the postscript in the will, and thought about the birds in the foyer wallpaper who were definitely in the same positions but might not have been, and thought about her grandmother whom she had not seen in 19 years and who had, apparently, left the lights on. Below, in the kitchen, something moved. She tensed for one moment. Then she heard it again, a soft displacement of sound, not alarming, more like the particular way a space sounds when someone has left it recently and its acoustics are still adjusting. She went downstairs. The cup she had left in the drying rack was on the windowsill, above the sink. She was fairly certain it had been in the drying rack. She stood looking at it for a moment. She put it back in the rack. She went to bed. In the morning, the cup was on the windowsill again. She left it there. Chapter 3. The Shoebox Problem. She found the shoebox by accident, which was how she was beginning to think this house preferred to do things, not by hiding information exactly, but by arranging for you to encounter it only when you were doing something else so that you couldn't claim you'd been looking. It was the 3rd morning. She had been sleeping badly, not from insomnia but from the particular too deep sleep of someone whose body has decided, without consulting them, to let down its guard. She woke each day before the light came and lay in the window seat. She had stopped making it to the bed, which probably meant something, and watched the snow come in sideways over the grounds until the kitchen sounds started. The boiler, the particular clank of the heating pipe that ran along the east wall, and once, on the 2nd morning, the distant sound of a window being opened on the floor above, though she was certain she was the only person in the building. She had stopped being certain about things she was certain about. The shoebox was in the study, which was off the library on the 2nd floor. The library was a room she had been avoiding, which was also probably something, because she had always loved libraries with an almost embarrassing sincerity and avoided the ones that were attached to losses. She went in on the 3rd morning because she needed somewhere with a surface large enough to spread the estate documents out, and the kitchen table had been claimed by the casserole dish she kept forgetting to return, and the folder that had acquired several supporting folders. The library smelled like what libraries were supposed to smell like when they were real ones, used ones, old paper and something slightly resinous, and the faint undertone of coffee that suggested someone had done their thinking here over a long time in the presence of a mug. The shelves ran floor to ceiling on 3 walls. There was a reading chair by the window in cracked brown leather that had been read in so many times it had developed a permanent slight lean to the left. There was a small desk. There was also, on the floor beside the desk, half covered by a wool throw that had slipped off the chair's arm, a shoebox. Ordinary brown cardboard, the kind you got from a mid-range boot purchase, with the brand name worn to a smudge. Closed, but not sealed. She would not have opened it if she hadn't accidentally kicked it. The contents were letters. She could see that much before she sat down with it. The size and shape of envelopes, a lot of them, bound in several small stacks with rubber bands that had done their job long enough to leave indentations, and then relaxed into a more ceremonial function. The paper was cream stock, the heavy kind. The handwriting on the envelopes, she lifted one, turned it over, was her grandmother's. She recognized it from the postscript in the will. That same small, deliberate cursive. But there was no address. No name. She sat in the reading chair, which did, in fact, lean slightly, and which was comfortable in the way of things that have spent years learning one person's body and are still adjustable, and opened the first envelope. The letter began without a salutation. "You won't know, when she arrives, whether she is ready. I have thought about this for a long time, whether I could leave her something that would tell her what I mean. I have concluded that I cannot. What I mean is not the sort of thing that fits in words. But I find in my old age that I have become someone who writes letters to people who cannot yet receive them, and I am not embarrassed by this. The embarrassment, I think, is a young woman's tax on her own feeling. I am 86, and I am done paying it. She will arrive guarded. She will have prepared a practicality for herself, and she will be holding it in front of her like a shield. The estate, the demolition, the return ticket already in her pocket. This is not dishonesty. It is the only way she knows to let herself near something that matters. I have been guilty of the same thing.
I want her to know that.
I have spent 60 years in this house learning it, and I am still learning it, which is perhaps the only instruction worth leaving her. It takes longer than you think, and it is worth more than the time costs." Wren stopped reading. She sat for a long moment in the leaning chair with the letter in her hand, and the sound of the heating pipe working quietly in the wall, and the snow going sideways outside the window. The letter was not addressed to her. She knew this. The letter had no address at all, which meant it was either addressed to no one or addressed to someone her grandmother had not named, which was a distinction that felt important without being one she could fully articulate. But the handwriting was familiar, and the voice. She had not known her grandmother well enough to know her voice. Had she? 19 years had passed since she'd last been in the same room as Cressida Aldermoor, and yet the voice was familiar. Something about its precision, the way it sat with itself. She read 2 more letters. They were all the same, no salutation, no address, beginning mid-thought as if the conversation had been ongoing for some time. They spoke about the inn with the matter-of-fact intimacy of someone describing a person they loved well. They spoke about Wren, always she, always with that specificity that said one particular person, with a care that was harder to look at directly than the rest of it. And they spoke about someone the letters were going to, a presence she kept almost naming, with a gratitude that was the most private thing Wren had read in a long time. "I chose you," one letter said, toward the end of the third, "because I have seen how you wait. Most people wait impatiently, which is to say that they wait while making a great deal of noise about the waiting. You wait differently. You wait the way you do a piece of careful work, without resentment of the time it takes. She will need someone who does not require her to be ready before she is ready. I believe, with more certainty than most things I have believed, in my 86 years, that this is you." The you of it was directed elsewhere. Wren put the letters back in the box. She sat with her hands in her lap and thought about the fact that her grandmother had been writing letters, for years apparently, to a person who wasn't her, who had been chosen, deliberately, for some purpose Cressida had not seen fit to explain in the will, who had been told things about Wren, the carry, the guard, the way she approached wanting things, that Wren had not told anyone, had barely said even to herself. The study was quiet. The library was quiet. The whole house was doing its deep winter creak and settle, and somewhere above her the window she hadn't opened was probably open again, and the cup was on the windowsill in the kitchen, and none of this was the thing she had come here to deal with. She put the shoebox back beside the desk. Then she took out her phone and called her brother. Callum answered on the 3rd ring, which meant he'd seen her name and taken a breath first. She knew this because she had watched him do it once at a family dinner. The very brief pause before picking up, the gathering of whatever it was he gathered when he spoke to her. She had decided not to tell him she'd noticed. It felt like information he would feel bad about. Wren. He had a good voice, warmer on the phone than in person, which she had always thought was interesting. "You made it up there." "Yesterday, yeah. The train was fine." "How's the—" He paused with the particular hesitation of someone deciding between words. "The inn?"
"Big.
Cold in some rooms. The boiler is German and apparently sentient." She moved to the window and looked out at the grounds. The snow had stopped for the moment, leaving everything white and still and faintly overbrightened, the way new snow made everything look like a stage set. "I wanted to let you know I was here. Have you talked to the lawyer yet? When I was in the city, we went over the documents. And the assessment, the demolition people. Coming on the 17th. Good. She could hear in that single syllable the relief of someone who had been waiting for the practical outcome. Good. That's the sensible thing. Get it evaluated, see what you're actually working with. Then you'll know what you're dealing with. I already know what I'm dealing with. It's a Victorian inn with 31 rooms and a structural report that implies the East Wing is ambitious. So there you go. She did not say, I found a box of letters. She did not say, someone was receiving correspondence about me for years from a grandmother I didn't know well enough to have a real fight with. She did not say, the inn opened the door before I used the key, and I have been sleeping in the window seat, and there is a cup that keeps moving. Have you talked to Mom? She said instead. A different kind of silence. She knows you're there. I mentioned it. And she said she hopes it goes quickly. Wren turned from the window. Yeah, she said. That sounds right. Wren. He said her name in the older brother way, the one that meant he was about to perform gentleness, which was different from being gentle. She just, you know how she is about that place. About your grandmother's choices. I know, Wren said. I know how she is. A pause. I just think, Callum said carefully, it would be worth not drawing this out more than necessary. Get it assessed, get the paperwork in order, come home for Christmas. That's a clean resolution. Wren heard. Don't make this into something. She heard it in the same register she had been hearing it her whole life, from her mother, from Callum, from the version of herself she kept in the back of the house and let run things on bad days. Don't make this into something. Don't need things. Don't carry on. I'll let you know how the assessment goes, she said. She hung up. She stood in the library for a while. The reading chair was to her left. The shoebox was on the floor beside the desk. The snow outside was doing the thing the snow outside always seemed to be doing, which was existing with more intent than snow strictly required. She sat back down in the reading chair. She did not take the shoebox back out. She thought about the letters, not the contents, but the existence of them. The fact that her grandmother had written them. The fact that there was someone who had received them for years, who knew things about Wren that Wren had not authorized for distribution, who had been told she would arrive guarded, who had been told she was worth waiting for. The library gathered around her, patient, with its smell of old paper and worked-over coffee, and let her think. The cup was on the windowsill when she came down to make lunch. She had stopped putting it back. She had decided to let it mean whatever it meant, which was a decision that was slightly out of character for her, and which she noted without drawing a conclusion about. That night, she dreamed about the handwriting. Chapter 4. The Woman with Blueprints. She had driven past the Aldermoor Inn 3 times before today, and she knew the drive well enough by now to know where the gatepost leaned and where the boxwood had overgrown the path edge, and which angle of approach showed the northeast tower first. She had done the arithmetic on those 3 drives, the distance from the road, the roofline, the way the building sat on its rise like something that had decided to be there before the hill had fully committed to its current shape. She had done the arithmetic carefully because she had been trying, on those drives, to make herself believe in a building she had so far known only as a recurring presence in someone else's careful handwriting.
She believed in it now.
She had believed in it since the first time she turned onto the drive and the inn's windows showed her light. She parked at the foot of the steps and sat in the truck for a moment. Rue had told her, when she called from a rest stop on the way up, that she was allowed to feel however she felt about this, which was so unlike Rue's usual mode of communication, direct, front-loaded, moving on, that it had made Bram realize how much Rue had been watching her carry this thing and saying nothing. She appreciated Rue. She had not told her so recently enough. She felt something. She was giving herself until she got out of the truck to figure out what to call it. She got out of the truck. The word she settled on was awe, which surprised her. Not because she was not capable of awe, she just kept it somewhere private and brought it out rarely, but because she had expected something closer to relief, or recognition, or the particular satisfaction of the end of a long wait. Those things were present. But they were secondary to the fact that the building in front of her was real and large and bearing its age with a dignity that she found, despite herself moving. The front door opened before she could use the bell. She had known it would. Cressida had mentioned it. The door knows she had written it has been knowing since before I came to it, I do not think it does this to be impressive. I think it simply cannot help itself, but knowing it intellectually and watching it happen were different things, and she allowed herself a moment of simply watching. The door eased back on well-kept hinges. She noted the hinges, a reflex, and beyond it the foyer was lit in amber.
She went in.
The smell hit her before anything else. Old wood and something floral she could not immediately place, and underneath it, faint, a current of coffee. She stood in the foyer with her hard case in one hand and her coat still on, and looked at the wallpaper and let herself have it. The slow recognition of a place that had been built up in her from a distance for so long that arriving in it was something like arriving inside a story she had already memorized. The birds in the wallpaper were gold on dark blue. She counted 8 in her immediate field of vision before she stopped counting and made herself look away, toward the kitchen, where the smell of coffee was coming from. She set the hard case down by the newel post. She went to find the kitchen. The woman at the kitchen counter had her back to the door, which gave Bram a moment she hadn't expected. The estate documents had described Cressida's heir as a granddaughter, late 20s to early 30s, and had given a name Bram had already known for years. Cressida's letters had given the rest: medium warm brown skin, close-cropped hair she'd been growing out, a way of carrying her shoulders like she was apologizing for the space they took up. She had been specific, Cressida, in the way that people who love someone precisely are specific. She had given Bram a woman in fine detail.
And still,
Wren Ashby was making coffee for a stranger who hadn't arrived yet. There were 2 mugs on the counter beside the French press, both clean, one already in position under the spout, and one waiting at a careful distance from the edge, the way you place something you were going to use shortly. She hadn't heard Bram come in, or if she had decided not to turn around immediately, which was also possible, which was the kind of thing Bram was going to have to learn to calibrate. She made a small sound of arrival. Not a cough, a deliberate shift of weight, the floorboard beneath her doing the rest. Wren turned. She was exactly what the letters had said, and not at all what Bram had been expecting, which was a contradiction she was going to need to think about later when she had the space for it. The eyes were what she noticed first, heavy-lidded, dark, with the quality of someone who was always in the middle of a thought, and who was currently in the middle of the thought that was Bram. She was taking her in the way that precise people took in new information, thoroughly, without
performance of it already filing.
"You must be the contractor," Wren said. Her voice was quiet and complete, the kind of voice that did not raise itself to fill a room, but did not need to.
Bram fosse.
Bram kept her hands visible, easy. The way you moved through someone's space when you'd been invited in by the circumstances and not quite yet by the person. "I'm with Carver and Associates. The demolition assessment." "The 17th, Wren said. Confirming, not a greeting. "That's right." She watched Wren register this, the confirmation of prior authorization, the practical sequencing, and watched the slight ease that followed it. "This is someone who relaxes when the logistics are in order," she noted.
"File that."
"He mentioned you were coming," Wren said, which Bram suspected was about 60% true. She gestured at the counter. "If you want coffee." "I was making." "Thank you." Wren poured 2 cups, without further discussion. This was also what Cressida had said. She will offer before she is asked and will not mention it again, and you will need to pay attention, or you'll find she's given everything away and is standing empty-handed wondering when the conversation ended. Bram wrapped her hands around the mug. It was good coffee. Wren had grounded herself. There was a hand grinder on the counter. This was a person who did things the considered way when she had the option. "How long have you been here?" 3 days. "By yourself?" "There's a neighbor." Wren glanced toward the side window, which faced in the direction of the next property over. "Who comes by?" "And there seems to be." She stopped herself. She looked at her coffee. "Someone else in the house?" Bram said. A pause. "Something," Wren said carefully. "I'm still working out the category." Bram drank her coffee and said nothing about how she had already worked out the category, because it was not the right moment, and because it was Wren's house now and Wren's understanding to arrive at in her own time. Instead, she put her mug down and said, "I'd like to do a walkthrough this morning, if that works. The assessment starts with the exterior envelope and works inward. I'll be thorough, but I'll stay out of your way." "I'll take you through," Wren said, and pushed back from the counter. She gave the tour in the way that people gave tours of places they were trying to hold at professional distance, efficiently, with specific detail, narrating structural observations rather than anything that would indicate she had feelings about the rooms. She had been counting. Bram could see her counting, the slight movement of her lips, the way she named the rooms not by the wallpaper or the furnishings, but by number and orientation. Room 3, facing south. Room 7 east. The hearth is functional. The flue was swept last spring according to the receipt I found in the study. She was building a case for something Bram understood. A case for this is manageable. A case for I have this under control. A case for the demolition assessment proceeding on schedule and the estate resolving cleanly. Bram listened to the case being built and looked at the rooms. The inn, for its part, behaved. That was the right word for it. Behaved, the way a large animal might sit still while a new visitor moved through its territory. The wallpaper in the dining room was not rearranging. The doors opened and closed on their hardware. The light came through the windows at the correct angle for December at this latitude. Bram had half expected more from a house that had been waiting as long as this one had, but perhaps it understood that today was not the day for performance. Perhaps it was watching too. They came to room 31 at the end of the east corridor on the second hour. The door sat slightly not flush in its frame. She had noted this from outside. The east exterior wall had a minor settling issue around that window that would explain it. Wren tried the handle. The door did not open. Stuck, Wren said. Bram looked at the door. She looked at the frame. It's the temperature, she said, which was technically true. The wood has swollen in the frame. I can plain that when I do the east corridor assessment. Wren nodded and made a note on her phone. They moved on. Bram did not mention the wallpaper she had seen briefly through the gap at the bottom of room 31's door. Cream ground, dark ivy, a small repeating bird that she recognized without difficulty. She did not mention the armoire she could see through the same gap, standing flush against the far wall where she knew it to be. She looked at both things and looked away and continued down the corridor while Wren narrated the window seat in room 29 and its particular drafting issue. Not yet, Bram told herself. The thought was a familiar one. She had been thinking it in various forms for a decade. She called Rue from the truck, parked at the bottom of the drive where she could see the inn's second-floor windows. You're calling from there, Rue said, by way of greeting. She had caller ID and an excellent memory for where Bram had told her she was going. How is it? The assessment looks straightforward. East wing is going to need work. The boiler is original and will probably outlive both of us. I'm not asking about the boiler. Bram watched a light come on in a second-floor room. The library, she thought, based on the footprint. It's real, she said. It was always real. It's different when you're standing in it. Rue was quiet in the way that meant she was giving this the weight it deserved. And the granddaughter. Wren. Is she what you thought she'd be? Bram looked at the library window for a moment. At the light. No, she said. She's more careful. More careful how? She made coffee for me before I arrived. She was already standing at the counter with 2 mugs out. She paused. She doesn't know she does that. A silence on the line. That's worse, isn't it? Rue said. It was not a question. Bram put the truck in gear. I'll call you Thursday, she said. She came back to the inn the next morning with her equipment case and her knowledge of which rooms to start in and which to leave until last, and Wren met her at the door with coffee she had not been asked for, and neither of them mentioned it, and Bram understood that this was how it was going to go. The thing offered without acknowledgement, and then again, until one of them named it. She was going to need to be patient. She had been patient for 10 years. She could manage a little longer. She took the coffee and went to work. Chapter 5, 12 Reasons to Leave Before Christmas. The email to the estate lawyer had a subject line and an opening sentence, and then nothing after that. She had been sitting at the library desk for 45 minutes. The subject line said, Demolition Assessment, Authorization to Proceed. The opening sentence said, Dear Mr. Hartley, I am writing to confirm that. After that, there was nothing, because after that was the part where she said the thing she had come here to say, and she was finding, in a way that was starting to be embarrassing, that she could not quite say it. The building made a sound from the far end of the hall, A creak followed by a more settled sound, the way old joinery sounded when the temperature changed. She had been here long enough now to have learned some of the inn's vocabulary. This sound meant the east wall. The east wall was where Bram had been working since 8 this morning, moving methodically through the rooms with a discipline Wren found both admirable and faintly disorienting, the way competence at close range sometimes was. She looked at the email. She looked at the cursor blinking after that. She looked at the window. There was the snow again, doing its sideways thing, reliable as ever. It had snowed every day since she'd arrived, always like this, always at an angle that suggested intent, as if the weather here had something it was trying to say and had decided that oblique was the approach. She had read somewhere that this was a microclimatic feature of the Valley Dunmore Saturn, something to do with the hills to the west and the prevailing wind, completely explicable. She had been explaining it to herself for 4 days and was finding the explanation increasingly unconvincing. She closed the laptop. She stood up from the desk. She looked at the door of the library, and then at the shoebox on the floor beside the desk, and then back at the door. She made the decision that was not a decision, that was not about the email or the lawyer or the assessment or any of the things she had been pretending the last 45 minutes were about, and she went to walk the inn instead. She started at the top, which was the floor she'd been avoiding most. The third floor had 4 rooms and a sitting area at the end of the landing that had 3 chairs around a cold fireplace and the feeling of a space that had been used for conversation until it abruptly hadn't been. The chairs were still angled toward each other. The fireplace had not been swept recently, but had not been used recently either, so this was mostly a cosmetic concern. She made a note on her phone, 3rd floor sitting area. Sweep flew and moved on. 3 of the 4 rooms opened normally, revealed themselves in the thorough way she had come to expect from this building, which seemed to have decided that if she was going to inventory it completely. Room 25 smelled like lavender and had a window that looked out onto the tower roof and had clearly been used as a sewing room at some point based on the dedicated lighting. Room 26 had twin beds and a wallpaper she did not entirely understand. Cream ground, geometric, with an abstract pattern that resolved, if she looked at it sideways, into something that might have been birds or might have been leaves, and which had not changed since she came in, but which felt like it was waiting for her to look away. The 4th door, room 27, was room 12. She knew from her count which room was 12. She had been numbering from the foyer, 1st floor first, and 12 landed here, at the end of the 3rd floor corridor, behind a door that had the additional quality of existing slightly differently from the others. Not different looking, not different in any way she could name specifically, but different in the way you could always tell which drawer in a stranger's kitchen had the miscellaneous object problem before you open it. Some things announced themselves below the level of visual information. She stood at the door. She put her hand on the handle. The handle was the same temperature as the others. She did not turn it. She stood there for a moment and had the specific experience of standing on the threshold of something that had not been fully categorized yet, and then she took her hand off the handle and continued down the hall. She would come back to room 12. She had no particular reason for this belief. It presented itself as fact, the way some things did. She was in room 19, 2nd floor, writing notes about the window hardware when Bram appeared in the doorway. Bram moved through the inn with a quality Wren had been trying to put a word to since the first morning. It wasn't quiet. Quiet implied you were making an effort at quietness, and Bram was not making an effort. She simply occupied her space completely and without excess, which meant that when she arrived somewhere you registered it as arrival rather than intrusion, because she was always exactly somewhere and not halfway in a doorway being apologetic about her own presence. Wren had been apologizing for her presence since approximately age 19. She found Bram's approach to the problem notable. Room 17, Bram said. She had a small measuring device in her right hand and a pencil tucked behind her ear. You'll want to see it before I write it up. There's something in the heating you should know about. Wren followed her. Room 17 was on the 2nd floor at the end of the south-facing corridor. She had noted it in her own walkthrough on the 2nd day and then returned to it twice, which was one more return than any other room had gotten. She was not sure why. It was a medium room by the inn standards, high ceiling, a single window with the deep sill the south rooms all had, and a temperature that had no meteorological explanation. It was the warmest room in the building. Not dramatically, not uncomfortably, but with the steady, even warmth of a room that had been asked to be warm and had taken the instructions seriously. The heating grate in the baseboard was present but not active. Bram crouched beside it and pointed. "The supply run here is undersized for the room volume," she said. "It should be colder than the corridor, not warmer. I've checked the thermal envelope twice. It's not the building mechanics." Wren crouched beside her and looked at the grate. The grate was unremarkable. The warmth in the room was not coming from the grate. "Is this something you need to note in the assessment?" "Technically." Bram's voice was level. "Practically, it's the warmest room in a building that otherwise needs a lot of work on the insulation front. I'm inclined to note it as a favorable anomaly and move on."
A favorable anomalie.
"Unless you'd prefer I called it something else." Wren looked at her. Bram was looking at the grate, profile to the room, with the expression of someone very carefully not looking back. There was something measured in this, in the way she was offering Wren the choice of how to categorize the thing, not pushing her toward either conclusion, staying professional in a way that was somehow also not quite professional. There was a shape to it. She was going to need to think about that shape later, when she was not crouched on the floor of the warmest room in the building beside a woman who was being inexplicably careful with her. "Favorable anomaly is fine," Wren said. She stood up. She moved to the window and looked out at the grounds, which were uniformly white today, the earlier snow's layers building into something almost sculptural. The garden had a structure to it that the snow was emphasizing rather than obscuring. She could see the old shapes of beds and paths, the geometry of something that had been carefully designed even if it wasn't being carefully maintained. She had not thought about the garden yet. She added it to the list of things she was not thinking about. Bram stood. She made a note on her clipboard. She looked up at Wren by the window and said, without preamble, without changing her tone, "Your grandmother said the window seat on the second floor is the best place in the house to think. If you need it." Wren turned. "Which window seat?" "Room 9. South-facing." She said it was the clearest light. A pause. "She wrote about it in a letter a few years ago. I didn't know if you'd want to know." Wren stared at her for a moment. She had 100 questions, and she could feel the order they wanted to come out in, the cascading structure of them, and she was acutely aware that asking the first question would commit her to all the others. "You've read letters about this building," she said, which was not the question at the front of the line, but was the one she could ask without cracking everything open. "Yes," Bram said. Not volunteering more. Not hedging. Wren held the room for a moment. Then she said, "Why room 9? She didn't explain the choice. She said the light was different there. Wren left room 17 and went to room 9. She found the window seat and sat in it. Cressida had been right. She did not know how to account for this, and she was becoming less interested in accounting for it, which was itself a development. The light in this window was different, not brighter, not warmer, not different in any way she could name by measurement, but different in the way that certain environments were different. The way some chairs made you feel like you'd been sitting in them a long time when you'd only just sat down. She sat and looked out at the sideways snow and thought. The email was still open on her laptop in the library. The cursor was still blinking after that. She could close the laptop. She could tell herself it was a drafting issue. She could frame this as a question of legal precision and give herself another 2 days before she needed to send anything. The building made a sound from the east corridor. Bram, working through the rooms systematically, audible in the way that working people in old houses were always faintly audible, the presence of someone being useful communicating itself through the structure. She tracked the sound from room to room the way she'd been unconsciously tracking it all morning. She realized the way you tracked a known quantity moving through space, and found some information in the tracking that you weren't ready to be specific about. She thought about her grandmother writing letters to a person she hadn't named, about that person reading them, about the fact that her grandmother had been specific enough in those letters that Bram Foss could find the window seat in room 9 and tell her about it, as if delivering a message. She thought about the inn's lights coming on before she arrived, and the door that opened by itself, and the cup on the windowsill, and the particular way room 12 had felt when she'd stood outside it, and the warmth in room 17, and the wallpaper doing whatever it was doing, and her grandmother's voice in those letters in the shoebox saying, "I am done paying the embarrassment." She thought, "I should send the email." She thought, I cannot send the email. She stayed in the window seat. The light in room 9 continued to be the kind of light it was, even and clear and useful, and the snow went sideways across the glass, and somewhere in the east corridor Bram moved on to the next room, and Wren sat in her grandmother's window seat and did not think about the return ticket in her coat pocket, but she thought about it. December 28th. That was the shape of this. She pressed her back into the corner of the window seat and looked at the sky, which was the color of an intention not yet committed to, and stayed there until she was cold and the light had shifted, and then had made enough small sounds around her that she had learned most of their meaning. She went back to the library. She opened the laptop. She looked at the email for another 10 minutes and then she closed it without sending it, and she did not tell herself this was a decision because it was easier not to.
But it was.
Chapter 6. What Audie Vass Knows. Audie arrived on the 7th day with preserved jam and the complete oral history of the Aldermoor Inn, in that order of importance, and she did not wait to be invited past the kitchen doorway. She set the jam on the table, 3 jars, unlabeled, the contents identifiable by color alone, a deep red that was probably damson and a darker one that Wren could not place, and a golden one that might have been quince, and she pulled out a chair and sat down in it with the settled ease of someone who had been sitting in this particular chair since before it was Wren's chair to offer. Wren had been at the library desk when she heard the knock. She had come downstairs with the estate folder under one arm and the expression of someone who has been interrupted mid-thought and is deciding whether to be grateful for it. She found. She put the folder on the counter and put the kettle on and did not ask what Audie was doing here, because the question felt redundant in the face of the jam. You look better than last time, Audie said. Less like you're counting the exits. I'm still counting them, but you're taking longer about it. Audie reached into her coat pocket and produced a small clasp knife, which she used to open the damson jar with the efficiency of someone who had never asked anyone else to open a jar in her life. Bread? There's yesterday's loaf. That's fine. Sit down. Wren sat. She was noticing, taking instructions from this woman with less resistance than she usually applied to instructions, which was something she could examine later or simply accept as a feature of the situation. She accepted it as a feature of the situation. Audie cut 2 slices of bread and spread them with the damson jam and pushed one across the table. She did not ask about dietary restrictions or preferences. She ate her own piece and looked at Wren with the direct, unhurried attention of someone who is conducting an assessment of her own. Your grandmother, Audie said, was the most stubborn woman I have ever known. I say this as a compliment. She had a Dutch grandmother's relationship with stubbornness. It was a virtue, it was a tool, and she used it for exactly as long as the task required, and not a minute longer. She drank her tea. I want you to understand that before I tell you anything else, because most things about this place require it. All right, Wren said. She came to this inn when she was 29. It belonged to her grandmother before her, and to her grandmother's mother before that, and before that the records are less clear. The town's not always been good about the records of women's property. She came here with 2 suitcases and a husband who lasted about 4 years before he decided this was not the life he'd agreed to. Audie's tone conveyed no opinion about this. She was not sad about it, as far as I could tell. She'd loved him, I think, but the inn had her before he did. Some things work that way. Wren thought about this. She lived here alone for 60 years? Alone is relative. She had the town. She had the guests back when she still ran it as a proper inn. It was closed to guests the last 15 years or so. She couldn't manage the bookings anymore, but before that she ran 31 rooms with a staff of 2, and a waiting list for Christmas week that was 3 years long. Audie refilled her own tea. She had me after a while. And she had the correspondence. The letters. Audie looked at her steadily. You found them. She left them in a shoebox in the study, Wren said, which feels like it might have been intentional. With Cressida, most things were intentional. The older woman was quiet for a moment, looking at the table, at the jam jars, with the expression of someone arranging what they know into the order they want to deliver it. She never showed them to me. She told me about them. She would tell me when a new one had gone out, the way you'd tell someone you'd posted a letter to a friend, keeping me informed without inviting me in. A brief pause. I respected that. The correspondence was hers. What I know is what she chose to say about it. What did she say? That she had found someone worth preparing. Audie looked up. She said it exactly that way. Not found someone to prepare, found someone worth preparing. The distinction mattered to her. She wasn't looking for an instrument. She was looking for a person who would receive the work without being diminished by the waiting it required. Wren held her mug. She had her left hand around the handle. She noticed this and did not change it. She talked about the contractor, she said. The woman with the blueprints. Audie's expression shifted by a very small amount. Not surprise, but something adjacent to it. Recalibration. You've met her, then. She arrived on the 17th. She's been working the East Corridor. I know, Audie said. I've seen the truck. She was quiet for a moment. What do you think of her? Wren looked at the jam. She gave me the window seat in room 9, she said. She knew about it from the letters.
Otti nodded, slowly.
Cressida chose well, she said, and there was something in it, a relief, Wren thought. The sound of a person finding out that something they had worried about had gone as hoped. She was very particular about that choice. She told me once, I have been wrong about people twice in my life, and I cannot afford a third time, not with this. Wrong how? She didn't say. Audie picked up the quince jam and turned it in her hand, looking at the color through the glass. She said the first time cost her the decade she'd spent on it, and the second time cost her something she couldn't name, which was worse. She was in her 70s by then. She was careful about the third. Wren thought about the shoebox, about the letters with no salutation, the she who arrived guarded, the you who did not flinch. She thought about Bram in room 17, looking at the heating grate, giving her the choice of what to call it. She thought, she was preparing someone for me. The thought sat in the kitchen with her and the jam and the gray winter light and the sound of Bram working in the East Corridor, and she did not know what to do with it. So she set it aside in the careful place where she set things she was not ready for and picked up a different thread instead. The Wren wallpaper, she said. In room 31. Audie went quiet in the way she had gone quiet before, the pause that meant she knew something and was assessing whether to offer it.
Otti.
I know I went quiet.
I'm decidin'.
She put the quince jar down. Your grandmother papered every room in this building herself, over 60 years. Different patterns, different periods. Some she chose for guests, some she chose for the building, some she chose for reasons she never explained to anyone, including me. The Wren paper in room 31 she chose last. About 10 years ago. She looked at Wren directly. She had that room cleared and the old paper stripped, and she hung the new paper herself, at 80, on a ladder, which I told her was unreasonable. She said it was necessary.
A beat.
I didn't ask why. There are things you don't ask, Cressida. There were things. 10 years ago, Wren said. Audie watched her do the arithmetic. Yes, she said. That's what I thought too. The kitchen was quiet. The heating pipe in the east wall made its particular sound. The one Wren had catalogued as Bram passing through a doorway, the draft changing the pressure in the pipe slightly, and she tracked it without meaning to. She chose it for the letters, Wren said. Not a question. She started writing 10 years ago, and she papered the room for the same reason. That's what I believe, Audie said. I never asked. I believe it. Wren looked out the window. The grounds were still this morning, the snow settled and unhurried, and beyond the old boxwood, she could see the line where the garden had been designed once and had since gone its own way. It was beautiful in the disordered manner of things that have grown past their instructions and found something better. She had been trying not to find the grounds beautiful, on the grounds that finding things beautiful was a concession to wanting to stay, and she was still not entirely ready to make that concession openly. She thought, a Wren. She thought. She chose it for me. She chose it before she knew whether I would come. The feeling this produced was something she did not have an exact name for. It was adjacent to grief. It was adjacent to something that was the opposite of grief. Tell me about the inn, she said. The way you know it. Audie refilled both their teas, settled herself more completely in the chair, and told her. She told her about the wallpaper. Not the Wren paper, but all the others. The dining room paper with its climbing roses that Cressida had repapered 3 times in 60 years, and which had always eventually rearranged itself back to the same image. She told her about the lights and the way the building had always known arrivals before they happened, a fact the town had long since accommodated without ceremony. When the inn's windows lit up, someone was coming. You noted it and moved on. She told her about the guests who had booked Christmas week year after year and who described the experience in terms that were consistent enough to have a pattern but varied enough that you couldn't quite call it a feature. I always sleep well there. I wake up in the morning knowing what I should do. Something about the building makes the thinking easier. The building is not malign, Audie said. This had the quality of something often considered. I want you to understand that clearly. In 60 years, I have seen many strange things in this house, and not one of them has come from a place of harm. The inn keeps what it keeps. It does not hoard. What does it keep? Audie was quiet for a moment. Things that deserve to be kept, she said, in a way that suggested she was quoting something. And it sends the rest. Wren felt the back of her neck prickle. She thought about the shoebox in the library, the letters going out to someone unnamed, the letters that would apparently come back in a form she had not yet encountered. She thought about what that form might be, and she did not let herself think about it too directly. Your grandmother said that, she said. In a letter to me, yes. I was not the only person she wrote to. Audie's tone was mild. She wrote to me occasionally, when something needed writing. Mostly we talked over the fence, but when she wanted to be precise, she wrote. She stood, collecting the jam jars, consolidating them into her coat pocket with practiced efficiency. I'm not going to tell you what to do with this place. That's not my business, and it wouldn't be appropriate. But I will tell you what I told her the last time she asked me what I saw in its future. Audie paused in the kitchen doorway, her gray eyes direct and unhurried. I told her it had one. That's rarer than it sounds. She left the way she always left, with the efficiency of someone whose presence is a visit and not a stay, the door closing behind her with a precision that the inn itself seemed to assist, the latch finding its seat without a sound. Wren sat at the kitchen table with the remaining jam and the 2 cups and the bread and looked at the east wall and thought about 10 years and a woman on a ladder with wallpaper paste and a pattern she had chosen deliberately for someone who had not yet arrived. The heating pipe ticked twice. Outside, the temperature was dropping. She knew this without going to the window. She found Bram in the east corridor at 4, in the last of the winter light, packing up her equipment case with the particular neatness of someone who had been taught that the end of the workday was as important as the beginning of it. She was kneeling on the floor, the case open in front of her, and she looked up when Wren appeared at the end of the hall but did not stop what she was doing. Wren was learning one of the primary facts about Bram. She finished what her hands were in the middle of before she shifted her attention. She did not drop things. She did not rush. Wren leaned against the doorframe of room 22 and watched. Audie came by, she said. I saw the car. Bram closed the case, latched it, stood. She had plastered dust on her forearms from something she'd been checking in the east wall, and she brushed it off with 2 brisk strokes and rolled her sleeves back down. Good visit. She told me about the Wren wallpaper, Wren said. In room 31. She said my grandmother chose it 10 years ago. Bram was still. Not frozen, not the stillness of someone surprised. The stillness of someone who has been waiting for a particular moment to arrive, and is, now that it has, giving it the space it requires. Yes, she said. About the same time as the letter started. Yes. Wren looked at her. The corridor was narrow enough that the distance between them was not large, and the light was low enough that she could not read Bram's expression in full detail, but she could read the shape of it, attentive, careful, not performing anything, not waiting to deflect, not preparing a management of the moment. The wallpaper was for me, Wren said. Or for whoever arrived. For the person the letters were going to. I think so, Bram said. I think she chose it when she made the decision about the correspondence. When she decided this was the shape of what she was doing. A pause. I didn't know about the wallpaper specifically until the first time I drove past and saw the inn from the road. She had described the rooms in the letters, but she'd never mentioned the Wren paper in 31. I found out the way you did, from Audie, actually the first time I stopped in town. Wren stared at her. You've met Audie. Briefly. On my second drive up, 2 years ago. I stopped for coffee at the place on the main street, the one with the green awning, and Audie was there. She introduced herself. She didn't tell me much. She said, "You're the one who's been looking at the inn from the road." I said yes. She said, "Good." And then she went back to her coffee. The corner of Bram's mouth moved. Not quite a smile, but the shape of one. I understood from the context that I had been evaluated and passed. "She does that," Wren said. Apparently. Wren was quiet for a moment. The corridor held them both, the winter light through the end window casting long rectangles on the floor, the building doing its low, steady sound around them. She was aware of something shifting in her, some small recalibration, the way you adjusted your weight on uncertain ground and found it steadier than you'd expected. "She told me the inn has a future," she said. She said it like it mattered. Bram looked at her steadily.
She did not say, "It does."
She did not say, "Of course it does." She picked up the equipment case and said, "Room 9 is still good at dusk if you wanted to think." She went downstairs. Wren stood in the corridor alone for a moment, the long window light on the floor, the sound of the inn around her, the specific warm place in the air that room 17's door leaked into the hall when the heating came on. She thought about all of it, the shoebox, the wallpaper, the 10-year correspondence with its careful preparation, the woman who had just told her in the most oblique possible terms that the window seat in room 9 was still available. She went to room 9. She sat in the window seat until it was fully dark. She did not think about the return ticket in her coat pocket. She thought about it a great deal. Chapter 7. 2 weeks is not staying. She made the call at 9 in the morning, standing in the kitchen with a mug in her left hand and the phone in her right, which was the wrong way around, and she knew it and did not change it. Mr. Hartley answered on the second ring with the brisk, prepared quality of a man who had been waiting to hear from her and had spent the time organizing what he wanted to say. "Ms. Ashby, I was hoping to hear from you this week. I wanted to update you on the assessment," she said. "The contractor is here. She's been working through the East Wing. The structural picture is coming into focus. And there's more to look at than the preliminary report suggested." This was true. It was also not entirely what she was calling about, and she was aware of this gap between what she was saying and why she was saying it, and she was choosing to stand in the gap a little longer. "I'm extending my stay." A brief pause. Mr. Hartley was too professional to express surprise, but she could hear him adjusting. "How long are we thinking?" "Through Christmas." She looked at the kitchen window, the grounds beyond it, the sky that was doing its usual undecided gray. "I'll reassess after the 25th. I want the assessment finished properly before I make any decisions about the estate." "Of course. That's entirely reasonable." Another brief pause. She could hear him making a note. "You'll want to let the demolition firm know the timeline. The contractor is already in communication with her office." Also true. She had spoken to Bram about this that morning briefly in the practical terms of scheduling, and Bram had received the news with the same quality she received most news, without visible surprise, with a nod that communicated understanding and something just underneath understanding. "I'll keep you informed of progress." "Very good. And Ms. Ashby." "Wren," she said. She did not usually say this. The name felt like something reclaimed, small, and deliberate.
A beat. Wren.
"Your grandmother spoke very highly of you. I've been handling her affairs for 11 years. If there's anything you need from this office, beyond the legal work, I know the building can be. I'm available." He said it in the tone of someone who has encountered a lot of things in 11 years working in a state like this one, and has settled into a certain practical accommodation of the unusual. "Thank you," she said. She hung up. She stood in the kitchen for a moment. The mug was in her left hand, and it was warm. The building made no sound at all, which was its version of listening. She was starting to think. When then went quiet, it was paying attention. And when it was paying attention, you had the faint, uncomfortable sensation of something regarding you from slightly outside the frame of vision. "All right," she said to no one in particular. Or to the kitchen. Or to whatever was in the kitchen that was not quite no one. The heating pipe ticked once, and then settled. She put down the mug, and went to find Bram. Bram was in the east corridor, as she usually was at this hour, which was the hour when the light came in at the angle most useful for assessing the condition of the window casings. She had a flashlight despite the angle of the light. She always had a flashlight, on the theory that you did not wait for the dark to remind you that you had won, and she was crouched at the junction of the east wall and the floor, looking at something in the baseboard with the specific focus of someone who has found a thing they already suspected. She did not look up when Wren arrived. "There's a lateral crack running about 4 feet along the base of the east wall," she said. "It's old. Not structural. The footings are sound, I checked last week. But it's admitting moisture and it needs addressing before spring." "Before spring," Wren said. Something in her tone. She had not shaped it to say anything. She had simply said the words. Made Bram look up. She looked at Wren the way she looked at most things. Directly, with the full weight of attention, not performing patience but also not rushing. "I'm extending my stay," Wren said. "Through Christmas. I called the lawyer this morning. I want the assessment finished completely before anything is decided." Bram held her gaze for a moment. Her expression was the expression of someone doing something precise in the interior, adjusting something, settling something, and then it resolved into the same steadiness it always was, but with something underneath it that had not been there before. Something that was very carefully contained, and that Wren might not have noticed if she had not been, over the past 5 days, learning to read the specific language of Bram Foss's face. "Okay," Bram said. "The demolition assessment is on hold until January. I'll call the office." She stood, uncurling from the crouch with the efficiency of someone whose body trusted itself. "The lateral crack is going to need epoxy injection and a moisture barrier. I can price that out as part of the report." "Do that," Wren said.
A beat.
"Do you need anything for room 7? Bram said. "The hearth. I was going to check the flue before the end of the week." Room 7. The room with the working hearth. Bram's voice was level. "South-facing, 2nd floor. If you wanted a fire in the evenings, the flue needs checking first. I'd rather do it now than when you've already lit something." Wren had not thought about a fire in the evenings. She thought about it now. She thought about the long dark of December evenings in a building that was full of small sounds and insufficient heat, and about the specific quality of firelight in old rooms, and about the fact that she had spent 5 days in this building and had not once let herself want something from it that wasn't practical. "Check the flue," she said. Bram nodded. She turned back to the baseboard, picked up her flashlight, considered the crack. "Bram." She looked back. Wren stood in the corridor with the winter light at her back and her left hand without anything to hold, which was a thing she usually corrected within about 30 seconds.
She did not correct it. She said, "Thank you. For the window seat.
For knowing what to say about the warmth in room 17. For all of it." Bram looked at her steadily. She did not deflect it, which Wren had been half expecting. The professional redirect, the just doing my job, the minor slide away from the directness of it. She received it. She held it. And then she said quietly, "I know it's a lot to land in." "It is," Wren said. "But I'd rather be here for it than not." The corridor held the sentence. Bram turned back to the baseboard. Her shoulders had settled a fraction. Something released in them. Something she had perhaps been holding without knowing she was holding it. Wren noticed this and noted it and moved it into the category of things she was accumulating without yet having a theory for. She went back to the library. She opened the laptop. She closed the email draft permanently, which was different from closing the laptop, which was a distinction she understood now. The evening, Bram checked the flue in room 7. She reported that it was clear that someone had swept it within the last year and done it properly, and that it was ready to use. She said this in the kitchen, over the tea Wren had made and put in front of her without asking. She said it while sitting at the table in the way she sat, with her whole body, taking up exactly the space she occupied, not apologizing for being there, and not over-occupying either. Wren had been watching this for 5 days and was beginning to think it might be the most deliberate thing she had ever observed in a person. She was going to need to think about it carefully. "I'll show you how to open the damper," Bram said. "There's a trick to the handle. It sticks slightly on the left, and you have to press it before you turn it." "Come show me," Wren said. They went to room 7 together. The room was larger than she remembered from the inventory. She had noted it as a medium room, east-facing, functional hearth, but the measurements on paper did not convey the proportion of it, the way the ceiling height related to the window, the way the hearth dominated the north wall, without crowding the space around it. The wallpaper was dark blue toile. She had not looked at it closely on her walkthrough. She looked at it now. Small scenes repeated across the deep blue ground, figures and landscapes, a bridge over a river, a woman standing in a doorway, looking out at something beyond the frame. She did not look at the wallpaper for very long. Bram crouched at the hearth. She showed Wren the damper handle, the left side pressure, the turn, and demonstrated it twice, and then stepped back and gestured for her to try it. Wren crouched beside the hearth and did it. The damper opened cleanly. "Good," Bram said. The word landed simply, without commentary. Not well done, not see, it's easy, just the acknowledgement of a task completed correctly, delivered to Wren the way you would deliver it to someone you expected to be capable of things. She had not realized until this moment how rarely she was treated as someone expected to be capable of things, and how much the difference cost her to notice. She built the fire. It was not a difficult thing to build, and she did not pretend it was, but she paid attention to it, to the kindling structure, to the catch, to the adjustment of the damper when the smoke needed to find its way up. Bram sat on the edge of the hearth's surround and watched without interfering. When the fire was going properly, producing the steady orange of something that had decided to work, Wren sat back on her heels and looked at it. "My grandmother used this room," she said. "The chair shows it. The armchair." She looked at the armchair to the right of the hearth, brown, worn at the arms, angled toward the fire the way a chair angled toward a fire only after years of use. "She sat here in the evenings, I think."
"Probably," Bram said.
She did not elaborate. Wren stood. She looked at the fire, at the room, at the toile wallpaper doing its small repeated scenes. "Stay for dinner," she said. It came out without the hesitation she'd have expected from herself, no preface, no framing of it as practical, no apology attached to the front of it. Bram looked at her. "I'm making soup," Wren said, which was only half true. She was going to make soup, starting immediately. "You don't have to." "I'm not, it's not. I just thought." "Yes," Bram said, straightforwardly, without making her finish the sentence. They went back to the kitchen. That night, after Bram had gone and the fire in room 7 had burned down to coals that would keep the room warm until morning, Wren stood at the kitchen window with the last of the tea and looked out at the dark. She had stayed. Not officially, not finally. She was staying through Christmas, which was 2 weeks, which was not staying, which was a temporary extension of the estate process, which was what she was doing here. She repeated this to herself with less conviction than she'd had that morning, and she found that this was all right. The carry-on was still packed. She had been living out of it, taking things out in the morning and putting them back at night, a ritual of impermanence that she was quite deliberately maintaining. She looked at it now, in the corner of the room where she had put it on arrival, and thought about unpacking it. She did not unpack it, but she set it upright instead of on its side. This was small. It was also the most definitive thing she had done since she arrived. Upstairs, somewhere on the 3rd floor, a window opened, and then closed again in the way a window opened and closed when no one was opening or closing it. She had learned to find this unremarkable. She stood at the kitchen window with her tea, and listened to the building settle around her, and understood that she was learning its language. That this was a thing a person did, with the place they were going to live in. She went to bed. She unpacked the flannel shirt in the morning and hung it on the back of the bathroom door, and she did not think about it being there, and this was the most honest thing she had done since September. Chapter 8. The Language of Being Useful. She had been given, at 24, a piece of advice by a woman on a job site in Harrisburg who was 63 and had been in construction for 35 of those years, and who had the specific authority of someone who has earned their certainty the hard way. "A building will tell you what it needs," the woman had said, "if you shut up long enough to listen." Most people don't shut up long enough. They come in with a plan, and they apply the plan, and then they wonder why the plan doesn't fit. Bram had been shutting up and listening to buildings ever since. The Aldermoor Inn spoke in a register she had not encountered before, which was not surprising. She had not encountered a building like this before, had not expected to encounter one in her lifetime, had understood for the last 10 years that the inn was an entity of a specific and unrepeatable kind. But the understanding in the abstract and the experience in practice were, as she had already established, different things. The inn spoke in temperatures and in light. It spoke in the way doors responded to approach, some swinging open before the handle was touched, some requiring a specific pressure she had to learn by feel, some simply stuck in the ways that old buildings stuck without enchantment. It spoke in the wallpaper, which she watched with a naturalist's patience and which did, in fact, move, not when you were looking directly at it, but in the peripheral register, the slight rearrangement she caught in the corner of her eye when she was doing something else. She had stopped trying to catch it directly. That approach was the wrong category of attention. She had been in the building for a week, and she understood its grammar better each day, and she was still not entirely certain what it was trying to say to her. She had her theories. The letter she thought about most, those first working days, was not the last one. The last letter from Cressida had arrived 7 weeks after her death, forwarded through the P.O. box the same as always, and it had said simply, "She's ready now. So are you.
Go."
3 sentences. Not a goodbye, not a retrospective, a direction, in the imperative mood, with the confidence of someone who had never doubted that the direction would be followed. She had packed her truck the next morning. No, the letter she thought about most was from 4 years ago, when Cressida had still been writing at length and had been working through. Bram had come to understand this only in retrospect, the question of what she was asking Bram to do, and whether it was fair, and whether she had any right to ask it. "I want to say something difficult," the letter had begun, which was how Cressida signaled that she was about to be precise about something she had not been precise about before. "I have been asking you to wait, implicitly, since the beginning of this correspondence. I have not said so directly. I am saying so now, so that you can choose whether the waiting is worth it to you with full information rather than half of it. What I am preparing you for may not happen the way I intend. She may arrive and choose the door that leads away from all of it, from the inn, from the magic, from whatever might have been possible between you. I have no certainty. I have a belief, and a grandmother's love for the person I believe in, and a second belief about you, and what you are capable of.
These are not small things.
But they're not a guarantee. If you want to stop writing to me, stop. If you want to do something else with the years I am asking you to hold in reserve, do it. I will love you regardless. What I am building here is an opening, not an obligation." Bram had put the letter down and looked at the ceiling of her apartment for a long time. Then she had written back. "I know," she had written. "I've always known it might not work. That's not what I'm doing this for. What are you doing it for?" Cressida had written back, and she had heard the old woman's voice in it clearly by then, the gentle directness, the precision used as care. "Because the possibility is worth the cost," Bram had written. "Because you've shown me something real, and I'd rather have stood next to it, even briefly, than have never stood next to it at all." She thought about this exchange while she worked through the inn's rooms. She thought about it while she catalogued the lateral crack in the east wall, while she tested the second-floor window casings for moisture damage, while she ate lunch in the truck and called Rue and updated her on the structural picture. She thought about it with the part of her mind she kept reserved for things that needed turning over, not urgently, not with anxiety, but with the patient attention of someone who knows a question is going to need answering and is not going to rush the answer. She thought about Wren, who had extended her stay through Christmas and had not unpacked her bag for 8 days and had started leaving one item a day on the bathroom hook or the kitchen counter, a slow and unacknowledged unpacking that Bram tracked without commenting on. The flannel shirt on the bathroom door, a book on the kitchen windowsill, a mug claimed from the cupboard and left in the drying rack with her name on it, effectively, in the language of claimed things. Wren did not appear to know she was doing any of this. This was, Bram had decided, one of the most specific things she had ever seen. On the 8th morning, Wren appeared at the east corridor doorway at 10:15 with a cup she had not been asked for, and set it on the windowsill within reach of where Bram was working, and did not say anything, and went back to the library. Bram drank the coffee. It was made the way she had taken it the first morning. She had said nothing about how she took it, and Wren had simply presented it correctly, which meant she had noticed on the first morning and had filed it and had been making it that way every subsequent day. This was the kind of attention that most people described as thoughtful, and that Bram understood as the precise language of someone whose care operated entirely below the level of announcement. She had been cataloging these small things, the coffee, the way Wren made a second chair available at the kitchen table without asking if Bram was staying, The way she moved through the hall in the mornings and always checked the east corridor in a way that was not quite checking on the work and was not quite checking on Bram and was probably both. She had been cataloging them because she was not ready to name them yet, and because naming them was Wren's work to do, not hers. She was patient. She had been patient for a decade. What she had not anticipated, had not allowed herself to anticipate in any specific way, because anticipation was a kind of claim, and she had not wanted to claim anything, was what watching Wren move toward something looked like from the inside. She had imagined arrival, reunion, the shape of the story resolving. She had not imagined the way Wren's jaw went careful when she was stopping herself from saying something, or the way she held things in her left hand when she was trying not to feel something, or the specific brightness in her eyes when the inn did something that surprised her, and as she let herself be surprised, genuinely, for a fraction of a second, before the professional inventory started back up. That fraction of a second was the thing. It was the thing Cressida had been trying to describe in the letters and had not quite managed, and Bram understood now. Why she hadn't managed it. Some things you had to be present for. The dining room wallpaper rearranged itself on the 9th day. Not dramatically. Not all at once. Bram was walking through the dining room after lunch, cutting through it on her way to the west stairs, and she noticed, in the peripheral register, in the way you notice these things, that the climbing roses on the south wall were slightly different from the way they had been that morning.
She stopped.
She looked at the wall directly. The paper was still, as it always was when you looked at it directly. She looked away at the window. In her peripheral vision, the roses moved slightly, a stem resolving to a different angle, a bloom opening further. She stood in the dining room for a long moment with the feeling of something beginning to align. The inn was accelerating. Not dramatically. It would not do anything dramatically, she thought, not with Wren still finding her way in, but perceptibly. Things that had been still were beginning to move. Doors that had required her precise knowledge of their operation were opening more readily. The light in room 17, which had been a quiet anomaly for the first week, was now measurably warmer at dusk, throwing the south corridor into an amber that had no explanation in the building's mechanics. Room 31's door had been shut every morning when she came to work. She checked it each morning anyway, as a matter of practice. She called Rue that evening from the truck. "The wallpaper is moving," she said. "Is that good or bad?" "Good. I think. The inn is, it's paying more attention." She looked at the second-floor library window, which was lit. Wren was still working or reading or doing the things she did in the evenings where she appeared to be working and was actually thinking. Something is coming into alignment. Because of Wren? Because of both of them, Bram said. Wren's deciding something. She hasn't finished deciding it, but she started. And you're just watching. I'm working. A pause. And watching. Bram. Rue's voice shifted into the frequency she used when she was about to say something she had been waiting to say. I want to ask you something, and I want you to think about it before you answer. Go ahead. You've been carrying this for 10 years. You've been careful and patient, and you've done the work, and now you're in the building and she's in the building and the thing is happening. I need you to tell me, and I need you to actually tell me, not the version you tell everyone else, how you are. Bram looked at the library window for a long time. I'm afraid, she said. She said it the way she said most things, quietly, without ceremony, as if the words were a structural report, accurate, necessary, no exaggeration and no minimization. Not of Wren, not of the magic or the cost or any of it. I'm afraid that I've been so careful not to want too much that I won't know how to stop being careful. When it's time to stop. Rue is quiet. I know what she needs, Bram said. I've been holding that knowledge for 10 years, and I know how to be exactly what she needs. What I don't know, she stopped. Found the words. What I don't know is who I am when I'm not managing the approach. When it's not about what she needs, and it can just be about what I want. What do you want? Rue asked. A long silence. I want her to see me, Bram said. Not the patience. Not the steadiness. Me. The uncertainty and the decade of carrying this, and the loneliness of knowing something for 10 years without anyone to tell it to. She looked at her hands on the steering wheel. I want her to see that and not flinch. She won't, Rue said. I don't know her, and I'm telling you she won't. You don't know that. I know what you've told me about her. She spent her whole life making herself invisible so other people won't have to deal with her. She is not going to see you be real and flinch. She's going to see you be real and, Rue paused. She's going to recognize it. Bram said nothing. I'm not going to say told you so when this works, Rue said. But I'm going to think it loudly. I know, Bram said. I'll call you Sunday. She put the truck in gear. As she pulled down the drive, she looked in the rearview mirror at the inn, its windows lit in amber, the northeast tower catching the last of the sky, the building solid on its rise above the town. It's real, she had told Rue, the first night. It was more than real. It was the place that had been made for exactly this, over a very long time, by someone who loved specifically enough to build a decade-long correspondence around a single hope. It was the weight of that specific love and the cost of it and the fact that it had worked, that she was here and Wren was here, and something was beginning. She drove down toward town with the inn in her rearview mirror and felt, for the first time in 10 years, the particular sensation of something that had been held at arm's length being allowed to draw close. It was, she discovered, the most frightening thing she had experienced in a very long time. It was also, considerably, the best. Chapter 9, Room by Room. The inventory was Wren's idea, and she had a practical justification for it. The estate required an itemized record of the inn's contents before any legal resolution could proceed, which was true, and she had a second, less practical reason that she was not going to examine too carefully, which was that she needed something to do with her hands and her attention while the building continued to do whatever it was doing, and while Bram continued to exist in it with the quality of a person who was simply completely there. She announced it at breakfast on the 10th morning, the first morning she had made enough coffee for two without needing to think about whether Bram would be there. Bram was there. She had been there since 8, and Wren had learned by now that Bram's arrival at 8 was as reliable as the boiler's morning announcement, and she had stopped pretending she didn't organize her own morning around it. I'm starting an inventory, she said. Every room, contents, and condition. I need it for the estate. She paused. If you're working in the East Wing anyway, it might be useful to do it together. So, I'm not duplicating the structural assessment. Bram looked at her over the coffee mug. When do you want to start? After breakfast. Room 8 or room 9? 8, Wren said. I've been in 9 enough. Bram's expression did the thing it sometimes did, the almost movement that resolved into steadiness, but which Wren had learned to read as a contained response rather than an absence of one. Room 8, she said. I'll bring the measuring tape. Room 8 was on the second floor facing north, a narrower room than some of the others with a single tall window and a wallpaper that was not doing anything unusual by the inn standards, pale green, a simple botanical repeat, stems and leaves in a darker green that had the patience of something that had made its peace with the room and was staying. It smelled faintly of cedar, and something else she could not place. The furniture was a narrow bed, a chest, a washstand that was purely decorative at this point, and a chair by the window that had been there long enough to have worn a small depression in the floor beneath its front legs. She noted all of this. Bram measured the window opening and recorded the result. They did not speak for the first 20 minutes except in the specific shorthand of joint work. I've got the south wall. Can you check the wardrobe dimensions? And Wren found, to her mild surprise, that it was one of the more comfortable silences she had been in for a long time. Room 9 was the window seat she'd been in before, and she went through it efficiently, noted the condition of the sill and the draft seal, and the way the light did the thing the light did. And she did not sit in the window seat because she was working, and because if she sat in it while Bram was also in the room something might shift that she was not ready to shift. She was accurate about this as a risk, and she kept moving. Room 10 smelled like oranges. Not faintly, substantively, fully, as if someone had peeled a dozen of them in here recently. She stood in the doorway and Bram stood beside her, and they both looked at the room, which had no fruit in it anywhere and had not had fruit in it recently based on the dust on the surfaces. Is it? Wren said. It always smells like that, Bram said. I checked the second day. There's no explanation in the building mechanics. Wren looked at her. The second day. It was notable. Did you write it in your assessment? I wrote olfactory anomaly, possible ventilation interaction with neighboring rooms. The corner of Bram's mouth. I stand by that. Room 10 smelled like oranges. Wren noted, Olfactory characteristic. No physical source identified. Consistent. She decided she liked this room.
She did not tell Bram this.
She moved to the next one. They worked through rooms 8 to 12 that first day and 13 through 17 the next, and somewhere in the middle of the second afternoon in room 14 something changed. She had been talking. Not intentionally. She was describing the window hardware in room 14 and had gotten, somehow, from the window hardware to the question of whether the room had been a guest room or a family room, which led to what she knew about family rooms and how she knew it, which led to the conversation about her mother's house that she had been not having for 2 years. It wasn't a dramatic confession. She did not sit down and deliver a prepared statement. She kept writing notes on her phone, and Bram kept measuring things, and she talked about her mother the way you talked about things when you were doing something with your hands, without the weight of full attention on the words, just the words themselves finding their way out because the conditions were right for them. She talked about the grief that her mother had performed when Wren was 19. She did not call it performance, she said. When I told my mother, she cried for 3 days and then she didn't stop talking about it for about a year. How hard it was for her, how she was processing it, and I was 19 and I had just told her something enormous, and I remember thinking, I am a thing that is happening to her. I am a difficulty she is managing. She said it in an even tone, the way she said most things. She did not look at Bram while she said it. Bram said nothing. She was measuring the window seat depth. She was paying full attention to the window seat depth. The particular trick of it, Wren said, was that she wasn't cruel. She never said anything awful. She said things that were about love and worry, and she meant them, I think, and I was still smaller at the end of every conversation than I'd been at the beginning. That's the harder version. The version where you can't be angry about it, because no one has done anything wrong. Bram put down the measuring tape and sat on the window seat. I know that version, she said. Wren looked up from her phone. My parents were in it for 15 years before they acknowledged it was over, Bram said. Neither of them was cruel. Both of them were very, very kind about a love that had stopped working, for a very long time, to everyone in the house. She looked at the window. I made a decision at 12 that I would rather be precise about hard things than kind about them to the point of cruelty. I still believe that. But I understand now that there are things between cruel and honest that are their own category. Wren looked at her. The room was warm in the way room 14 was warm. Not anomalously warm, not room 17's inexplicable warmth, but warm in the way of a room with good southern exposure and well-fitted windows that had been tending their own heat for a long time. Thank you for telling me that, she said. Bram nodded. She picked up the measuring tape. Seat depth is 22 inches, she said. Good proportions for the room size. Wren wrote it down. Room 17 was where she said the thing she had not said to anyone. They had been working for 2 hours in the unusual warmth, recording and measuring with the easy back and forth they had by now, and she was at the closet going through the contents. Linen mostly, old linen that smelled of cedar and thyme, and she was not thinking about what she was going to say next. She was thinking about the linen. She was thinking about the fact that her grandmother had folded this linen and put it here, that the fold lines were Cressida's fold lines, that the small embroidered mark in the corner of each piece was Cressida's monogram. She was thinking about the 89 years her grandmother had spent in this building and how she had not known them, those years had not been given them. I didn't come to the funeral, she said. Bram was behind her, checking the floor level at the baseboard. She was quiet. She died in September, and I didn't go to the funeral. I told myself it was because of the travel and the timing, and I told myself I had already grieved when she was still alive, during the years we weren't in contact, which was true, but also not the point. The point was, she stopped. She was holding a piece of linen with her grandmother's monogram. She was holding it very carefully. The point was that I was afraid when I would have to admit that it mattered to me. That she mattered to me. And I had been not admitting that for so long that I didn't know if I could afford to start. Bram was still. I'm going to carry that, Wren said. I know that. I don't need you to tell me it's all right. I haven't said it to anyone, and I think it needed to be said somewhere. She set the linen back. She closed the closet door. I said it here. In the warmest room in the building. She almost laughed. Almost. That seems appropriate. She turned around. Bram was crouched by the baseboard, but she was not checking the floor level. She was looking at Wren. Her dark eyes were steady and direct, and she was not performing composure. She was simply composing, the way she always composed, but there was something underneath it that was present in a way that had not been present before. Something that had decided to show itself. "You're here now," Bram said. "She knew you would be. She wrote about it, the fact that you would come, eventually, that you'd need time to arrive at it, but that you'd arrive." She paused. She was not waiting for an apology. She was waiting for this. Wren held the wall with one hand. It was not that her legs had stopped working. It was simply that having something to hold on to felt necessary. "She loved you," Bram said. "Very specifically. The way she talked about you in the letters, it was never about what you were supposed to be. It was always about exactly what you were." She looked at her hands. "That's not something I can return to her. But I thought you should know it." The room held them. The warmth held them. The inn made no sound. "You don't have to take that back," Bram said. Wren realized she had been about to. "Okay," she said. She left her hand on the wall. She did not take anything back. Room 17 was the last room of the day. They came back to the kitchen in the low December dark, snow coming in sideways past the kitchen window, the boiler announcing itself in the particular way that meant the temperature had dropped below freezing outside. Wren made soup. She did not announce that she was making soup. She simply started making it, and Bram sat at the table and read something on her phone, and neither of them talked about room 17, and it did not need to be talked about because it had already been said. The soup was lentil. The bread was the loaf she'd made yesterday, imperfect and good. She put the bread on the table and did not perform the offering of it. She just put it there, and Bram took a piece without asking if it was all right to take it, and this was the most natural thing in the world, and also, Wren understood, something she had not had before. This ease. This not managing the moment. She thought about what it meant. In the specific way she thought about things she was not yet ready to name, sideways, gradually, without looking at it directly. The snow went sideways past the window. The soup was good. Bram said, at some point, that the wainscoting in room 14 needed repriming before spring. Wren said she would put it on the list. The fire in room 7 was banked low. They would build it up again after dinner. Outside, December was doing its work. Wren thought, in the half-attentive way of someone whose defenses have been lowered by warmth and soup and a long day of carrying things carefully. "I like this." And then, because she was practicing, "I like this very much." She did not take it back. Chapter 10, Pell. She found the door open on a Thursday. She was coming down the third-floor corridor with her phone and her inventory notes, and half her attention still in the room 14 linen closet, which she had been trying to finish cataloging before noon, when she looked up and saw the door to room 12 standing ajar. She stopped. The door had been closed every morning. She had checked it, not every morning deliberately, but every morning she passed it, which was every morning she was on the third floor, which was most mornings now that the inventory had migrated upward. Every morning, closed, sitting slightly differently from the others, the handle the same temperature but the air around the jamb 2 degrees cooler in a way that her palm registered before her mind did. Every morning, closed. The door was open. Not wide open. For inches, maybe 5. Enough to see a slant of the interior, a section of floor, the edge of a window frame, the light from inside that was coming from the correct direction for a north-facing room, and was somehow more than the light a north-facing room should have in December. She stood in the corridor and held very still. The first thing she noticed was that she was not afraid. She had been half expecting fear. She had been standing outside this door for 10 days processing the specific quality of its differentness, and she had been reading it as something that required preparation before entry, something that would demand something of her. She had been afraid of what it would demand. She now understood. She had not been afraid of what was behind it. She was not afraid now. She was something else. She stood at the threshold. The room was a room. She could see this from the doorway. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that would announce itself to someone walking past without her particular accumulation of context. A single bed, stripped to the mattress. A window. A small table. A chair. A rug on the floor that might have been any color in better light, and was in this light the color of something old and cared for and used. And in the room, not in any specific location she could point to, Not in the chair or in front of the window or in any of the places you expected a presence to be present. She understood this before she had language for it. The room was occupied. Not by a person, not by anything she had a category for, but by something that had been here for a long time and had developed as things that are somewhere for a long time sometimes did, a kind of texture, a density. The air in the room had the quality of air that has been breathed by someone particular, that has taken on their characteristics the way air did in rooms where people lived and thought and stayed. The temperature dropped 2 degrees. She felt it on her forearms, on the back of her neck. Not cold, just different. The particular 2 degrees that said something was paying attention to her.
She did not go in.
She stood at the threshold and looked at the room and had the experience, unlike anything she could compare it to, which she found oddly reassuring, of being looked at by something that did not see in the way she expected things to see. It was not threatening.
It was not welcoming in the performative sense.
It was simply recognition of a specific and impersonal kind, the way a house recognized someone who belonged in it before the person knew yet that they belonged. She thought, "You've been here a long time."
She did not say it.
She thought it in the room's direction, and the temperature held its new degree, and the light from the window was the light from the window, and nothing else happened. But she had the very clear sense that the thought had been received. She sat down on the floor of the corridor. She did not know why she did this. It seemed like the right thing. Not in through the door, not turned away, but present in the hall with the door open and the room available to be looked at and looked from. She sat with her back against the opposite wall and her inventory phone in her lap, and she stayed. She did not know how long she sat there. Long enough for the light to shift slightly in the way December light shifted. Not much, this close to the solstice, but enough to register. Long enough that her legs were slightly stiff when she eventually moved. Long enough that when Bram came up the stairs and found her there, she did not feel as though the time had been wasted. Bram came up the stairs at the particular pace of someone who had already registered the stillness on the floor above and was moving toward it without alarm. She reached the landing and looked down the corridor and saw Wren on the floor and the door to room 12 ajar, and she did not change her expression or her pace. She sat down next to Wren on the hallway floor. She did not ask what had happened. She did not ask if Wren was all right. She settled herself against the wall with the unhurried ease of someone who had already decided that this was exactly the right place to be, and she looked at the open door to room 12, and she was quiet. Wren let the quiet be quiet for a while. "It's open," she said finally. She said it the way she said obvious things, acknowledging them rather than explaining them. "I came down the corridor, and it was open." Bram looked at the door. "Has it been before?" "Not since I've been here." "Okay." Not dismissive. Not analytical. Simply, "Okay, that's what this is. I'm here with you in it." Wren looked at the room, through the 4-inch gap. The density was still there. She could feel it from the corridor, the particular 2-degree difference, the texture of a presence that was not performing anything for her. It was simply continuing to be what it was, in the room, with the door open. "Does it bother you?" she said. "The things in this building." Bram thought about this. She did it the way she thought about things, actually not performatively. She looked at the door and gave the question the time it required. "No," she said. "Some things don't need explaining. They just need accommodating." Wren held that word. Accommodating. It was not the word she would have expected. It was not tolerating, not living with, not understanding. It was something specifically practical and specifically not diminished. You accommodated things you took seriously. "My grandmother used this room," she said. Not a question. She mentioned it once. She said there was a long-term resident on the 3rd floor she hadn't been introduced to exactly, but had an understanding with. An understanding. Wren looked at the room. What kind of understanding? She didn't say exactly. She said it was a question of courtesy. You kept your space tidy, you left the window cracked on certain nights, you didn't address the resident directly, unless addressed. She said the resident had been in the building longer than anyone she could account for and had as much right to the room as anyone else. Wren thought about this. She thought about what it meant to have a right to a room not because you owned it or paid for it or had been assigned it, but because you had been there long enough that your presence had become part of the building's structure.
"Pell," she said.
Bram looked at her. There was a name in the guest records. Old records from when the inn was still taking bookings. I found them in the study room 12 long-term.
Pell. No Sernam.
No check-in, no check-out.
She paused.
I thought it was a filing error. Maybe, Bram said. Or maybe it's just the name. If it's a name, Wren said, it's a name that's been on those records since before my grandmother came here. Before her grandmother, probably. She looked at the room. It doesn't feel malign. I've been standing outside this door for 10 days waiting to feel something bad, and I don't. It just feels, she searched for the word. Old, Bram said.
Yes, old.
Accustomed to itself. She paused. Like it knows what it is. The 2-degree difference was still there, measurably, on the back of her neck. She had decided she did not mind it. She had decided it was the equivalent of someone turning their chair slightly toward you in a room, a small adjustment of attention, not an approach. She thought, this is a place that does not require you to have a clean category for it. This was, she understood, the same thing the inn had been teaching her about itself since she arrived. About itself, about Bram, about the letters in the shoebox, about the Wren wallpaper in the room at the end of the east corridor. None of it fit into the categories she had brought with her. The categories were not the point. The thing itself was the point. She sat on the floor of the 3rd-floor corridor with the inventory phone in her lap and the open door to room 12 beside her and Bram at her shoulder, and she felt, in the way she felt things, sideways, without committing to the feeling before she confirmed it, something that she had not felt in a very long time. Something like the specific ease of being in the right place.
She did not say this.
But she thought it clearly enough that she did not need to say it, and the room 12 door continued to stand open, and nothing came out of it, and everything she felt in the corridor did not come from in there. It came from here, from the floor, from the particular warmth of the wall at her back and the particular quality of Bram Foss sitting next to her without needing to fill the silence with anything other than the fact of being there. She should have found this more alarming than she did.
She was going to think about that.
She let herself have it for a few more minutes first. After a while, Bram said, the east corridor window casings need addressing before Thursday. I found moisture intrusion in 2 of the 4. Okay, Wren said. I can have it patched by end of day Friday if the materials are in stock at the Dunmore Building Supply. Whatever you need. Bram stood. She offered a hand. Wren took it. The hand warm and certain and calloused in the specific places hands were calloused when they had worked tools for 20 years, and came to her feet. They stood in the corridor. The door to room 12 was still open. The 2-degree difference was still there. The light had shifted another fraction, December doing its minimal best. Wren looked at the room one more time. Thank you for sitting with me, she said. Bram looked at her in the steady, patient way. Yes, she said. Not of course. Not any time. Just yes. As if the answer had been given before the question was asked, and the confirmation was simply completing a record they both already knew. She went back downstairs to check the east corridor casings. Wren stood for a moment longer in the corridor. She looked at the room 12 door. I'll leave it open, she said, to no one in particular. Or to the room. Or to whatever was in the room that had decided today was the day for the door to stand ajar. The room did not respond. But it felt, to Wren, like the specific quality of something that has been waiting for a particular kind of permission and has now very quietly received it. She went back to the inventory. She started at room 13. Chapter 11. The Night the Radiator Speaks. She had been working in the east corridor for 3 hours past the point where the light was useful. This was not unusual. She worked past useful light often, had done since her 20s, when she'd learned that the end of the visible workday and the end of the productive workday were not the same thing, and that some problems revealed themselves only once the distraction of good visibility was removed, and you were left with texture, with sound, with the particular information that came in through the hands rather than the eyes. She had a headlamp. She used it methodically, sweeping each section of wall before she committed to anything. The east corridor had been giving her information for 4 days that she was still in the process of translating. The lateral crack in the baseboard she had already written up and priced out. The moisture intrusion in the window casing she had patched on Friday, and the patching had held through the weekend temperature drop, which was good. There was a stretch of plaster on the interior wall, maybe 6 feet, running between room 22 and room 23, that had been repaired at some point, perhaps twice, and had been repaired by someone who knew what they were doing, which narrowed it down to a period when the inn had staff or when Cressida had been younger. She had been following this repair like a thread, interested in what it was covering, interested in whether the underlying issue had been addressed or only managed. These were the kinds of problems she liked best. Not dramatic, not the catastrophic failure that announced itself, that left no room for process, but the slow ones, the ones that had been developing over decades under careful management, that required you to understand the history of the response in order to understand the problem itself. She thought about Wren. She was doing that more, thinking about her the way she thought about the building, with the patience of someone working through a problem that was not a problem and called for a different word. Wren was leaving items. The flannel shirt had been on the bathroom door for 12 days. A pair of reading glasses had materialized on the kitchen windowsill 3 days ago, perched on the frame with the casual authority of something that expected to be there. There was a book on the second-floor landing that had been there for a week and had migrated from the top step to the windowsill, which was not Wren moving it but also not the building moving it, because the building's small interventions had a different quality than the ordinary drift of objects through a space where someone was living. Someone was living here. That was the thing. Not temporarily. Not in the way that people who had rented a place for 2 weeks lived in it, not with the careful surface contact of someone who knew they were leaving soon. Wren had stopped touching the inn, as if it were borrowed. She touched it the way you touch something you were responsible for, which was different, which cost something different. Bram had been watching this without naming it. She had been very careful not to name it. That was not her job here, or rather, it was not the right moment for it to be her job here, and she had held the line on that with a discipline that was starting to have a texture of its own, something she could feel the weight of in the evenings when she drove back into town and sat in the truck outside the rental she'd found for the duration and thought about what she was doing and whether she was still doing it right. The radiator ticked. She stopped. The radiator in the east corridor had been ticking since she'd arrived, a routine announcement of temperature and pressure, the building's most practical vocabulary. She had catalogued its patterns over 2 weeks. The single tick that meant the temperature had changed, the 2 short ticks that the boiler used to signal freezing outside, the occasional cluster of 3 that she had not yet fully decoded. She had come to find it companionable, the way you found things companionable once you had learned their language. This was 2 ticks short in a row. The temperature outside had just dropped below freezing. She had already known this, had felt it in the way the east wall held its cold differently after dusk, but the radiator telling her felt like the formal acknowledgement of something she had known informally for an hour. She straightened from the baseboard and looked at her phone. 9:47. She looked down the corridor at the door to room 31. It was shut, as it always was. Flush in its frame. Not quite flush. Never quite flush. The slight not sitting right that she had catalogued on day 1 and had not addressed because it was not a building issue. The door to room 31 did not stick because of the wood. She had understood this from the first week. It had nothing to do with the wood. But there was light. Not through the gap at the threshold. The gap was too narrow for light, and anyway the light would have been cold, northerly. The spare December darkness that was all the inn's windows admitted at this hour. This light was different. It was coming from somewhere inside the door frame itself, from the space between the door and the jamb, a thin line of it that was not cold, and was not amber, and was not any color she could readily name. It was the color of old paper held against a window. It was the color of something that had been waiting for a while. She stood in the corridor and looked at it. The 2-degree drop was in the air, not the Pell-specific chill from the 3rd floor, which she had felt twice now and had her own calibration for, but the general cold of the building settling into night. She was warm enough, her flannel and the work having kept her blood moving. She had her headlamp on her forehead, pushed up. She had a flashlight in her jacket pocket. She was prepared for the dark in the way she was always prepared for the dark. She walked to the door to room 31. She stood in front of it. The light at the jamb was steady, not flickering, not fluctuating, simply present. She could hear nothing through the door. She raised her hand and put 2 fingers to the wood, not quite a knock, not the full flat palm she used to test a wall's hollow. The door swung inward. Not fully. 3, perhaps 4 inches. just far enough that the light inside the room was visible, and just far enough that she could see what the light was falling on. The wallpaper, the cream ground and dark ivy, and the small repeating wren. The armoire flush against the far wall, solid and still, its surface catching the light in a way that suggested the light was warm, was directed. Coming from no source, she could see through the gap.
She did not go in.
This was not fear. Fear was not the word. It was more the specific instinct of someone who had learned, over 10 years of thinking about this building and this story, that timing was one of the things you did not rush. She had driven past this building 3 times before she came to it. She had spent a decade reading letters that were not addressed to her, but which she had received as a kind of inheritance. Of their own. She was not a person who forced the moment. She stood in front of the ajar door to room 31 and let it be ajar. After a while, she stepped back. She sat down in the corridor, her back against the opposite wall, the way she had found Wren sitting outside room 12, and the similarity of the posture struck her with a humor she held quietly, not sharing it with anyone because there was no one here, just the building and her and the thin line of light at the jamb. She took out her phone. Rue answered on the second ring, which meant she was awake and had been expecting the call, which meant that the call Bram had told her she would make on Sunday had been received as a promise rather than a forecast. "It's almost 10, Rue said, by way of greeting. "I was working. In the building. In the east corridor." Bram looked at the ajar door. The light was still there. "Room 31 open tonight." A pause. Define opened. "Swung inward about 4 inches when I put my hand to the door. Didn't go in." She held the phone against her ear and kept her eyes on the door. "There's light inside. I don't know what's producing it. Is it? I'm trying to think of a rational explanation." "Don't bother. I gave up on rational explanations for this building on day 3. "Fair enough." She could hear Rue settling into her couch, the specific sound of springs and a person adjusting their weight. "So, what does it mean?" "The door opening. It means we're closer." Bram kept her voice level. It was the structural report voice. "The building is accelerating. The wallpaper's been moving for over a week. Room 17 is running warmer. Pell's door opened for Wren. It's all pointing in the same direction."
She paused.
"Something is about to happen."
"I don't know exactly what."
"But you have a theory." "I have 10 years of letters and a very particular grandmother's very particular preparations." She looked at the door. "I know what's in that room. I've known since the first day what's in that room, and what it means, and what it's going to cost."
She stopped.
"Bram." "I know. Tell me anyway." She looked at her hands on the phone, the callous places, the ring on her right hand that she had not explained to anyone in 4 years. "I'm not as ready as I thought," she said. "I have been telling myself for a decade that I understood the weight of this, that I had accounted for all of it, and I think I did, mostly. I accounted for the waiting and for the not knowing and for the possibility it might not work. I wrote Cressida back and told her I understood the risk. But there's a specific thing I didn't account for." She found the words. "I have been the person who knows for 10 years. I have been the one carrying the context, the one with the letters, the one who understood the shape of things before anyone else arrived. It's kept me going. The knowledge.
The certainty."
She looked at the door to room 31, its thin, warm light. "And now I'm in the building, and Wren is in the building, and the thing is actually happening, and the knowledge doesn't protect me from it the way I thought it would. I am just as frightened as I would have been if I'd walked in here with nothing." Rue was quiet. "Not of Wren," Bram said.
"I want to be clear about that."
"I'm not afraid of her. I'm afraid of what it looks like to need something I don't know how to ask for. I've been the patient one. The certain one. I've been managing the approach so carefully that I don't know what I look like when I stop managing." "You look like a person," Rue said.
"A real one."
"That's what you look like. That's what I'm afraid of." "I know," Rue said, and her voice was the warmth it went to when she wasn't performing warmth, when she was simply being it.
"Bram.
You have spent 10 years being absolutely certain about one thing. And the thing is here. And you're terrified. That's not evidence that the certainty was wrong. It's evidence that it was real." Bram closed her eyes briefly. She extended her stay through Christmas. "I know. You told me." She's leaving items around the building. A flannel, glasses on the kitchen windowsill. She's been making coffee for 2 every morning without. She doesn't register that she's doing it. She just does it. I know. She told me about her grandmother. In room 17. She paused. She told me she didn't go to the funeral. Rue made a small sound. That's not nothing.
No.
It's very much something. The question is whether she knows how much. Bram looked at the door. The light at the jam had gone. She realized, quietly, without announcement, while she was talking. The door was still ajar for inches, but the interior was dark now. Just the ordinary dark of an unlit room. I think she's almost there. I think she's been deciding for 2 weeks, and she's almost decided. And when she does? Then I stop managing, Bram said. Then I just am. And she can do whatever she needs to do with that. And what you need to do? Rue's voice was careful. Not what she needs. What do you need, Bram, when it finally happens? The corridor was quiet. She sat with her back against the wall opposite room 31. The door 4 inches open in the dark. The building settled around her in the way it settled at night. Deep, attending, not asleep. She looked at the door. I need her to know it costs something, she said quietly. Not as a debt. I don't want her to feel indebted. I need her to know that I chose this. That it was not easy and I chose it anyway. Not once. Every year, every letter, every time I drove past from the road and went home again. She stopped. I need it to be received. The choice. All 10 years of it. She'll receive it, Rue said. She's been receiving things her whole life and never knowing it.
She'll know how.
Bram looked at the open door. I don't know her number, she said after a moment.
I'm sorry, Wren.
I've been in this building for 2 weeks. I don't have her number. I just realized that. She felt, despite everything, the specific absurdity of it. I've been preparing to meet this woman for 10 years, and I don't have her phone number.
Who looked?
It was a good laugh, the kind that had warmth in it rather than at someone's expense. You could knock on a door. It's 9:47. The inn's lights are probably still on. You told me she works late. Bram looked at the door to room 31, then at the ceiling, then at the floor of the corridor, which was old wood in the pattern of something that had been walked on with intention for 100 years. She thought about what it meant that she had sat here in this corridor and had Rue on the phone and had not knocked. That she had been right here, 20 yards from the staircase, and had called Rue instead. I'll call you Sunday, she said. You said that last week. I'll actually call you Sunday. That's what you said last week.
Wait.
Go to bed, Bram. Not necessarily yours. She hung up before Bram could respond to that, which was typical and which was one of the reasons Bram had been telling her the truth for 8 years. She sat for another moment in the corridor. The door to room 31 was 4 inches open in the dark. She thought about knocking on Wren's door. She thought about what she would say if she knocked, and she found, turning it over in the way she turned practical problems over, looking for the load-bearing point, that she did not know. She knew how to say, the east corridor casing needs work. She knew how to say, your grandmother said the window seat in room 9 is the best place in the house to think. She knew how to be present, useful, patient, steadily there. She did not know, she realized with a clarity that was itself the thing she had been afraid of, how to simply knock on the door because she wanted to. She had spent 10 years being certain enough for both of them. She was going to have to learn a different kind of certain. She put her tools away. She did it with her usual care, the level nested in the case, the measuring tape coiled and clipped, the pencil in its pocket, because the end of the workday mattered as much as the beginning, and because she was who she was even when who she was frightened and uncertain, and sitting on the floor of a corridor at nearly 10 in the evening. She picked up the equipment case. She looked at room 31's door, 4 inches open, the dark behind it quiet and attentive. Not yet, she said, quietly, to the building or to herself. She had stopped distinguishing between the two some days ago. She went downstairs. The kitchen light was on. She could see it from the bottom of the stairs, warm amber under the door, the sound of something being set down on the counter with the particular quiet of someone who was trying not to be loud because they thought the rest of the building was asleep.
She stopped.
She stood at the foot of the stairs with the equipment case in her hand and the kitchen light warm under the door, and she thought about Rue saying, "Not necessarily yours." She put her hand on the door. She stood there for 3 seconds.
4.
She took her hand off the door. She went out through the side entrance, the way she came and went when she was leaving for the night, and she crossed the drive in the cold, and she got in the truck, and she sat for a moment in the dark before she started the engine. Inside, the kitchen light was still on. She drove back into town with the inn in her rearview mirror, lit and present on its rise, and she felt the weight of the not yet with a precision she had not allowed herself before. Not with grief. Not with frustration. With the particular knowledge of someone who had just established, clearly and without ambiguity, the exact shape of what they were hoping for. It was not an abstraction anymore. It had stopped being an abstraction several days ago, if she was being honest, and she was trying to be honest. She parked outside the rental. She sat. She did not know Wren's phone number. This was, she decided, something she was going to need to address. In the morning, she thought. In the morning, she would ask. She went inside. She did not sleep well, which was unusual, and which she catalogued in the matter-of-fact way she catalogued structural findings. This is what the building shows when you press it. This is the thing that is actually there. Chapter 12. What the wallpaper keeps. She woke at 5:30 to the smell of her own coffee. This was not possible. She was the only person in the building, had been the only person in the building since Bram left at nearly 10 the previous night, and the coffee was in the kitchen 2 floors down in a French press she had not set up the night before. She knew this with the certainty of someone who had been doing the small rituals of departure for 23 days now, setting the press ready, leaving the kettle full, because the small rituals were the things she held on to when the building was otherwise holding most of the territory. She had not set up the press last night. She had gone to bed at 11 with her book and a mug of chamomile, which she had not wanted but which had the virtue of not being coffee, which meant she might sleep. The smell was coming up from the kitchen. She lay in the window seat with the quilt pulled to her chin and looked at the ceiling and tried to locate the smell in the category of things the inn did that were not alarming. The lights coming on. The door opening. The cup on the windowsill. The window opening on the 3rd floor. She had a good catalogue by now of the building's ordinary strangeness. She had been working with it rather than against it for more than 2 weeks, and she had stopped requiring explanations for most of it. Coffee was new. She got up. The kitchen, when she reached it, was lit in the early morning amber that the gas fixture made when the sky outside was still dark and the room was its own light source. The French press was on the counter, steaming. 2 mugs were already placed. The kettle was not on. The coffee had not required the kettle, which was a question she added to the list of things she was not going to press for an answer on. She stood in the kitchen doorway in her socks and the oversized sweater she used as a house dress and looked at the 2 mugs. The inn, she thought, was communicating something. It had been communicating things in increasing volume for a week now. The wallpaper, the light, room 31's door last night, which she had not seen but had heard Bram mention when she came down to the kitchen at 10 for a glass of water and found the side door had just closed. She had thought about calling after her. She had stood at the kitchen window and watched the truck lights come on and had thought about it. She had not. She looked at the 2 mugs. She poured herself one. She left the second where it was. She sat at the kitchen table with her coffee and the gray pre-dawn and the smell of old wood and winter in the walls, and she thought about the things she had been not thinking about in the orderly, deliberate way she managed not thinking about things that mattered. She thought about room 9 and the specific quality of the light there that her grandmother had recommended from a letter to a stranger, and she thought about the flannel shirt on the bathroom door that had been there for 12 days and that she looked at every morning when she brushed her teeth and felt, without ever naming it, something like recognition. She thought about the linen in room 17's closet with Cressida's monogram, and about what she had said in that room, and about Bram saying, "You don't have to take that back." She thought about the way Bram sat at this table. She thought about it specifically, the quality of it, the particular way she took up exactly the space she occupied, and no more, not apologizing for her own presence, not over-explaining it, just there. She had been watching this for 3 weeks with the attention she gave things she was trying to understand, and she understood it now, in a way she had not understood it on the first day. It was not natural ease. Or it was, but it was also something earned, something practiced into naturalness over years of choosing it. Bram was not effortlessly present. She was effortfully present in a way that had become so habitual it looked effortless, which was the most difficult kind. Wren thought, I have been learning the wrong lesson from her. She had been watching Bram and cataloging the fact of the steadiness, the competence, the way she moved through the building with the full weight of her attention. She had been watching these things and thinking, that's who Bram is. That's what Bram is. And she had been wrong, or not wrong exactly, but insufficient. She had been seeing the practice and not the person underneath it, the person who had driven past this building from the road 3 times before coming in, the person who had a decade of letters in a shoebox under her bed, the person who was afraid of something she had not yet named to Wren in any direct way, but which Wren could feel in the way she felt most things, sideways, in the peripheral register, in the quality of the space between them. She thought, there is something Bram is afraid of. She thought, it is probably the same thing I am afraid of. The kitchen went on being amber and warm and too quiet, and Wren sat with her coffee and felt the day beginning to assemble itself, and somewhere outside the first light was doing what first light did in December, arriving late and without fanfare, gray at the edges of the dark. She heard the side door. She did not move. She sat with her coffee and listened to the sounds of arrival, the stamp of boots on the mat, the particular sound of the equipment case being set down by the newel post. She had learned this sequence, as well as she had learned the boiler's vocabulary. Bram arrived at 8. Today was 8:12. She heard the sound of her coming through the hall, the familiar rhythm of it, and then the kitchen door opened and Bram was there, in the doorway, still in her coat, and she looked at the French press and then at Wren, and then at the second mug, and her face did the thing it did, the slight recalibration, the reading of the room, and then it settled back into steadiness, but the steadiness was different this morning. She had not slept well. Wren could see it in the quality of her stillness, which was the same stillness as always, but slightly more effortful, the way you could tell a wall had been repaired by looking at the texture after the paint dried. You didn't make that, Bram said. No, Wren agreed. Bram looked at the press. Is it?
Yes.
It's good. Wren pushed the second mug toward the edge of the table. I left it for you. Bram came in and took off her coat and hung it on the chair back with the habitual precision of someone who hung their coat in the same place every day, and she wrapped her hands around the mug, and she sat down. They were quiet. This was not unusual. Wren had learned that the mornings were quieter between them, not because there was less to say, but because the mornings were the hours when neither of them was quite at the surface yet, and they had arrived at a mutual accommodation of this, without discussing it. She made coffee. Bram arrived. They sat. The building woke up around them. She was aware that today was different in a way she did not fully have language for yet. She was aware of Bram across the table, the particular quality of her this morning, the tiredness beneath the steadiness, the way her hands were both around the mug in a way she did not usually hold it, usually one hand, the thumb hooked through the handle, efficient. Both hands today. Holding on. You didn't sleep, Wren said. Not especially. She waited to see if Bram would say more. Bram looked at her coffee. She did not say more. Room 31's door, Wren said. Bram looked up. I came down for water last night. I heard you leave. Wren held her mug. The light through the kitchen window was still gray, still working at itself. The door opened for you. A pause. For inches, Bram said. I didn't go in. Why not? Bram set her mug down and looked at it. Not evasion, consideration. The specific kind of consideration she gave questions she intended to answer honestly, and was taking the time to be honest rather than approximate. Because it wasn't time, she said. The building can want something before the time is right for it to happen. The door opening, I think the inn was telling me we were close. Not that we were there. Wren looked at her. How do you know the difference? I don't always. She met Wren's eyes. I've been wrong before, about timing. I've pushed into rooms before I was ready, and I've missed things because of it. I've been trying, this whole time, to let the building lead. A pause. And to let you lead. I know I've been, she stopped. She started again. I know I've been patient in a way that has probably read as withholding. I want you to know that it isn't. Or, it isn't only that. What else is it? I don't want to move faster than you, Bram said. I have information you don't have. I know things about this building and your grandmother's intentions that you've been receiving in pieces over 3 weeks and that I've been holding for 10 years. That's not an equal position. And I have been very aware that pushing from a position of advantage is not the same as being invited. Wren was quiet. I'm waiting to be invited, Bram said. She said it quietly, in the voice that was almost the same as her normal voice but slightly quieter, the voice Wren had learned to pay attention to. I'm not waiting because I'm uncertain. I'm waiting because you deserve to be the one who, she stopped again, looked at her hands. Wren stood up. She stood up without deciding to. Her body made the decision before her mind had finished the sentence, the way it had happened twice before in her life in ways she still thought about. At 26, when she'd walked into the clinic for the first appointment she'd been circling for a year. At 19, when she'd walked into her mother's kitchen and said, I think I might be a lesbian. The body knew before the mind was done arguing. She walked around the table. Bram went still. Not a flinch. Not the stillness of someone afraid or bracing. The stillness of someone receiving something with their full attention, someone who has been trained out of the reflex of deflection. She looked up when Wren reached her, and she did not look away. Wren put her hand against Bram's jaw. She felt the scar there, the slight texture of it, the warmth of her skin in the cold kitchen. She felt Bram's breath change, not sharply, not dramatically, but the way breathing changed when it became aware of itself. She was not afraid. She noticed this. She had been expecting to be afraid, had been preparing for it, cataloging the ways the fear would present and how she would manage it. The fear did not come. What came instead was something plainer and more enormous than fear, something that had no apology attached to the front of it. She kissed her. Bram was completely still for 1/2 second, and then she wasn't. Her hand came up to Wren's waist, not pulling, not guiding, just landing there with a warmth and a weight that said, I am here, I have always been here, I was waiting for this with my whole body without knowing I was waiting. She kissed back the way she did most things, completely, without extraneous motion, as if she had thought about exactly this and found that the thought was insufficient and had stopped thinking. When Wren stepped back, the kitchen was exactly as it had been. She had expected something to be different. She had expected, she realized, to feel the ground shift or the air change or the building do one of its announcements. But the kitchen was the kitchen, the amber gaslight, the 2 mugs on the table, the gray December morning through the window. Bram was sitting with her hands on the table and looking at Wren with an expression she had not seen before, something that was not the steadiness and not the almost smile and was, instead, just open. Directly, simply open, the face of someone who has stopped managing the surface for long enough to let the underneath show. And then, visible through the kitchen doorway in the dining room beyond, the wallpaper. The climbing roses on the south wall of the dining room were not where they had been. She could see them from here, the change unmistakable, not the subtle peripheral shift of the last 2 weeks, but a full rearrangement. The roses migrated across the wall to the east side, climbing something that hadn't been there before. Not a trellis. Not any structural feature. The shape they had made. She could not have said exactly what the shape was. She did not try to name it. It was the kind of shape that presented itself to recognition rather than analysis. You looked at it and you knew what it was, and you did not need to call it anything in particular. She looked at it for a moment and felt the back of her throat do the thing it did when something was too large and too exact to look at directly. She turned back to the kitchen. Bram had not looked. She was looking at Wren with the same open expression. She had either not seen the wallpaper or had chosen not to redirect toward it. Wren's left hand found the edge of the counter. She held the counter edge, and she did not look at the dining room wallpaper, and she did not say anything about it, and she did not take back what had just happened, which was the most deliberate thing she had done in this kitchen or possibly anywhere. Coffee's getting cold, she said. The corner of Bram's mouth moved. It is, Bram agreed. Wren sat back down at the table. She picked up her mug. She drank her coffee. Bram drank her coffee. The building held them both in the quiet amber morning with the December light coming in through the window and the wallpaper in the dining room rearranged into its particular wordless shape, which neither of them looked at directly, which they did not need to look at, because the shape of it was already in the room with them, and neither of them required a name for it. She held her mug in her left hand. She was aware that she was holding it, the familiar weight, the warmth, the way she held things when she was trying not to feel something. She was aware of this, and she looked down at it, and she set it down. She left her hand on the table, open, doing nothing. The kitchen was warm. The building was quiet. Somewhere above them, in the east corridor, a door that was not quite flush in its frame sat 4 inches open and held its light and its patience, and Wren sat in the kitchen with her hands on the table and felt the particular sensation of something she had been braced against not arriving, the shame, the flinch, the voice that said you are a burden, and the silence where it should have been was enormous and clear and the most specific thing she had felt in years. She thought, in the half-attentive way she thought about things she was allowing herself to know. I want this. And then, because she was practicing, I am not afraid of wanting it.
She did not take it back.
Bram refilled both their mugs without being asked. Outside, the December morning made its slow gray progress towards something approaching light. Chapter 13. Callum arrives without warning. The snow was coming in sideways on a gray December afternoon when the cab pulled up the drive. She had not heard a car. She had been in the library with the estate documents spread across the desk, which was the most honest arrangement of them she'd managed, not in the folder, not in the carry-on, not stacked neatly in the way she stacked things when she was pretending to herself that they were settled. Spread out, annotated, with the laptop open beside them and a list of questions she had not yet sent to Mr. Hartley but was not sending because of avoidance. She had been doing this for 2 hours with the specific productive concentration of someone who had decided to do the thing and was doing it, and she had been, intermittently, aware of Bram in the east corridor above her, the measured sounds of work traveling through the ceiling. She had been intermittently aware of Bram at all times since the kitchen 4 days ago. This was not surprising. She had been intermittently aware of Bram since the first morning, if she was being accurate. The difference was that she had stopped cataloging the awareness as data and had started simply experiencing it. This was an adjustment. She was making it gradually, with the imperfect consistency of someone learning a thing and not expecting to have learned it all at once. She had not said anything about the wallpaper. Bram had not said anything about the wallpaper. They had eaten dinner in room 7 2 nights running by the fire, and they had talked about many things: the east corridor repairs, the garden structure, a book she had found in the library that turned out to be an original edition of something Bram had an opinion about, and they had not talked about the kitchen, and they had not needed to, because the kitchen was still there, and they were both in it every morning, and every morning Bram arrived and the coffee was made, and they sat in the amber quiet, and neither of them was performing anything for the other. She had reached for Bram's hand the second night, in room 7, in the dark after the fire had gone low. Bram had held it without comment. This was the right response. She would have pulled back from anything that made it larger than it was, not because it wasn't large, it was enormous. It was one of the larger things she had done in her adult life, but because the size of it was private, hers, and she needed to hold it herself for a little longer before she handed it to anyone else's language. Bram understood this. She was beginning to understand in a larger way than she had understood it before, that Bram understanding things about her was not surveillance. It was not the unsettling intimacy of someone who had studied her from the outside and learned to predict her. It was, and she was still working on the right word, more like the specific recognition of someone who had been looking in the same direction for a long time and had simply, over the course of looking, come to understand the landscape. She was in the middle of thinking about this, which was probably why she did not hear the car. What she heard was the front door. The front door's opening had a particular quality she had catalogued on day 1. The ease of it, the way it didn't need the full turn of the key, the specific silence of a latch that lifted before contact. The building announcing itself. She had heard it open for her and for Audie, and once for the postal carrier, who had a package that needed a signature and who had managed to look only slightly unnerved by a door that opened before he'd knocked. She heard it now, and she came to the top of the stairs. The door was open, but only halfway. She had not registered this as significant in real time. She had noted it and filed it in the column of the inn's behaviors without particular analysis. She would think about it later. That the building had opened for Callum, but not all the way. that there was a category of welcome that was distinct from a full one. Her brother was standing in the foyer. He was 35, and had the look of someone who had always been slightly larger than a room required. Not tall, not imposing, but with the quality of someone who had learned that taking up space was the first condition of being taken seriously and had practiced it into his bones. He had a bag at his feet. A good bag, the kind you bought when you traveled often enough to have opinions about bags. He was wearing a coat that was slightly too nice for the drive from wherever he had come from, which meant he had thought about arriving. He had his phone in his hand, and he was looking at it with the specific focus of someone who had a speech prepared and was reviewing the notes.
"Callum," she said.
He looked up. He had her mother's coloring and their father's jaw, and the combination of these things had always made him look, to Wren, like the more complete version of a draft she had been an early iteration of. She had stopped being bothered by this somewhere around 27. She noted it now with the detached accuracy of someone who had processed the thing and moved past its emotional charge. Wren. He said her name the way he had said it since she was 16. Not her full name, just the one syllable, deployed with a warmth that was real and a slight emphasis that was something else. "I was in the neighborhood." "You were in the neighborhood of a small town 3 hours from the city." He had the good grace to look briefly sheepish. It moved across his face and left. "I was driving through the region. There's a client up near Hartwell." He looked around the foyer. His eyes found the wallpaper. She watched them find it, the pause, the slight adjustment. "I thought I'd stop in. See how it's going." "You could have called." "I tried. You don't always pick up." This was true. She had not been picking up with the same urgency she brought to things in the city, where her phone felt like an extension of her obligations. Here it felt like a guest she was entertaining intermittently. "I would have picked up for you," she said. She was not sure this was true. He was looking at the foyer now with the expression of someone doing a different kind of assessment than the one they had arrived with. She could see him recalibrating. Not the building's strangeness. Not that. He had not been here long enough to feel that yet. He was recalibrating Wren. The particular Wren who was standing at the top of the stairs in a flannel he had not seen before and no particular expression of managed friendliness, and did not appear to be surprised to see him in the way she would have been surprised 6 months ago. "It's bigger than I thought," he said. "It's 31 rooms." "I know. I read the documents." She came downstairs. He met her at the bottom, and they did the particular embrace of siblings who loved each other across a distance, close, brief, real in the way it was real and abbreviated in the way it was abbreviated, and both of them knew the abbreviation for what it was. She had stopped blaming him for it. She had been working on this for 2 years. She was getting better. "You should have called," she said again, without heat. "You would have told me not to come." "I might have." "I know." He looked at the foyer, the wallpaper, the staircase. "She never let Mom come here. Did you know that? After whatever happened between them, the door was closed, Cressida closed it. Completely." "I knew. Does it bother you? Being here after all that?" She thought about this honestly. "No," she said. "I think it's the right place for the thing I'm trying to do." "And what are you trying to do?" She looked at him. He was asking a genuine question, she thought, not a tactical one, not positioned to argue. He was standing in the foyer of his grandmother's and with a bag at his feet, and the look of someone who had driven 2.5 hours to ask a question he could not figure out how to ask over the phone. "Come have tea," she said. "I'll tell you what I know." He followed her to the kitchen. She put the kettle on. He sat at the table and looked around the kitchen the way he had looked around the foyer, taking inventory, making assessments, trying to understand the terms of a place he had no prior experience of. She could see him doing this, and she could see it working against him, the way inventory taking always worked against you in a building that did not yield to inventory. The kitchen was just a kitchen. The building's particular quality was not legible in the kitchen on first exposure. He would need to be here for longer before the building decided what he was. She made tea. She sat across from him. She put the mug in front of him the way she put things in front of people, without asking, without commentary. "She's left everything to you," Callum said. "The whole estate."
"Yes."
"You've seen the will." "I have." "There's no provision for," he stopped. "Recalibrated." "I'm not contesting it."
"I want to be clear about that."
"I'm not here to contest anything." "I know." She did know. She had known Callum long enough to know when he was managing a conversation and when he was in one, and he was barely managing this one, which meant it was actually mattering to him. I just want to know what you're doing, he said. You extended your stay. You're still here. The assessment is on hold. I don't, he paused, and in the pause she heard the thing he was not saying, which was, I don't understand you. I have been not understanding you for a long time, and it is starting to cost me something. What are you deciding? I'm not sure yet, she said. Honest. The practical question. I know what the practical question is. She held her mug. The practical question is whether to sell it or demolish it or keep it, and any of those has tax implications and estate implications, and I'm working through all of them with a lawyer. I have a lawyer. I know you have a lawyer. Then you know I'm not running the estate by instinct. She looked at him. I'm being thorough, Callum. I came here to be thorough. He was quiet for a moment. She watched him adjust, the slight release in his shoulders, the recalibration away from whatever speech he had rehearsed in the car, and toward the conversation that was actually in front of him. This was the thing about Callum. He was, when he stopped performing the role of concerned older brother, actually capable of being present. He had been present for her in specific moments, in ways she held on to. He had called her 3 times after she started transitioning, just to call, not to process anything, just to be her brother on the phone. She had not forgotten those calls. Mom's going to ask, he said. I know. She's going to want to know if you're selling. She'll have to wait with everyone else. She paused. Tell her the estate process takes time. That's true. She knows something's happening with you. Callum wrapped his hands around the mug, and she noted this. The same gesture. The same instinct toward warmth and weight. She can't name it, but she knows. He stopped. What? She's been asking about you. Not the way she usually asks. More, I don't know. Like she's trying to figure out if she missed something. He looked at the table. She probably has missed something. I know I have. Wren was very still. This was not what she had expected from him. She had expected the conversation they usually had, the management, the practical redirect, the careful navigation of the territory that existed between what they felt about each other and what they were able to say. She had not expected him to say, I know I have missed something. Those 4 words, in that order, with that particular quietness, which was not performed. You don't have to, she began. I know I don't have to. He looked at her. I'm saying it anyway. The kitchen was quiet. The boiler announced itself, the morning sequence, even though it was early afternoon, catching up after the cold front the night had brought. Wren had learned to find this companionable. Callum looked at the radiator with a slight frown of someone in an unfamiliar space who was recalibrating the sounds. You're different here, he said. Am I? Yes. I can't say how exactly. He looked at her. You're standing differently. She thought about this. She thought about unpacking the flannel shirt and hanging it on the bathroom door. She thought about room 9's window seat and about the linen with Cressida's monogram and about saying, in room 17, the thing she had not said to anyone. She thought about 4 days ago in the kitchen with the coffee and the light and Bram going still. I think I'm just less braced, she said. She did not elaborate. He was quiet for a moment. Then the side door opened and Bram came through the hall, heading for the equipment case she'd left by the newel post, and stopped in the kitchen doorway. The 3 of them were very still for a moment. Callum looked at Bram. He arranged his face in a specific way. She saw him do it, the quick organization, the expression he put on when he encountered something he did not have an immediate category for and needed a moment to find one. Oh, he said, with a pleasantness that was genuine in its composition and very carefully deployed. Are you the contractor? Bram looked at him. Her face was exactly what it always was, steady, direct, not performing anything. Yes, she said. The yes was simple and complete and carried no undertone of explanation or concession. It was precisely the word for what had been asked and nothing more and nothing less. I'm Callum. Wren's brother. Bram Fosse. She shifted the equipment case in her hand. I'm going to finish the East Corridor assessment before the light goes. I'll be out of the way. She did not look at Wren while she said this. She did not look at her in the particular way that meant she was being careful, not cold, not avoiding, but giving Wren the full space of the moment and the conversation without inserting herself into it. Wren recognized this and felt it and added it to the accumulation of things she was caring about Bram without yet having a theory for. "No need to be out of the way," Callum said, pleasantly. "Do you live in town? I'm renting while the assessment runs." She picked up the equipment case. She looked at Wren then, briefly and directly. "I'll come down before I leave if you need the cornice update." "Please," Wren said. Bram went upstairs. Callum watched the doorway for a moment after she'd gone. He had the expression of someone who had just encountered something he was working through, not hostile, not threatened, just thinking. She watched him think. "She's been here the whole time," he said. "Since the 17th. She seems thorough." "She is. And you know her. Obviously. You've been working together for 3 weeks, yes." He looked at her. She looked back. He did not ask the question he was deciding whether to ask. She did not answer it. They both held the silence with the particular expertise of two people who had been not asking and not answering around the most important questions for 16 years. "You can stay the night," she said. "There are rooms." Obviously. He looked around the kitchen. Outside the window the snow was still coming in sideways, and the grounds were white, and the boxwood was weighted, and the garden structure was visible in the way of things that had been designed to be visible in any season. "I'll stay," he said. "One night. I'll find you a room." "Not room 12, he said, which surprised her enough that she looked at him. He shrugged, slightly awkward. "There's a room on the 3rd floor with a closed door, and I don't know why I know not to take it, but I do." "Room 12 is taken," she said. "I'll give you room 8. Does the building always?" He gestured, vaguely, encompassing whatever it was he had felt since he walked in. "Yes," she said. "How are you not?" "I've had 3 weeks." She stood, taking the mugs. "You'll adjust." She was not certain this was true for everyone. She was fairly certain, watching him, that the building had not fully decided about Callum yet. The halfway open door was a data point. She was cataloging it. Later, she would add it to the list of things the inn seemed to know before she did. She went upstairs to find him a room, and she noted, as she passed the east corridor, the sounds of Bram working, steady and methodical, the familiar vocabulary of someone doing careful work in a space she knew as well as she knew her own hands. She stopped for one moment in the corridor, out of Callum's sight. She did not knock on the open door to room 22 where the sounds were coming from. She did not say anything. But she stood for a moment in the corridor and felt the particular warmth of room 17's door leaking into the hall and the particular steadiness of the sounds of Bram working, and she thought, "This is mine. This is the thing I am choosing," and the thought arrived without apology, without the reflex flinch, without the familiar voice that said, "Careful. You're asking for something. Careful." She held it. She let it be true. Then she went to make up room 8 for her brother. Chapter 14. What Brothers Come For. She found him in the kitchen at 20 past midnight. She had not gone to bed exactly. She had gone to room 7, which had become a different thing than bed, a room that had its own quality of rest that was not sleep but was not rest, something that happened in the blue toile dark beside a banked fire when you were not trying to be anywhere else. She had been reading or something like reading, holding the book and following the lines while her mind did what it was doing, which was the thing it had been doing since Callum arrived, the specific process of someone recalibrating a long-established thing. She had heard him get up at midnight. The old floors announced everything. She had lain still and listened to him navigate the 3rd floor and the stairs with the particular uncertainty of someone new to the building's vocabulary, the slight wrong step that meant he had taken the 3rd stair from the bottom in the center rather than the left, where it didn't creak. By 20 past she accepted that she was not going to stop listening and went to the kitchen. He was standing at the stove with the kettle on and his back to the door, in the posture of someone who needed something to do with his hands. She recognized this posture because she spent a significant portion of her life in it. She came in and sat at the table without ceremony, and he heard her and did not startle, which meant he had heard her coming down the stairs. They were, in this way, more similar than either of them usually mentioned. "Couldn't sleep," he said. "Not a question. I was awake already." She pulled her sweater closer and looked at the table. The kettle was an old thing, enameled red, that she had found in the back of the cupboard and reclaimed for daily use in the first week. It was heating now with the particular sound of an old kettle, which was slower and more personal than a modern one. The building wakes you up differently than a city. You mean it talks? The pipes talk. The floors talk. The whole thing has a vocabulary you learn whether you want to or not. She paused. It's easier to stop resisting it. Callum turned around and looked at her. He had the look he got when he was not managing a conversation and had not yet started, a slightly unguarded quality, the face he kept for his own kitchen at 1 a.m. rather than for the performances of family interaction. She had seen it rarely.
She found she was glad to see it now. He made tea.
He put a mug in front of her without asking, which she noted. The same reflex, theirs and their mother's both, the language of care that ran in the Ashby family below the level of articulation, existing in the small practical gestures that never required acknowledgement. He sat down. They were quiet for a moment. She never brought Mom here, he said. He was looking at his tea. Not once. After the situation. I know. What was the situation? Do you know? I was 11. I remember them arguing, but I don't. I don't know exactly.
She thought about this.
I know it was about me. The shape of it, I mean. I know it was about how Grandma thought Mom should be, and what Mom thought Grandma should have told her about how to love someone whose truest self was going to take a while to show up. She held the mug. I think she was wrong about something. And she came here, and they argued about it, and Grandma didn't apologize for the part she should have apologized for. And then Mom didn't come back, and we didn't either. Callum was quiet. She wrote it in one of the letters, Wren said. Not to me. To the person she was writing to. She said she had spent Wren's whole childhood modeling the wrong kind of love. Careful, contained, self-erasing. She knew she'd done it wrong, and she was trying to repair it from a distance. From a distance, Callum said. He had a particular tone when he was processing something difficult, a flatness to it, not cold, more the flatness of something absorbing. She wrote letters. She prepared someone to be here when I arrived. She arranged things so that when I got here, I would be received. She looked at him. That's what Bram is. He looked up. She's not. Wren paused, choosing the right word. She's not a trap. She's not an obligation Grandma put in place to make me stay. That's not what it is. But she has been prepared over 10 years to understand the shape of what I carry. To not flinch at it. She stopped. I found out about it in pieces, and it could have felt like manipulation, and it doesn't. It feels like, she looked at the table, it feels like someone who loved me very specifically and spent years doing the most careful things she knew how to do about it. Callum looked at her for a long moment. And Bram, he said carefully. Yes. You're certain? She thought about the kitchen 4 days ago, the counter's edge under her left hand, the particular quality of being not afraid. Yes, she said. He nodded. Slowly, the nod of someone accepting a calibration. She watched him do it and felt something in her chest ease by a fraction, the specific ease of something long braced against a pressure that has shifted. The estate, he said after a moment. The word arrived differently this time, not as the opening of an argument, but as a genuine question, a door held open rather than pushed at. I don't know yet. Honest. I know I'm not selling it before Christmas. I know I want to understand what I'm inheriting, all of it, not just the legal piece. I know that whatever I decide, I want to decide it from here.
She paused.
Not from the city. Not from the practical distance I came here to maintain. That sounds like staying, he said. She looked at him. I know. He drank his tea. She drank her tea. The kitchen settled around them, the building's nighttime register, the deep winter quiet of a place that knew how to be still. The gas fixture threw its amber light, and the snow pressed softly against the window. She said she hoped it went quickly, Callum said.
Mom.
When I told her you were here. I know. You told me. I didn't tell you, he stopped. He looked at the table. She also said, tell her I'm glad it's her. She's thought for a long time that it should have been you, that went first to Grandma, that had the relationship. She's known for a long time that she was the one who broke that, not Grandma alone. He looked up.
She's not good at saying it.
She's been working up to something for 2 years. She's not there yet. But she said tell her. Wren was still. This was more than she had received from her mother in 12 years. This was not the message itself. It was the message about the message, the thing at twice remove, delivered by her brother at 1 in the morning in a building that had been waiting to have exactly this conversation. She felt the weight of it settle. Tell her I'm glad too, she said. Her voice was level. It was the deliberate level of something held carefully, not of something that wasn't moving. Tell her to call me. Not to process anything. Just to call. He looked at her. We can start there, she said. That's enough of a start. He nodded. He was not going to cry. Callum did not cry the way their mother did, performatively, where the feeling was real, but the expression of it was calibrated for audience. He was going to sit at the table and look at the window and let the thing that was happening in his face happen in the kitchen of his grandmother's inn at 1 in the morning, and she was going to let him. She let him. After a while, she said, she chose every piece of wallpaper in this building herself. He looked at her, slightly wrong-footed by the shift. Over 60 years. Different patterns for different rooms, some for the guests, some for the building itself. Room 31, at the end of the east corridor, the room that doesn't open, she papered it herself about 10 years ago. At 80. On a ladder. She paused. The pattern is a small repeating bird on a cream ground. A wren. He was quiet for a moment. She chose it for you. Before she knew if I'd come. Before she knew anything about what would happen. She looked at the window. She chose it because she was preparing something for me. From a distance. In the only language she had left. He looked at the table. She should have called you, he said quietly. Not an accusation, a recognition. Yes, Wren said. She should have. A beat. But she did what she could with what she had. I'm trying to decide to be satisfied with that. Are you? She considered. Not yet, she said. I'm working on it. He almost smiled. The almost smile was an Ashby inheritance she recognized, their fathers, worn differently in each of them. She had not thought about their father in a long time. She thought about him now briefly, with the manageable distance of something that had been grieved properly, and set him aside. You're not going back to who you were before this, Callum said. Not a question. She thought about the flannel shirt on the bathroom door, about the reading glasses on the kitchen windowsill, about the fire in room 7 and the inventory list and Bram saying, you don't have to take that back. About the kitchen for days ago, the counter edge and the light, and the enormous plain fact of not being afraid. No, she said. I'm not. I can see that. He looked at her steadily, with the look he had when he stopped managing. I can see you clearly from here, Wren. Whatever has happened in 3 weeks, I can see you. She held very still. She had been told this before, or something like it, but not by him. Not by anyone who had known the before version, the careful, contained, managed version, the version that apologized before she disagreed, and made herself small so consistently it had stopped feeling like effort. Not by anyone who had been present for the whole accumulation of the distance between who she had been and who she was becoming in this building. I know you can, she said. Her voice was different. She did not try to correct it. I know. He nodded. They sat in the kitchen until 2. They talked about other things, their mother, the city, his work, the small, ordinary things that families talked about when they were in the process of remembering that they were one. She told him about room 9 and the light. She told him about the boiler's personality and Audie's casserole and the smell of oranges in room 10 that had no explanation. She did not tell him everything. She told him enough. At 2, she said, get some sleep. The building settles around 4, and it gets easier after that. Does it actually settle? Something like settling. She stood. I'll make breakfast. You don't have to. I know, she said. I want to. He looked at her. This small thing, the distinction between have to and want to, and the way she had said it, the way it had come out without the usual preparatory apology, without the framing of it as not an imposition. He looked at her, and she looked back, and they both understood what had just been communicated without putting it into words, the way siblings sometimes understood things. All right, he said. Breakfast. She went upstairs first, and he followed, and she listened to him find room 8 and close the door, and she stood in the hallway for a moment in the dark with the building quiet around her and the specific quality of something having been said that had needed saying for a long time. The building was still, not the attentive stillness of it watching her. The different stillness, the one it had when things were going as they were meant to go. She thought, I told him 3 things I have never said to anyone, including, I am not going back to who I was. She went to room 7. She banked the fire. She lay in the dark with the warmth of the coals and the blue toile on the walls, and she thought about her mother and the message about the message, and about Callum's face at 2 in the morning in their grandmother's kitchen, open in a way it rarely was. She thought, we might be reparable, not fixed. Not the way things in the inn were fixed when Bram addressed them, the specific, considered, permanent work of knowing what the underlying problem was and addressing it at the source. More like the way some rooms in the building were warm without explanation, not because of anything they had done, because of what the building held and had always held. She thought this without conclusion and let it be inconclusive and fell asleep. In the morning, she made breakfast for 3. Chapter 15. The magic chooses now to be obvious. She had expected, with the arrival of Callum, some kind of disturbance. Not from Callum specifically. She had no particular feeling about Callum except the practical one, which was that he had arrived without announcement and was sleeping in a room she had assessed and found sound, and that he had looked at Wren at breakfast this morning with an expression she could only describe as recalibrated. Whatever had happened in the kitchen last night had mattered. She could see the mattering in the way Wren moved through the morning, a specific ease in her that had not quite been there before. Not the ease of something resolved, but the ease of something released. Like a floorboard that had been walked on for years and has finally been braced from below. The disturbance she had expected was from the building. She had felt it since Callum came through the door yesterday afternoon, a change in the inn's register, not threatening, not even unfriendly, but heightened. The way a room changed when a window was opened and the air moved differently. The building was paying more attention. To Callum, to Wren, to the specific gravity of having a third person in the space who was family and history and wound all at once, and who had walked through the front door and been admitted only halfway. That detail had not escaped her. She had been thinking about it since yesterday, the door opening and stopping, the inn's very specific welcome. A threshold thing. The building deciding what kind of entry Callum warranted, which was a different kind of decision than the one it made for Wren, and different again from the way it had opened cleanly for Bram on her first day. She had thought about that at length. She had noted it in the way she noted most things that were not about the building's physical structure, but were about its nature, which was, in the place she was keeping everything else. She was doing the east corridor casing work when the first wallpaper changed. She knew it before she turned around. She had developed over 3 weeks a sensitivity to the building's particular register when the wallpaper was shifting, something in the air pressure, something in the temperature, a quality of attention in the room that was adjacent to the feeling you got when something with eyes was watching you. She had stopped being unnerved by it. She had started, if she was being accurate, to find it companionable in the specific way that the building's entire vocabulary had become companionable, the language of something she was learning to understand. She turned around. The wallpaper in room 22, a pale blue geometric, not one of the more animated papers in the building, it had done nothing notable in 3 weeks, had rearranged itself. Not subtly. Not in the peripheral way, the soft drift she caught at the edges of her vision. This was full, direct, unambiguous. The geometric pattern had reorganized into something that was no longer abstract. It was still made of the same elements, the same lines and angles, but the arrangement was different, and the arrangement meant something. She stood in front of it and looked at it for a long moment. It looked like a map. She did not try to read the map. She noted it in the way she noted structural things, accurate, without editorial, and she went to the next room. Room 23. The paper was older here, a dark red damask, formal, and it had been still every day she'd been in the building. It was not still now. The damask pattern was moving, not rearranging itself, not changing its geometry, but having something done to its color. The red was deepening in certain sections and paling in others, the pattern becoming visible in a new way, the way something submerged in water became visible when the surface was disturbed. She walked out of room 23 and down the corridor. The dining room. She had been watching the dining room paper for 2 weeks, the climbing roses, the slow drift of them, the accelerating rearrangements that she had been tracking as one of the clearest indices of the building's state. She came to the dining room doorway and stopped. The roses had covered the entire wall, not the south wall only. All 4 walls, floor to ceiling, corner to corner, the climbing roses had spread across every surface of the dining room with a completeness that left no ground visible, just green and red and the deep cream of the blooms against the walls. The pattern shifted from its original design into something that was all of it at once, every arrangement it had ever been, layered into a single image. It was overwhelming and also not. It had the quality of something that had arrived at its final form and was resting in it. She stood in the dining room doorway for a long moment. She called Rue from the hallway. "There are 3 rooms," she said, when Rue picked up. Not subtly. "Room 22 looks like a map. Room 23 is doing something with depth, and the dining room is—" She paused. "The dining room is finished. It's found the image it was looking for. It's settled. All at once." Rue's voice was alert. She had been tracking the escalation in Bram's updates for 2 weeks and had an excellent grasp of the progression. In the last 20 minutes. What's different today? Besides the brother. Something happened last night, between Wren and Callum. I don't know the specifics. They were in the kitchen late. I could see the light when I came past. Whatever they said, it's changed something. She looked at the dining room over her shoulder. The roses held their final form. The building is responding to Wren's state. As she settles into something, the building settles. As she opens, it opens. And right now she's more open than she's been. She moved down the corridor. "We're close, Rue. The door to 31 is still not fully open to me, but I can feel—" She stopped. The door to room 31 was open. Not 4 inches. Not the careful ajar of the last several days. The teasing amount that showed the light, but not the room. Open. Perhaps a foot, perhaps 18 inches. Open the way a door was open when someone had passed through it recently and not pulled it to behind them. The full space of the opening, showing the room within, the cream and ivy and the small repeating wren in the winter light. And in the doorway, visible from where Bram stood at the end of the corridor, there, not standing, more like occupying, a quality of presence in the threshold that was neither inside nor outside the room. That was the threshold itself, existing in it without claim to either side. The temperature dropped by 2 degrees, not the radiator's cold, not the east wall's cold, the specific 2 degrees that meant Pell. Bram held very still. She had encountered Pell before, twice, in the peripheral register, the slight density in the air, the temperature. She had treated it the way Cressida had advised, practical courtesy, no excessive questions, no direct address unless addressed. She had understood from the letters that Pell was not a danger, but was also not something you pressed. You accommodated. You made room. Pell was in the doorway to room 31, not blocking it, not guarding it, but present at the threshold in a way that Bram, standing at the end of the corridor, understood to mean something about sequence. Some things had to be done in order. Some things required a witness, or a particular configuration of people, before the next thing could happen. She stood very still and waited. After a moment, the presence resolved, not disappeared, but stepped back, the density in the threshold diminishing the way air warmed after cold. The room was just visible through the open door. The armoire against the far wall. The Wren wallpaper in the winter light. The small bird repeated across the cream ground. The dark ivy climbing. She let out a breath she had not known she was holding. Bram? Rue was still on the line. What just happened? Pell, she said quietly. In the doorway to 31. She moved down the corridor, slowly, toward the open door. The door is fully open, Rue. For the first time. A silence. Is it time? She reached the door. She put her hand on the frame. The room was warm. That surprised her. She had expected room 31 to be the cold room, the still room, the one that had been closed because it was waiting and waiting rooms were cold. But it was warm, and the warmth was the specific warmth of the building at its most generous, The same warmth as room 17 but more concentrated, as if all the inn's warmth had been deciding where to go for 60 years and had chosen this room. The armoire was flush against the far wall.
She went in.
It was a medium room by the inn's standards, ceiling high, a single east-facing window. The plaster was sound. She checked it automatically, the reflex overriding everything else for a moment, and it was sound, original, the lath and plaster of something built to last and properly maintained. The floor was the same wide plank wood as the rest of the building. The wallpaper was the Wren paper, exactly as she had known it from the description and the glimpses through the gap at the threshold. Cream ground, dark ivy, the small repeating bird. She stood in front of the armoire. It was old. Not the oldest thing in the building. The building itself was older than the furniture, and some of the furniture on the first floor predated the armoire by 50 years. But it was old and solid, and it had stood in this exact position, flush against the east wall, for 60 years at Cressida's direction. She knew this from the letters. She knew what was behind it. She had known since the first week she had been in this building. She put her hands on the armoire's sides. She was alone. Wren was downstairs. She had heard her in the kitchen before coming upstairs, the sounds of breakfast things being cleared. Callum was somewhere on the ground floor. She was alone in room 31 with the Wren wallpaper and the particular warmth, and the thing she had known was behind the armoire. She had decided, sitting outside this door with Wren on the floor a week ago, that she would not move the armoire alone. She had decided this for reasons she had been working through since then. It was not her place, she had thought. The thing behind the armoire was for Wren from Cressida through the building, and it should be found together. She had spent a week deciding this while the door remained mostly closed and the building continued its acceleration, and the timing was not right, and she had been patient, as she was always patient, with the familiar discipline of it. She stood in front of the armoire and understood that the timing was still not right. Not because Wren wasn't ready, she was more ready than she knew, but because the moment deserved Wren present. She did not want to open this and then carry it alone and then bring it to Wren as a thing she had already processed. She did not want to manage this moment the way she had managed so many moments in 3 weeks. She stepped back. She was turning toward the door when she heard Callum's voice from the 3rd floor. Not words, a sound that was not quite a word, not quite alarm, a specific quality of someone who has encountered something they have no category for and their body is processing it before their mind catches up. She heard it twice, then silence, then footsteps on the 3rd floor corridor, fast. She was out of room 31 and in the east corridor and heading for the stairs before she had fully made the decision to move. She took the stairs to the 3rd floor in quick efficient time and came into the corridor. Callum was standing outside room 12. He was standing the way people stood when they were braced, his shoulders up, his weight back, the posture of someone who has retreated one step and stopped himself from retreating further. He was staring at the door to room 12, which was open, which was, she noted, always open now, since Wren had sat outside it and told it to stay that way. "There's something in there," he said. His voice was remarkably steady. She gave him credit for this. "I came up to get my phone charger, and there's something." "I know," Bram said. He looked at her. "It's not dangerous," she said. "It's been here longer than any of us. It won't approach you unless you approach it." She stood beside him and looked at the open door to room 12, the sparse interior, the winter light. She could feel the 2-degree difference from here. "It has an understanding with the building. You just surprised each other." He stared at the door for a moment. "What is it?" "We call it Pell." She kept her voice even. "It's a long-term resident. The room is registered to it in the old guest records." "A long-term resident." "Yes." He was quiet. She watched him work through it, the categories available to him, the category she was pointing at, the slow acceptance of a category he had no prior experience with. Callum was not, she was realizing, a man without flexibility. He was a man who had lived for 35 years in a world that did not present him with things outside his categories. This had made the categories seem comprehensive. They were not comprehensive. "Does Wren know?" he said. "Wren has met Pell," Bram said. "They have their own understanding." She looked at the door. "Don't go into room 12. That's the only rule. Leave the door as it is." It prefers to be left alone unless it wants otherwise. He was looking at her with an expression she recognized from Wren, the specific look of someone who has encountered someone who knows more than seems possible and is deciding how to proceed with that information. "You know a lot about this building," he said. "I've been learning it. Before you arrived." "Yes," she said. "Before I arrived." He looked at the door to room 12 for another moment, and then he looked at her, and she could see him making a decision about what to do with what he was accumulating. She respected this. She was not going to make the decision for him. "The wallpaper," he said. "Downstairs." "In the dining room?" "Yes. It's different than this morning." "It finished," she said. "It's been working toward something since I arrived, and today it settled. Things like this happen here." "Often," she said. "You adjust." He looked at her for a moment, with the specific look of someone revising a question they had already partially asked. "My sister," he said. "You're not just the contractor." "No," Bram said. "I'm not." He nodded, slowly, the same nod she had seen at breakfast when he was processing something. She let him process it. She did not offer anything more. After a moment, he said, "She's choosing to stay." "I think so." "Is that because of you? Or because of—" He gestured, meaning the building, the magic, all of it. "Both," Bram said honestly. "I don't think they're separate. I think your grandmother understood that and arranged things so they didn't have to be." He was quiet for a while. "She was careful about Wren," he said, finally, and there was something in it, not accusation, not judgment, something closer to grief. "Our grandmother. She was always careful about Wren in a way she wasn't about me. I used to think it was favoritism." He paused. "Now I think it was something else." "What do you think it was?" Bram asked. "Recognition," he said. She saw something she recognized. Bram looked at him. "And she built a decade's worth of—" He gestured at the building. "To make sure Wren had what she needed when she got here." "Yes," Bram said. "That's remarkable," he said. There was no edge to it. He meant it. "It is," Bram said. They stood together in the third-floor corridor outside room 12, the 2-degree difference in the air, the November light coming in thin and clear through the corridor window. Callum looked at the door to Pell's room for another moment, and then he looked away, in the deliberate way of someone who has decided to grant something its privacy. "I'm going to get my charger," he said. "And then I'm going to take a very long walk in the grounds and not think about any of this for an hour." "The garden structure is interesting in the snow," Bram said. "There's a folly at the back that the estate documents probably didn't mention." He almost smiled. "Of course there is." He went to room 8. She heard him find his charger and go back downstairs. She stood in the corridor alone for a moment, and then she looked at room 31's open door, visible from here, if she leaned slightly around the corner. She had a decision to make. She took out her phone. She went to the contacts and found the name she had asked for 3 days ago. Wren had looked surprised and then quietly not surprised and had given it, and she wrote a message. "East Corridor. When you have a minute. No urgency." She put her phone in her pocket and went back to room 31. She stood in front of the armoire and waited. She was good at waiting. But she had admitted to Rue, and was admitting to herself now, standing in the room with the Wren wallpaper and the particular warmth and the 60-year weight of what was behind the armoire. She was tired of waiting alone. She was ready for the next part, the part where this was not just hers, where the weight of knowing could be set down with someone. She heard Wren step on the East Corridor stairs. She turned toward the door. Chapter 16, Letters to No One. She came up the East Corridor stairs and found the door to room 31 open. Not ajar. Not the 4 careful inches of the last several days. Open in the way a door was open when the thing it had been waiting to do had finally been permitted. Wide enough to show the room within, the east window's winter light falling across the floor in a long rectangle, the wallpaper cream and steady. And Bram standing in front of the armoire with her back to the door, her hands at her sides, not touching it. Wren had felt the message on her phone as she was coming downstairs from the 3rd floor, where she had gone to check on Callum and found him returning from the garden with snow on his coat and the look of someone who had spent an hour walking hard in cold air and had arrived at something. He had said, "I'm going to take the early afternoon train. I think I've done what I came to do." She had not argued. She had told him to leave room 8 as he found it, which was the nearest she could come to saying, "Come back," which was the nearest she could come to saying, "We are not finished. We are only beginning." She had felt the message and come upstairs. East corridor. When you have a minute.
No urgency.
She understood that there was urgency. She had understood, coming up the stairs with the winter light moving in the east corridor windows and the building around her at its most attentive, its most held-breath quiet, that this was the moment the last 3 weeks had been moving toward. She had not named it before this. She was naming it now, in the private way she named things sideways gradually until the name was simply accurate. She came through the door. "You didn't go in," she said.
No.
Bram turned. She looked at Wren with a full, direct attention she brought to things she was not going to manage. The open face Wren had seen for the first time in the kitchen 4 days ago, the one that was not performing steadiness, but simply being present. "I wanted to wait for you." Wren looked at the armoire. It was solid, old, dark-stained wood with the quality of something that had been excellent once and had stayed excellent through sheer stubbornness of construction. It stood flush against the east wall where it had apparently stood for 60 years. She had inventoried this room without opening it. She had written, "Room 31. Contents: 1 armoire, 1 window seat, no other furnishings. Structurally sound." She had moved on. She had not moved on. "You know what's behind it," she said. "Yes." Bram said it the way she said most true things, simply, without preamble, without the softening you applied to things you were uncertain about. "Your grandmother told me in the letters." "Not exactly, but the shape of it." "Tell me the shape of it." "Behind the armoire there's a panel." Bram's voice was the quiet one, the almost the same but slightly quieter voice. "Flush with the wall. And tucked at the base of it, she said there would be something. Something the house had been keeping." Wren looked at the armoire. She looked at the Wren wallpaper, the cream ground and the dark ivy and the small repeating bird, here and not here, everywhere in this room and nowhere else. She thought about her grandmother at 80 on a ladder with wallpaper paste, choosing this pattern deliberately, knowing it would be found by someone who had not yet arrived. "All right," she said. She moved to the left side of the armoire. Bram moved to the right. They stood opposite each other with the armoire between them, and Bram looked at her. A question without words, and she nodded. The armoire was heavy, not immovable. The floor beneath it was slightly worn at the front corners, evidence that it had been moved before, probably for cleaning, probably within living memory, but substantial, requiring the full weight of both of them to begin its travel. They walked it outward, and then to the left, working in the efficient silence of people who had been doing physical work together for weeks and had learned each other's rhythms, and the armoire came away from the wall in a slow, controlled arc and stopped when they stopped. They stood back. The section of wall behind the armoire was the same wallpaper as the rest of the room. Cream ground, dark ivy, the small repeating wren. It looked identical to the surrounding wall, and it was, for a moment Wren thought she had been wrong, had built something out of nothing, and then she saw the line. A seam, running vertically, then across at baseboard height, then vertically again, the outline of a panel perhaps 2 feet wide and 4 feet high, set flush in the wall and covered in the same paper as everything else, invisible until you knew to look. Not hidden dramatically, simply unannounced. The kind of thing that was there for anyone who thought to look behind a 60-year-old piece of furniture. And tucked into the seam where the panel met the baseboard, exactly as Bram had said, a stack of envelopes, tied with kitchen twine that had done its job so long the indentations were permanent. Cream stock, heavy, the kind that lasted. She crouched without deciding to, her knees just bent, and she was there, at eye level with the stack, looking at it. Her name was not on them. No name was on them. No address. Just the envelopes, sealed, stacked in the careful way of someone who had organized them with intention. She reached for them and stopped. She looked at the handwriting on the top envelope, the way the flap was sealed, the way the pen had moved across the paper in the particular combination of pressure and direction that made up an individual hand. She knew this handwriting. She knew it the way you knew your own reflection, not by learned recognition but by something that preceded it, something in the body before the mind. She had seen this handwriting on grocery lists and on notes left on kitchen windowsills and on the margins of books and on the inventory notes on her own phone. She had watched this handwriting being produced from 3 feet away for 3 weeks. It was her handwriting. She sat down on the floor, not dramatically. Her legs simply found the most honest position, which was sitting, and she was sitting on the floor of room 31 with a stack of envelopes in her hands and the Wren wallpaper around her and Bram very still somewhere behind and to the left of her. She could feel Bram's stillness the way she felt the room's warmth, specifically, as a fact rather than an impression. The top envelope. She opened it. The letter inside was in her handwriting. She recognized the particular slant of her lowercase letters, the way she formed the letter D with a slight leftward lean, the double space she left between sentences when she was writing something she wanted to have room. This was her hand. These were her sentences. She had never written this letter. She read it. I watched the snow come in from the east window today. Bram was working in the hall. I brought her coffee and stood in the doorway and thought, I could love this. Not should.
Not. Might. Could.
Like it was a door I was standing in front of for the first time, and for once I didn't walk past it. She held the letter. This was a morning she remembered. She remembered the coffee, the doorway, the specific quality of the light in the east corridor that morning, and the way it had caught the back of Bram's flannel, the angle of her shoulders while she worked. She remembered the thought. She had not quite thought it in these words, had thought it in something more formless and frightening that these words were the distilled version of. She had not written this. She had not written this, and it existed in her handwriting in an envelope that had been sealed behind an armoire in a room she had not entered until now. She opened the second envelope. I told her about the church. She didn't say anything for a long time. Then she said, I know. I've always known. I wanted to ask her what that meant. I didn't. Some things you don't put into words. You just let them be known. She had not told Bram about the church. She did not know what the church referred to. She turned this over. What church? What conversation? What was the thing she was apparently going to tell Bram that had not happened yet? And then she set it aside because the date of it was not the point. The point was the thing in her hands. Her voice, her interior life, her private language, existing on paper she had not touched, in a room she had not entered, kept by the building for a purpose she was only now beginning to understand. She opened the third. I am not afraid today. I think that is worth writing down. She sat with this one the longest. She read it 3 times. It was the shortest of the 3 and the most precise. 6 words that described a condition she had spent her adult life not being able to say with confidence, that she had been practicing toward in pieces over the last 3 weeks, that she had almost said in the kitchen 4 days ago. Had almost said in room 17. Had almost said to her brother in the middle of the night kitchen conversation. Had been approaching, the way she approached everything she wanted, sideways gradually. She had not written this yet. It was waiting for her to live it. Her own voice, held in trust by the building, waiting for the person she was becoming to arrive and find it. She set the third letter down. She put both hands flat on the floor of room 31, and she looked at the wren in the wallpaper, and she held very still in the particular way she held still when she was frightened. The stillness that read as composure and cost her enormously, the stillness that was not composure, was something much older and more defended than composure. She held it. Then, slowly, she let out a breath. The stillness shifted. Not gone, she would need time with this, she would need more time than the next several minutes, but shifted the way the quality of light shifted in a room when a cloud moved. The same room. Different. She understood what the magic cost. Not abstractly. She had known abstractly since she read enough of the shoebox letters to understand that the in gave and the in took and the tithe was personal, was specific to what each person most needed to release. She had thought. Information. She had thought. The letters from Cressida, the shoebox, the correspondence. She had thought the cost would feel like loss. This was not loss. Or it was loss, but it was not the kind of loss that diminished. It was the kind of loss that was also finding, the way you lost a version of yourself you had been protecting too tightly and found the person underneath. The in was not stealing her voice. It was holding it. The letters would come from her and they would go wherever they needed to go, to the building, to whoever needed them, to the archive of her own interior life, kept somewhere she could not hoard it and turn against herself with it. She thought about her grandmother at 89, who had looked 40, who had given 60 years of her time to this place and found that time given in abundance back, who had written in the shoebox letters, "I am done paying the embarrassment." She thought. She gave it what she had spent her whole life withholding, and the inn made her enormous from it. She looked at the 3 letters in her lap. "Bram," she said. Yes. Immediate. Present. Exactly where she'd left her. "You knew. When you came in this morning. You knew this was here." "I knew the shape of it." Bram crouched beside her, not sitting on the floor the way she had that day outside room 12, but crouched, level with her, close enough that the warmth of her was specific. "I didn't know it would be in your handwriting. I didn't know that part. Cressida said there would be something the house had been keeping, and that I would understand it when I saw it. I understand it now." "What do you understand?" "I understand that the inn has been writing alongside you." Bram looked at the letters. "Not instead of you. Alongside. Taking the things you couldn't say yet and holding them until you were ready to have said them." She was quiet for a moment. "It's not taking your voice. It's receiving it," Wren said. "I know." She looked down at the letters. "She said something like that. In the shoebox. She wrote about it. The inn keeps what deserves to be kept and sends what deserves to travel." She paused. She gave it her time. The thing she'd spent 60 years withholding from herself. That was her tithe. "Yes," Bram said. "And mine is this." She held up the letters, not displaying them, just acknowledging them. "My interior life. The words I give to my own, the letters I apparently write to no one. Or to everything. Or to whatever the inn listens with." Bram looked at her. She was doing the reading she did, the full attention, the not rushing, the thing that had been maddening, and was now something else. Something Wren was running out of neutral words for. "How does it feel?" Bram asked. Wren thought about this honestly. She thought about the 3rd letter, "I am not afraid today," and the version of herself who had written it, who was not here yet but who had been here, had been held here, had been known by this building before she knew herself. She thought about her grandmother, the woman in the photographs who looked 40 and was 89, who had spent 60 years giving her most hidden thing to a building that held it and returned it as warmth and as belonging and as the particular quality of a place where people slept well and woke knowing what they should do. "Enormous," she said. "It feels enormous." She looked at the wallpaper. Not frightening, just large. Larger than I was expecting to feel in December in a room that smells like cedar. Bram made the almost laugh sound, the one where she looked at the person who had said the thing, as if they had done something she respected. Wren looked at her. Bram was very close, crouched in the winter light, dark eyes steady and the scar along her jaw, and the ring on her right hand, she had never explained. She was the most specific thing Wren had ever been in a room with, and she was looking at Wren the way you looked at something you had been moving toward for a very long time and had finally arrived at. "You've been holding this for 10 years, Wren said. "Yes." "The letters. The preparation. All of it." "Yes." "And you came here, you took the demolition contract." "Yes." "Tell me," Wren said. "Tell me all of it. Not now, not right now. I need to sit with this first. But tonight. Can you stay? I want you to tell me everything." Bram looked at her for a moment. She had the expression she got when she was about to say something precisely true and had checked it once to be certain. "Yes," she said. "I'll stay." Wren nodded. She looked down at the letters in her lap, 3 envelopes in her own handwriting, voices from a self she had not yet fully become. She sat on the floor of room 31 with the cedar smell and the Wren wallpaper and the late afternoon light going the color of old brass, and she held them carefully. The inn held very still around her. Not the attentive stillness of something watching. The different stillness, the one she had learned to distinguish from the rest. The stillness of something that had been waiting for a very long time and had now, finally, seen the thing it was waiting for begin to arrive. She set the letters down gently on the floor. She did not take them back. She did not need to hold them. They had been here all along. They would be here. This was the thing the inn kept, and it did not keep things at the expense of the person they came from. It kept them the way good houses kept warmth, Not removing it from you, but extending it outward into the building, into the rooms, into the cold December air that pressed the windows and could not get in. She was cold, she realized. She had been sitting on the floor for a while. She looked at Bram. "Help me up," she said. Bram stood and offered her hand. Warm, certain, calloused in the specific places. Wren took it and came to her feet, and they stood in room 31 with the letters on the floor between them, and the armoire beside them, and the afternoon going dark outside the east window. She did not let go of Bram's hand. She stood in the room her grandmother had prepared for her, and held the hand of the woman her grandmother had prepared for her. This ridiculous, specific, extraordinary fact, the decade of quiet work that had produced this exact moment in this exact room. And she felt, for the first time in as long as she could trace, something that was not managing or containing or holding herself carefully away from her own wanting. She felt, plainly and completely, and without apology, grateful.
"Tonight," she said.
"Tonight," Bram said. They stood in a room. Below them, somewhere in the building, Callum was probably making his way to the door with his bag and his adjusted understanding of his sister and the folly he had seen in the snow. Outside, the December dark was arriving the way it arrived here. Quietly, completely, the sky going from brass to pewter to something that had no color name. The Wren watched from the wallpaper. The letters waited on the floor. The building breathed. Chapter 17. What Bram has been carrying. Callum left at 4:15, the way he had said he would. She walked him to the door, or he walked to the door, and she walked beside him, which was a different thing, a better thing, the thing that happened when you stopped managing the moment and started being in it. He had his bag and his coat, and the specific quality of a person who had arrived with a speech and was leaving without it. At the door he said, "The place suits you." She said, "I know." He said, "Call Mom. She'll pick up." She said, "I know that too." He looked at her for a moment in the foyer, the dark blue wallpaper with its gold birds behind him, the birds absolutely still in the way they were sometimes absolutely still, the way the building went quiet around things it found important. He had the look she had seen at 2 a.m. in the kitchen, the open one. Not a performed emotion. The actual one. "I've missed you," he said. "I mean, I know I've been. I've missed the version of you that was missing."
He stopped.
Started again. I've missed you." She held the door. "I'm here," she said. "I'm not going anywhere for a while." He nodded. He picked up his bag. He went through the door, and the door opened for him this time, fully, swinging back on its hinges as he reached for it, the building granting him what it had withheld 2 days ago. She noticed. She thought he noticed too, from the way his hand paused on the handle before he let it go. He went down the drive toward the cab. She had called him. She watched until the cab's lights turned out onto the road and were gone. She stood in the open doorway for a moment in the cold, the December dark all the way in now, the inn behind her warm and lit and quiet. She thought, "I told him I'm not going anywhere." She had not planned to say it. She had said it, and it was true, and she had not, in the saying, felt the reflex she usually felt when she made claims on space, the quick internal accounting, the "is this too much?" the apologetic hover at the edge of wanting.
She had simply said the thing.
She was going to need to keep practicing this. She closed the door. She found Bram in room 7. Bram had built the fire before she came downstairs. She must have, because the fire was well established, past the kindling stage and into the steady orange of something that had been going for an hour. The room was warm in the way room 7 was warm when the hearth was going, a particular quality of warmth that was not the building's own warmth, but was the building's warmth plus fire plus the dark blue toile on the walls holding the heat in. 2 chairs had been placed at the hearth, the armchair that was her grandmother's and the other chair from the corner, pulled into the circle of the light. There was tea on the small table between them. She stood in the doorway for a moment and looked at the room and felt, again, the thing she kept feeling in this building when she was not braced against it, the specific quality of being received. Not managed toward comfort. Received into it. She came in. She sat in her grandmother's chair. Bram was in the other chair, her hands around a mug, her work clothes still on. She had not changed, had not gone back to the rental and come back, had simply been here all afternoon finishing the East Corridor work while Wren sat in the kitchen with the letters from room 31 and thought about everything they were and weren't. Wren had seen her come through once, briefly, to check the cornice she had mentioned. A look and a nod, and then back to work, giving Wren the full afternoon without comment. This was, she had understood, one of the most specific acts of care she had witnessed in a long time. She wrapped her hands around her tea. "Tell me," she said. Bram looked at the fire. She sat with the question for a moment in the way she sat with things, not avoidance, actual consideration. And then she began. She told it in order, which was the only way Bram would ever tell anything, chronologically, structurally, from the load-bearing foundations outward. The first letter had arrived when she was 24. She had been on a job in Harrisburg, a commercial renovation, winter work. She had a P.O. box she'd had since 18, a holdover from a brief period of her early 20s when she had corresponded with someone she no longer corresponded with, and she had not thought to close it. The letter had been addressed to the P.O. box in a handwriting she did not recognize, forwarded through a mail forwarding service from a town 3 counties over, and it had no return address. She had almost thrown it away. She had opened it because the paper was the kind that cost something. The letter had not addressed her by name. It had said, "I have been watching you make yourself reliable, and I think you have confused reliability with love. I have done the same thing for most of my adult life, and I want to tell you that there is a difference, and the difference matters." She had sat with that letter for 3 days before she wrote back. Wren held her mug. The fire settled. She listened. Bram told her about the early letters, the quality of them, the voice, the precision Cressida brought to every sentence, the way she wrote about the building as if it were a person she was responsible for and deeply fond of. The letters had not, in the beginning, mentioned Wren at all. They had been about Bram, about the patterns Cressida had observed from their correspondence, which had been conducted somehow without Bram realizing she was being observed, about the things she was doing with her life that were admirable, and the things she was doing with her life that were a kind of slow hiding. Cressida had loved her with the specific directness of someone who chose her on purpose, and wanted her to know it. Bram said this simply. She did not elaborate. Wren heard it. In the 3rd year, Cressida had written about the inn for the first time. She had described it the way you described a place you were trying to make real to someone who had never been there, with the specific concrete details of someone who lived in their senses. The smell of the cedar and the old paper, the weight of the boiler's morning announcement, the particular quality of room 9's light at dusk. She had described the wallpaper with affection and the building's behaviors with the matter-of-fact fondness of someone describing a family member's endearing idiosyncrasy. And she had described, in the 5th year, a girl. Not by name at first. She only, the letters had said. She carries her shoulders in a specific way, as if she is apologizing for the space they occupy. She has been taught something wrong about herself. I have watched it be taught. I was not as careful as I should have been about refusing to participate, and I believe it can be unlearned, but I do not believe she can unlearn it alone. I am not certain this is my failing to repair. I am not certain I have the right to ask it of anyone. But I have been thinking about the quality of attention you have given me over 5 years of letters, and I believe you are the person I would trust with this, if it is not too great a thing to ask. Bram paused here. She was looking at the fire, her profile to Wren, and Wren could see the thing that was underneath the steadiness tonight, had been seeing it all day, since room 31, the specific quality of Bram allowing herself to be seen doing something that cost her. She sat in the chair with both hands around her mug, and she was the same person she had been every day for 4 weeks, every day for 10 years, and she was also something else. The seam of it was visible. She asked you, Wren said. Directly. She asked you to wait. Not directly. Not the first time. Bram's voice was level, the structural report level. She said, I am not certain this is something I have the right to ask. Which, from Cressida, was a direct ask. The corner of her mouth. I knew her well enough by then. And you said yes. I wrote back and told her I would keep writing. She looked at the fire. That was yes. And then 6 more years of letters. More specific as they went on. She described you in greater detail, the late transition, the years of making yourself small, the particular exhaustion of someone who has had to argue for their own reality before being allowed simply to live it. She told me about your mother. She told me about Callum. She told me about the family argument she had had with your mother when you were 12, that she had not handled as well as she should have, that had cost both of you the next 19 years of contact. Bram stopped. She blamed herself for that. She said she had been too certain she was right and not careful enough with how she said it, and she lost the room and lost your mother and, in losing your mother, lost you. Wren stared at the fire. She said, Bram continued, quietly, that the thing she was most ashamed of was not the argument, but what she had done afterward. She had written you letters. Every year, from when you were 12 until you were 25, she had written you letters and not sent them. Because she was afraid that sending them would make things worse with your mother. Because she was afraid of getting it wrong again. She said. Bram stopped. She set her mug down. She looked at her hands. She said the unsent letters were still in her desk, and she burned them when she was 82 because she finally understood that keeping them was its own form of self-punishment, and she was done paying it. The fire cracked. A log shifted. The room held the sound, and then let it go. Wren did not speak for a long time. She sat in her grandmother's armchair in the room that had become theirs, and she felt the weight of 13 years of unsent letters burning in someone's fireplace. She felt the shape of it, the specific grief of love that did not know how to get to the person it was for, that had found a way finally, this way, this room, this winter, too late and exactly in time. She felt it in the way she felt things that were too large to look at directly, sideways, in the peripheral register, with her hands very still on the arm of the chair. She thought. She was afraid of getting it wrong. She was so afraid of getting it wrong that she chose the most elaborate possible approach. She chose decades of preparation over the risk of a letter that might make things worse. She thought, I know that feeling. She thought, I am that person. The drives, she said. Her voice was steady. You drove here 3 times. Yes. Bram looked back at the fire. The first time was 4 years ago. I was driving through the region on a job, and I took a detour. I told myself it was curiosity. I drove past the gates, and I could see the inn from the road, and I sat in the truck for about 15 minutes, and then I drove back. You didn't stop. I wasn't ready. She paused. Or the timing wasn't right. I wasn't sure in those years whether I was doing this for Cressida or for myself. I had to be certain it was for both. That I wasn't here as an obligation to a dead woman's hope. That I actually, she stopped. That you actually wanted to be here, Wren said. Yes. Wren looked at her. And the second time? About 2 years ago. I stayed longer. I went into town and had coffee and met Audie briefly, and she evaluated me the way she apparently evaluates everyone, and then I drove back. I wrote to Cressida about it. She wrote back and said, I'm glad you came. Come again when you're ready. She paused. The third time was 6 months before she died. I drove up and I sat in the road in front of the inn for about an hour, and then I drove home. I wrote to tell her. She wrote back 2 weeks later and said, I can feel you getting ready. So am I. The room was very quiet. She died in September, Wren said. The contract was December. The last letter arrived 7 weeks after the funeral. The forwarding service doesn't require the sender to be alive to send. She had left a final letter with the service with instructions to forward it after a specified period. 3 sentences. She's ready now. So are you. Go. Wren held the arm of the chair. And you came. I packed the truck the next morning. You didn't. There was no hesitation. Bram looked at her then. She turned fully, away from the fire, and looked at Wren with the open expression, the one she had stopped managing, the one underneath all the steadiness and the patience and the carefully maintained certainty. There was 10 years of hesitation, she said. I had already done all of it. By the time the letter came, there was nothing left to hesitate about. She sat with her hands in her lap. Her mug was on the table. Her hands, with no tool in them, with nothing to do, lay open on her thighs, and this, Wren understood, was the tell. Bram's hands were always doing something. When they were still and open and unoccupied, you could tell something was wrong. Something was not wrong. Something was the precise opposite of wrong. Something was entirely honest. She chose you before she knew if I would come, Wren said. She knew you would come. Bram's voice was quiet. She said she had known since you were 12 that you would come, eventually. She had known you were the person the inn was waiting for. She needed someone for you to arrive to. She looked at her hands. That was my job. To be the person you arrived to. And now you're here, Wren said. Now I'm here. And I'm here. Yes. The fire was lower. She had not noticed it going lower. The room was still warm. Room 7 held its warmth long after the fire was done, the building's own warmth supplementing what the hearth provided. The 12 figures on the walls did their small repeated scenes in the firelight. She had stopped reading the wallpaper for messages. She had started simply living inside it. She needed me to be patient, Bram said. I've been patient. For 10 years I have managed this the way I manage everything, with the full weight of my attention and the full weight of my discipline, and I have held it the right way, and it has been the loneliest thing I have ever done. She stopped. Her voice had not changed, still the quiet level, the structural report voice, but the thing underneath it was visible in a way it had not been before. The seam fully open now. The things she had been carrying laid on the table and left there. I am not telling you this so you feel responsible for it. I don't want you to feel responsible for it. I'm telling you because you need it to be received, Wren said. Bram looked at her. You told Rue. Wren held her gaze. I need it to be received.
The choice.
All 10 years of it. A silence. Yes, Bram said. Quiet. Without ceremony. How do you know what I don't. Wren shook her head. I don't know what you told Rue. I know what it costs to carry something for 10 years without being able to put it down. She looked at the fire. I've been carrying things for 31 years. The form is different, but the weight is the same. She looked back at Bram. I receive it. All of it. The letters and the drives, and the decade of choosing this, and the loneliness of knowing something alone. I receive it. Bram did not speak. Her hands, open on her thighs, were very still. Wren looked at her, this woman who had been patient in the way you were patient when you had made the decision all the way down, the way you were patient when the waiting was not a denial of wanting, but the most specific form of it. She had spent 3 weeks noticing what Bram had done for her and cataloging it in the careful place where she cataloged things she was not ready for. She was ready. She chose you before she knew whether I'd be worth it, she said. She knew. Bram's voice was changed now, the still quiet but something different in it, something that had been held a long time and was being released. She said she just needed me to be patient. Patient, Wren said. Yes. The word had weight to it, landing between them. Not grief, not relief, something that had been held in the mouth for a decade and was finally being spoken where it could be heard by the right person. They sat with it. After a while, Wren said, Come here. It was the simplest thing she had said in perhaps years. No framing, no apology attached to the front of it, no preparation of the moment into something that made it easier to justify wanting.
Come here.
2 words. The kind of words you said when you had decided to take up exactly your rightful amount of space and had stopped apologizing for the space your arms made when you opened them. Bram crossed the small distance between the chairs. She crouched beside Wren's grandmother's armchair, and Wren put her arms around her, and Bram's face was against the side of her neck, and she could feel the held breath in her, the decade of choosing this alone arriving now at its destination. She held her. She had expected Bram to be the one who held, had been quietly, without naming it, bracing for the reversal of every dynamic she had observed in 4 weeks, the steady one, the certain one, the person who sat on the floor of corridors and gave the full space of other people's time. What she had not expected was how completely Bram let herself be held. Not immediately. Not without the small resistance of someone who was still figuring out what it meant to receive rather than give. But then, by degrees, the way the inn went quiet by degrees, she let the resistance go. Her weight settled. Her breath changed. She was, Wren understood, crying, not dramatically, not with sound, but the specific quiet of someone who has been carrying something for a very long time and has finally been allowed to set it down in the presence of another person. Wren held her and did not ask about it and did not rush it and did not name it as anything other than what it was, which was someone she loved being allowed, finally, to be held back. She thought, I know how to do this. She had thought she was learning it. She had been learning it. But the knowledge was older than the learning, was in her hands in the way she held and did not press, in the way she was quiet in the quality that said I am here, I am not going anywhere. You do not have to explain this to me. She was her grandmother's granddaughter, after all. The fire went to coals. The room was warm. The inn held them both in the toile-papered room that had become theirs without announcement, without signing anything, without either of them declaring it out loud. Outside, the snow was doing what the snow always did in Dunmore. Sideways. In the dark. With the particular intent of something that had somewhere to be and had not yet arrived. Chapter 18. What she decides while making coffee.
She woke at 6.
The fire in the hearth was out. It had been out for hours, the coals long cooled, but the room was still warm. Room 7 always held its warmth past the point when it should have. She had stopped being surprised by this. She accepted it the way she accepted most things about this building now, which was without requiring them to explain themselves. Bram was asleep. She was in the armchair. Not the grandmother's armchair, but the pulled-in chair from the corner, the one that had been put there for exactly this purpose sometime in the night, in the specific, unannounced way that things in this building arrange themselves when they thought you weren't paying attention. She was asleep in the way practical people slept, efficiently, with her whole body, not using any more of the chair than she needed. Her hands were in her lap. Her breathing was the specific evenness of someone who had been through something and had let it go. Wren sat in her grandmother's armchair and looked at her for a moment. She thought about all the things she now knew. The letters, the drives, the 10 winters of choosing, the decade of Cressida's correspondence building something out of patience and love, and a grandmother's specific grief about the ways she had modeled the wrong kind of love for too long. She thought about the shoebox under Bram's bed in her apartment, the careful organization of 40-some letters by date. She thought about a 24-year-old who had opened a letter from a stranger because the paper cost something and had, apparently, found something worth keeping. She thought, she chose me before I chose anything. She chose the possibility of me. And then she spent 10 years making the possibility into a welcome. She got up carefully and went to the kitchen. The kitchen was the kitchen, the amber gaslight, the French press on the counter, the window over the garden where the snow had settled overnight into something that had decided where it was going and gone there. She moved through the familiar routine of it. The grinder, the kettle, the specific sound the press made when she pushed it down, and the resistance was exactly right. She did these things with the full attention she gave to things that mattered because they did matter, because the small rituals of a morning in a place you lived in were one of the ways you knew you lived there. She made coffee for 2 without thinking about it. She registered this after the fact. Both mugs already placed, already in their positions, her hand having moved through the habit so completely that the decision had not required her conscious mind to participate. She stood back and looked at the 2 mugs and felt the particular clarity of something settling. She thought about Mr. Hartley. She had not called him since extending her stay. He had sent a brief email on the 20th, checking in, no pressure, the estate documents could wait until after the new year if she preferred, and she had read it and set it aside in the place where she set things she would address when the time was right. The time had not been right. It was possible that the time was now. She did not call him. Not yet. She stood at the kitchen window and looked out at the grounds in the early dark, and she thought instead about the thing she had been thinking about sideways for weeks, in the peripheral register, never looking at it directly, because looking at it directly would have made it real before she was ready for it to be real. She thought about the Wren wallpaper in room 31. Her grandmother choosing it at 80, on a ladder, deliberately, and without explaining herself to anyone who asked. The moment of the choice, standing in that room, brushing the paste across the wall, pressing the paper carefully into the seams, was a private act of faith. Not faith in the abstract. Faith in a specific person who is not yet there, who might not come, who might come and choose the door that led away. Her grandmother had stood on that ladder and done the work anyway. She had been doing the same thing for 31 years, Wren thought. Not with wallpaper. With the daily work of staying alive inside a life that often did not fit, of remaining recognizably herself through the years of being managed and diminished and told, in the kind way that was also a cruel way, that her truest self was something other people needed to recover from. She had stayed. She had been present. She had arrived here, in December, in this kitchen, capable of receiving what was being offered, Not because it had been easy and not because she hadn't taken damage, but because the part of her that was actually her had refused to be fully erased. That was its own kind of patient work. She thought about room 9's light and about the flannel shirt on the bathroom door and about the night she had finally stopped putting the cup back on the windowsill. She thought about the inventory, room by room, and the things she had said in the warmest room in the building to Bram's patient attention. She thought about the 3 unsent letters her grandmother had burned at 82 and the 3 letters that were not unsent, that were in a room upstairs in her own handwriting, that had been kept by this building for her to find when she was ready. She thought, she did not burn these. She thought, I am not going to burn anything. She made her decision. Not all at once. She was not a person who made decisions all at once, had never been, would not become one. She made it the way the snow came in, sideways, gradually, in the accumulation of small things that were each individually manageable and that added up, when you looked at the whole picture, to something complete. She had been making it for weeks. She was finishing it now, here in the kitchen in the early dark, with the coffee going and the 2 mugs placed and the grounds outside white, and still in the way they were still before the day properly started. She decided not to call Mr. Hartley this morning. She decided not to call him about the demolition. She decided. This part took longest, not because she was uncertain but because she wanted to say it carefully, to give it the weight it was due. She decided that what she had inherited was not a problem to be resolved. It was a belonging. The distinction was one she would spend a long time working out in practice, in the specific daily texture of being in a place you were responsible for and fond of and changed by. But the foundation of the distinction was clear. She had not been left the inn. She had been left a home. She had been left, finally, after 31 years, a place where she could be the correct size. She heard the step on the stairs. She had learned to distinguish Bram's step from every other sound the building made. She had the whole vocabulary of the inn in her body now. She knew its language the way she was beginning to know Bram's, and the step on the stairs was specific and certain, and moving toward the kitchen at the pace of someone who was not rushing because they had already been somewhere they wanted to be and were returning to it. She picked up her own mug. She held it in her right hand, deliberately, her right hand, which was not her tell, which was the hand she used when she was not trying not to feel something. She held it in her right hand, and she was facing the kitchen window when the door opened. You're up, Bram said. Since 6. Wren did not turn from the window. The coffee's ready. She heard Bram cross the kitchen. She heard her pick up the mug, the specific sound of ceramic on the counter's stone edge, and she heard the silence of someone standing close, drinking coffee, looking at the same window. How are you? Bram said. It was not quite a question. I've been deciding something, Wren said. A pause. All right. I've been deciding it for a while, but I finished deciding it this morning. She looked out at the grounds, at the snow, at the garden's old structure visible under the white. She thought about the folly at the back that Bram had told Callum about. She had not been to it. She was going to go to it. She had many things she was going to do that she had been treating as contingent on a decision she was now making. I'm going to keep it. A silence. The inn, Bram said. Wren considered the question. She thought about what her grandmother had kept. She thought about what Bram had kept. She thought about what the inn kept. She thought about the 3 letters in her own handwriting in the room at the end of the east corridor. She thought about the mug she was holding in her right hand, not her left. All of it, she said. She heard Bram set her mug down. She heard her come the 3 steps that brought her close. She felt the warmth of her, specific and real, and then Bram's hand was at the back of her neck, not possessive, not directing, just there, the full warmth of her palm, the specific weight of someone who had arrived where they were going and had stopped holding themselves at a managed distance. She turned. Bram was looking at her with the open expression, the one that was not steadiness and not patience and was not managing anything, the one that was simply her. Wren stepped forward and put her arms around her and felt Bram's arms come around her in return, fully, without hesitation, with the ease of something that had been waiting to happen for a very long time and had not lost anything in the waiting. She did not flinch. She felt the not flinching as a specific physical event, the absence of the reflex she had spent so long expecting, the silence in the place where the shame voice usually spoke, the particular clarity of a body that had decided, at some level below argument, that this was right and good, and that she was allowed. Outside the kitchen window, the garden was white and still, and the sky was beginning the slow process of becoming light. She was going to call Mr. Hartley, and she was going to tell him that the demolition assessment had been suspended indefinitely and that the estate was not proceeding as previously anticipated. She was going to call her mother. She was going to find the folly at the back of the garden and stand in it in the cold and look at the house from the outside, the way Bram had stood on the road before she was ready to come in, and she was going to understand what it looked like from that angle. She was going to inventory the rest of the inn, the rooms she had not finished, and she was going to do it slowly, and she was going to remember everything. She was going to learn to live somewhere that held her. She was going to receive as openly as she gave, which she had been learning from Bram, and which she was going to keep learning, which was not a lesson with an end. She was going to stay. "I'm not afraid," she said, into Bram's shoulder. Quietly, the way you said true things that you had been practicing. Bram's arms tightened slightly. "I know," she said. They stood in the kitchen while the light came in. It came slowly and completely, the way light came in Dunmore in December, without announcing itself, without hurrying, just arriving, filling the room from the east window in gradual increments until the gas fixture was no longer the primary source of warmth in the room and the kitchen was fully and specifically morning. The coffee was good. It was always good. She had been making it right for weeks without being told how. Chapter 19. Callum leaves on the 21st. He had already left, of course, the previous afternoon, the 20th, after the armoire was moved. She had walked him to the door the way she had described it to Bram that night, not managing, just being beside him. He had his good bag and the adjusted quality of a man who had driven hours to deliver a speech and was leaving having said something truer instead. At the door he had said, "The place suits you." She had said, "I know." He had said, "Call Mom." She had said, "I will." He had gone through the door, fully open this time, the building finally granting him what it had withheld 2 days before, and the cab had taken him down the drive and away. The 21st arrived the way days arrived in Dunmore, quietly and completely, without making a fuss about itself. She called him at 9 from the library, sitting at the desk with the estate folder spread before her in the way it had been spread for weeks, not as organized pretense anymore, but as actual working document, annotated in pencil with questions that had graduated from avoidance strategies into genuine inquiry. The December 21st light came through the library window in the clear, low, specific quality it had at this time of year, and she watched it while she waited for the phone to pick up. Wren. Mr. Hartley's voice had the warmth of someone who had been hoping for this call. "I was just thinking about you. I have an update," she said. "The demolition assessment has been suspended indefinitely. The estate is not proceeding as previously anticipated."
A pause.
Not surprise. She did not think Mr. Hartley was surprised. He had been handling Cressida's affairs for 11 years, and she suspected he had spent those years understanding, in the practical terms available to an estate lawyer, that the Aldermoor Inn was not the kind of property that resolved the way other properties resolved. "I see," he said. "And are you?" "I'm keeping it." She said it the way she had said it to Bram, in the kitchen with the coffee. The same plainness, the same accuracy. The inn and its contents, as specified in the will.
"I'm staying."
She heard the very specific warmth of a man who had been waiting for this and had not let himself bet on it. "Your grandmother would be very pleased," he said. "I think she planned for it," Wren said. "I think she planned for exactly this." "I think she did," he said. There was something in his tone, the precise warmth of someone who had known things for 11 years and had been discreet about them and was now, quietly, allowing himself to feel glad. "There are some estate matters we'll want to address after the new year. The formal transfer paperwork, the property tax reclassification. Nothing urgent, but I'll put together a document." "After the new year," she agreed. "Thank you, Mr. Hartley." "Wren." He said her name with the deliberateness of someone who had been asked to use it and intended to. "There's one more thing. I should tell you. Your grandmother left a letter. Not in the will. With me, personally, with instructions to give it to you when she felt you were ready. She specified the condition."
He paused.
She said, "When she calls to keep it." Wren held very still. I'll send it today, he said. She hung up and sat in the library with her hands flat on the desk for a long moment. She was going to receive a letter from her grandmother. A letter that had been waiting, she did not know how long, a year, 2 years, longer, with a condition attached. When she calls to keep it, her grandmother had known she would call, had prepared a letter for the moment she called, and had trusted 11 years of a lawyer's discretion to deliver it. She felt, again, the enormous quality of being known precisely by someone she had not known well enough. She filed this with the other things she was learning to sit with rather than resolve. Bram was in the east corridor when she came out of the library. She was doing the final work on the cornice she had been finishing all week, a plaster repair, careful, the kind of thing that required patience and a steady hand and the specific knowledge of how old materials behaved. She looked up when Wren appeared. I called the lawyer, Wren said. And it's official.
No demolition.
The estate is staying as is. She paused. He had a letter from my grandmother. Apparently, she left it with conditions. The condition was, when she calls to keep it. Bram looked at her. Something in her face, the settling of something, very small, that had been held for a long time. She looked back at the cornice and made one more careful pass with the tool in her hand. She always planned ahead, she said. She really did. They stood in the east corridor, the December light coming in the windows at its low angle, the plaster drying on the wall. The building was quiet in the way it had been quiet since the night in room 7, a different quality of quiet than the attentive quiet it had kept for weeks. Not watching anymore. Something closer to resting. Callum, Bram said. He called this morning. Wren crossed her arms, not against cold. It was warmer in the east corridor than it had been, the repairs having addressed most of the moisture infiltration, but in the comfortable way of someone settling into a conversation. He told Mom. How did that go? She called me. Wren considered how to say this accurately. She asked if I was all right. I said yes. She said she was glad. There was about 40 seconds of silence, and then she said she wanted to come see the place sometime. She said she's been carrying something about Grandma for a long time that she's not sure she's been carrying right. She paused. She said it carefully, the way she says things she has been practicing. Bram looked at her. And you said? I said come when you're ready. I told her the inn was not going anywhere. She thought about the door, the way it had opened halfway for Callum, and then fully when he left. She thought about what it would open for her mother, when the time came. She suspected the inn would have something to say about that, and suspected also that whatever it said would be right. It'll keep. Bram nodded. She put her tools away, the small ritual of it, the level and the putty knife and the clean-up, unhurried, doing it right. Wren watched her do it the way she had been watching her do things for 4 weeks, with a specific attention of someone who is no longer only cataloging the skill, but also the person inside it. The way her hands moved through familiar work. The way she checked her own levels twice before she was satisfied. The way she put things back in the exact places they came from, not from compulsion but from a considered belief that the end of a task was as important as the beginning. She thought, I am going to watch her do this for a very long time. The thought arrived without the reflex. She let it arrive and she held it and she did not take it back. There's something I want to show you, she said. Bram looked up.
Now.
When you're done. She waited. Bram finished. They went downstairs together. She took her to the dining room. She had been in the dining room twice since the wallpaper changed, once briefly, passing through, and once deliberately, standing in the doorway and looking at the roses in their final settled state. Both times she had felt the quality of something completed, the way a sentence felt when it had found its last word. Today she brought Bram, and they stood in the doorway together and looked. The roses covered every wall, floor to ceiling, corner to corner. They were not still, not in the way the wallpaper was still on a day when nothing was happening. They moved very slightly, in the peripheral register, the small constant movement of living things in air. She had been looking at them directly for weeks, and she looked at them directly now and saw 2 women standing in a doorway. She made a small sound. Bram was still beside her. You've seen it, Wren said. Since the day it settled. Bram's voice was quiet. I didn't tell you. I wasn't sure it was for me to name. Wren looked at the two figures in the roses, small, detailed in the way of something that had been worked on over a long time, standing together in a doorway, looking out at something beyond the frame. She could not have said which figure was which. She was not sure that was the point. She thought the point was the doorway and the looking out and the together. She finished it, Wren said. The inn. It's been working toward this since she started putting the paper up. She paused. 60 years to get to this image. Some things take the time they take, Bram said. Wren looked at her. Bram was looking at the roses with an expression that was not quite the open one, was something more private than the open one, the expression you kept for things you had been waiting to see and were now seeing, and had no words for because the words were insufficient. She looked at the image in the roses with something that was Wren understood, grief and gratitude and relief arriving simultaneously and not having a single name. She saw this, Wren said. She knew this was where it ended up. She saw something like it. Bram looked away from the roses at Wren. She used to say in the letters that she could see forward along the things she loved sometimes. Not clearly, not like a forecast. More like how you could see the shape of a building from across a field before you could read the details. The overall structure of a thing.
She paused.
She said she could see the shape of what you and I would be. She said she found it a comfort. Wren stood in the dining room doorway with the roses around her and thought about her grandmother seeing forward along the things she loved. She thought about the Wren wallpaper in room 31 and the letters in the shoebox and the letter with conditions that was coming in the post. She thought about what it meant to love something specifically enough to build it a welcome, decade by decade, from the distance of someone who was not certain she would be forgiven but was certain enough to keep building anyway. She thought, I am not done being angry about the unsent letters. I am also not done being grateful for this. Both things were true. She was becoming someone who could hold both things. I want to eat dinner in here tonight, she said. Bram looked at her. By the window. With the roses. She looked around the room, the table that was too large for two people but was not, she was deciding, too large for an evening where they sat at one end and had the room around them. The inn made this for us. I want to sit in it. Bram said, yes. Not, if you want to. Not, are you sure? Just yes, simply, the way she said things she had already agreed to before she was asked. They ate dinner in the dining room that evening. She had made something with the leeks that were in the kitchen garden, still there despite the cold, because this was done more, and the kitchen garden had opinions about what it grew regardless of season, and the good bread she was getting better at, and there was wine she had found in the cellar that had a year on the label she did not recognize, which she had decided to take as a recommendation. The table was too large, and they sat at one end, and the roses moved very slightly on all four walls, and the December dark pressed the windows from outside, and the inn was warm. She told Bram about her mother's phone call. The full version, not the summary she had given in the East Corridor, the exact words her mother had used, the quality of the silence between them, the thing her mother had said about carrying something wrong. She told her in the way she was learning to tell things, without the editorial hedging, without the prior apology for the size of the emotion, just the report of what had happened and what it had meant. Bram listened the way she listened. The full attention, the not rushing, the one good question at the end. Do you think she'll come? I don't know, Wren said honestly. I think she wants to. I think the wanting might be more than she can act on right now. But it's different from before. Before, she didn't want to. She paused. That's something. It is, Bram said. After dinner they sat with the wine and the roses and the quiet. She did not talk. Bram did not talk. The inn made its nighttime sounds, the boiler, the old wood, the small vocabulary she had memorized, and she listened to them with a specific pleasure of knowing what they meant. She thought about tomorrow, which was the 22nd. She thought about Christmas, 3 days away, which she had stopped tracking as a deadline and had started tracking as an arrival, something coming toward her rather than something she was running down. She thought about the letter in the post, sitting in a lawyer's office, being put in an envelope tonight, traveling toward her. She thought about her grandmother's handwriting, which she had dreamed about the third night, which she now knew from the shoebox letters and the postscript in the will and the paper in room 31, which she would now read in a letter that had been waiting for a specific condition to be met. She thought, She knew I would meet it,
she thought. She was right.
Bram was watching her across the table with the quiet attention that she no longer felt as surveillance and no longer felt as management. She had found the right word for it, finally, in the last few days. It was the word Audie had used about herself, the word Bram had used about Pell, the word that described the quality of presence that was neither intrusion nor distance. Witness. Bram was witnessing her. Had been witnessing her since the first morning in the kitchen, had been doing it the way you did the work that mattered to you, thoroughly, with attention, without requiring the thing being witnessed to be anything other than what it was. I've been witnessed, she said out loud, which she had not intended to say out loud. Bram looked at her. All of this, she said.
Since I arrived.
You've been seeing me. Not the managed version. The actual one. And I have been, she stopped. Found the word. I have been present for it. More present than I've been in years. Maybe than I've ever been. She looked at the wine in her glass. I think that might be the thing. The thing that changes. Being present for being seen. Bram was quiet for a moment. She said slowly. In one of the middle letters, she said, she loves things sideways, never straight at them, because she's been taught that looking directly at what she wants is a kind of arrogance. She'll need someone who teaches her it isn't. Wren looked at her. I think, Bram said, you're teaching yourself.
She sat with that.
The roses moved very slightly on the walls. The inn breathed. The wine was the year she didn't recognize, and it was good.
Stay, she said.
Not tonight, or not only tonight. The word had a longer shape than tonight. She said it, and Bram heard its shape and did not pretend it was smaller than it was. Yes, Bram said. They sat in the dining room under the roses until the wine was finished, and the inn was at its deepest nighttime quiet, and then they went to room 7 together, which had been theirs for days, and was simply more explicitly theirs now, and the building received this without comment, which was the most eloquent thing it could have done. Chapter 20. The Tithe. The letter from Mr. Hartley arrived on the 23rd. She had not been waiting for it, exactly. She had been living too fully in the specific texture of the days to hold much space for waiting. She had been in the kitchen garden in the morning cold, learning which things were still growing and why. She had been in room 9's window seat with a book she had actually read, past page 40, past page 80, following it with the specific pleasure of someone whose mind had finally quieted enough to stay in one place. She had been in room 7 in the evenings with Bram and the fire and the conversations that moved through all manner of territory the way good conversations did in good rooms. Not always deep, not always significant, sometimes the specific enjoyment of two people who liked each other's company and did not require the company to justify itself. She had been, in short, living here, not managing the estate or deciding the estate or preparing to leave the estate. Living in it. The letter was on the kitchen table when she came in from the garden. She had not heard the post. The inn had apparently received it on her behalf, which was, she looked at the envelope for a moment, somehow not surprising. The envelope was cream stock, the kind Mr. Hartley used, with his return address in the upper left. But the envelope inside it, when she opened the outer one, was different. Older, heavier, the kind of cream that had developed the faint yellow of good paper aged carefully. It was sealed with wax. The wax was unbroken. She did not open it immediately. She put it on the kitchen table, and she made coffee, and she stood at the window and looked at the grounds, and she gave herself the time she needed to be ready. Not the time that was delay, not the time that was fear of the wrong kind, the time that was respect for the weight of the thing, the time her grandmother would have understood. Bram came in from outside. She had been at the Folly, which she had been slowly assessing for potential stabilization work, spending her mornings on it with the same methodical patience she brought to everything in this building. She saw the envelope. She looked at Wren. From her, Wren said. Bram poured herself coffee and sat down at the table and did not say, "Do you want me to leave?" She did not say, "I'll give you privacy." She sat at the table with her coffee, and she was present and available and not pressing, which was exactly right. Wren sat down across from her. She opened the letter. The handwriting was her grandmother's, the small, deliberate cursive, the penmanship of someone who had held on to a discipline long after it was fashionable, who had used it for pleasure rather than performance. She had known this handwriting from the postscript in the will and from the shoebox letters, and she knew it now in the specific way of knowing something that had become personal, that had ceased to be a stranger's hand and become part of the vocabulary of people she loved. "My dearest Wren," the letter began. She had to stop for a moment. She had not been expecting the salutation. She had been expecting the no salutation of the shoebox letters, the beginning mid-thought, and instead there was this. "My dearest Wren," precise and deliberate and unmistakable in what it said about priority. "My dearest,"
she read.
"I am writing this when you are 28, which means I have been writing it in my mind for years and am only now giving it a surface to live on. By the time you read it, you will be older, and I will be gone, and the inn will have done what it does. I am writing it now because I have decided that certainty requires some kind of action, even when the action is only this. Ink on paper," the word finally said. "I owe you an apology." Not one apology. I have spent the better part of 3 decades accumulating them, and if I listed them, all this letter would become an accounting, and I did not want to leave you an accounting. I wanted to leave you a house. So I will give you the one that matters most, and trust you to understand that it stands in for the rest. I should have stayed in contact. After what happened between your mother and me, I withdrew. I told myself I was giving her space, that pushing would make things worse, that you would find me when you were ready. This was cowardice dressed as consideration. I was afraid of getting it wrong again, and so I got it wrong in a different way, and the years passed, and I watched from a distance as you grew into someone I recognized and admired and had not been given the chance to know. I burned the letters I wrote you. I am not sorry I wrote them. I am sorry I burned them. I am more sorry that I never sent them in the first place. What I want you to know, the thing that has no adequate form except this one, is that I have known you your whole life from a distance, and what I have known has been extraordinary. Not in a large sense. In the precise sense, you are extraordinary in the way that people are extraordinary when they have refused, against significant pressure, to become something they are not. That refusal is not a small thing. I want you to know it is not a small thing. The inn is yours because you are ready for it. Not because you will know what to do with it immediately. No one does. I certainly didn't, and I had the advantage of stumbling into it rather than arriving with legal documents and a return ticket already booked. But because the inn is a place that requires someone who has decided to be present in it, and I believe you are, finally and at some cost, a person who has decided to be present. There is a tithe.
You know this by now.
The building takes what you have been withholding most from yourself. For me it was time. I spent 40 years saving my time for a future that kept retreating, and the building taught me to spend it here. I cannot tell you what it will ask of you, except that it will not take what you cannot afford to give, and that what it takes it holds, and that what it holds does not disappear. It travels. The inn is generous with the things it keeps. They find their way to where they need to go. Accept the tithe, Wren. Accept all of it. You have been offered something. Not just the building, though it is a remarkable building and I am proud of what I have made of it, but the life that is possible inside it. Accept it without apology, and without the assumption that accepting it will cost you more than you have. It will cost you exactly what you can afford to spend. I love you. I have loved you since the day you were born, and I have not always had the courage to say so, and I am saying it now because courage, it turns out, is not the absence of fear. It is the decision that the love is worth more than the fear. Give my regards to whoever is sitting across the table when you read this. I hope they're drinking something good. Your grandmother, Cressida. Wren folded the letter. She folded it along its original creases, the way it had been folded by her grandmother's hands at some point when Wren was 28 and had not yet come to this building, and she held it in both hands for a moment. She was aware of Bram across the table, still and present. She says to give her regards to whoever is sitting across the table, she said. Her voice was not entirely level. She was not trying to make it level. She says she hopes they're drinking something good. Bram looked at her coffee.
It's passable, she said.
Wren made a sound that was approximately a laugh and approximately not. She pressed the heel of her hand against her eye once, briefly, and then she put the letter down on the table and looked at it. Cream paper, her grandmother's hand, ink that was 2 years old, and a love that was 31 years old and had found its way here by the most specific and elaborate possible route. She wrote it when I was 28, she said. 2 years ago. She knew. She wrote it before she was even certain I would come.
Before the will was finalized, I think.
She had it ready. She looked up at Bram. She had everything ready. For years. And then she was gone, and everything she had prepared was still here, waiting. She was very thorough, Bram said. There was something in her voice, a grief, specific and careful. The grief of someone who had known Cressida Aldermoor for 10 years through letters and had loved her through letters and had been grieving her in the specific way you grieved someone you had never met but had known deeply in the ways that counted. Tell me about her, Wren said. What she was like. In the letters. Bram looked at the table. She was quiet for a moment, not withholding, gathering. She was funny, she said. Not obviously. She had the kind of humor that presented as observation and landed as comedy after a few seconds. She would write something utterly accurate about human behavior, and then just continue, as if she hadn't done anything, and you'd be 2 sentences further along before you laughed. She looked up. She used semicolons correctly. On purpose. With pleasure. She said punctuation was one of the last available forms of precision in casual correspondence, and she refused to abandon it. Wren looked at the letter in her hand. She looked at the semicolons. There were 3 of them.
She sounds like someone I would have argued with, she said.
She would have loved that, Bram said. She complained in the early letters that no one argued with her properly anymore because they were all too deferential. She said it was a function of age. People stopped arguing with you when they were afraid you might not survive the argument. She paused. She said she found it infuriating. Wren almost laughed again. I'm sorry I didn't know her. I know. Bram's voice was quiet. I think she was sorry too. They sat with that for a moment, the specific grief of a relationship that had been possible and had not happened for reasons that were no one's fault in a clean way, and everyone's fault in a complicated way, which was the kind of grief that did not resolve so much as settle, like sediment in still water. She would carry it. She was learning to carry things differently than she had, with the full weight rather than the managed version, without telling herself the weight was less than it was. This felt, somehow, less exhausting than the management had been. The management required constant attention. The carrying only required honesty. She put the letter on the windowsill. The same windowsill where the cup had moved, the first night. She put it there and looked at it for a moment. Her grandmother's handwriting, her grandmother's love, specific and finally sent, and then she stood up. I want to do something, she said. Bram looked at her. I want to go to room 31.
She paused.
Not to take the letters back. I don't want to take them back. She found the word. I want to be in the room. I want to be in the room with all of it, knowing what I know. I think I need to do that before I can, she stopped. Before the tithe, Bram said. She nodded. They went upstairs. The armoire was where they had left it, moved 3 feet to the left of its original position, and the panel was visible in the wall, and the letters were on the floor exactly where she had left them 2 days ago. She had not touched them since. She had been in the building with them, aware of them, letting them be present in the same way she let Pell be present, with the respect you gave things you did not need to fully understand. She sat on the floor in front of the panel. Bram sat beside her. They looked at the letters. She did it the same way, Wren said. My grandmother. She withheld the thing she most needed to give herself, her time, her presence in her own life, and the building took it as tithe and gave it back to her as 60 more years of exactly the life she was trying to save her time for. She looked at the wren on the wallpaper, the small repeating bird in the cream and ivy. I've been withholding my own interior, my inner voice. The letters I write to myself that I never send because I've been afraid they'd prove I was too much, that the inside of me was more than anyone could be asked to deal with. Bram was still. The inn is going to take that, Wren said. The letters.
My voice.
Whatever I write to myself, to no one, to the building, to whatever it keeps these things for, it'll come here instead of staying locked in me. She looked at the 3 envelopes on the floor. And it'll go wherever it needs to go. The inn sends what deserves to travel. She paused. I think I've been keeping myself small partly because I was afraid of my own interior, of what I actually felt, of what was in there that I hadn't looked at yet. She was quiet. The building is asking me to let it hold that. So, I don't have to. So, you don't have to hold it alone, Bram said.
Yes. She sat with that.
She sat with the 3 letters and the panel and the Wren wallpaper and the warmth of the room that had been waiting for 60 years to be opened, and she felt the shape of the decision she had not quite made yet, had been approaching sideways, the way she approached everything she wanted. The final thing, the acceptance. Her grandmother had said, "Accept the tithe." She had said, "It will not take what you cannot afford to give." She had said, "What it takes it holds, and what it holds does not disappear. It travels." Wren thought about all the years she had kept her interior life in a locked room. She thought about the managed version of herself, the careful small version, the version that apologized before she disagreed and made herself unburdening as a policy, and had spent 31 years being very quiet about the enormous thing that was actually living inside her. She thought about what it would mean to give that to the building, to stop keeping it under lock, to let it go out into the inn and through the inn to wherever it was needed. To trust that the inside of her was not too much. That it was, as her grandmother had said, extraordinary. She reached out and picked up the 3 letters. She held them for a moment. She put them back on the floor. She stood up. She went to the doorway. She stood in the threshold of room 31, the door she had not been in until 2 days ago, the room her grandmother had papered at 80, the room the building had been keeping, and she turned and looked at the room one more time. The Wren watched from the wallpaper. The armoire stood in its new position, permanent now. She would not move it back. There was no reason to move it back. The panel could stay visible. The letters were on the floor in the afternoon light. "I accept it," she said. She said it quietly, plainly, without ceremony. The way she said true things. She was not performing this for the building. The building did not need performance. She was saying it so she had said it, so it was the kind of fact that had been spoken in the world and not only held internally. She turned and looked at Bram. "Give me a minute alone." Bram looked at her, the reading look, the full attention. She nodded. She went back down the corridor without asking for more. Wren stood alone in room 31 for a moment. She looked at the letters on the floor. She did not pick them up. She let them be where they were, in the building's keeping. Then she went downstairs. The kitchen was quiet. She stood in it alone. Just her. Just the amber light. Just the garden beyond the window. She stood and waited, though she would not have called it waiting. It was more the quality of being present to something already in motion. The letter was on the kitchen table when she looked. She had not heard it arrive. It was simply there, an envelope, cream stock, sealed. In her handwriting, addressed to no one. She stood in front of it for a long moment. She picked it up. She held it. She considered it. The weight of the paper, the particular way the flap was sealed, the handwriting that was hers in every precise detail. She thought about all the things that might be inside it. She thought about what it meant to give this to the building rather than keeping it locked in herself. She thought about her grandmother, who had given her time and been made enormous by it. She set the letter down. The inn would hold it. It would take it wherever it needed to go, to the archive of her own interior life, to the walls of this building that held things worthy of holding, to wherever letters traveled when they were given to something larger than the person who had written them. She did not need to read it back to herself. She had lived it forward. She heard Bram's step on the stairs. Bram came through the kitchen door and stopped. She looked at the letter on the table and then at Wren. "She said it takes what you're most afraid to give," Bram said. "I know," Wren said. She turned away from the table. She did not look at the letter again. There would be others. She had understood this from the ending document of the shoebox letters, from Cressida's description of the tide's nature. They would come without schedule. They would arrive in rooms she had been sitting in, or between the pages of books, or on the kitchen table in the morning when she had not been paying attention. They would be in her handwriting. They would be for no one and for everything. She would not read them after the first. She had decided, for the same reason she had decided not to read herself in reverse. She would rather live forward. She was going to live forward. Bram's hand found hers. She looked at the kitchen. Her grandmother's kitchen, which was her kitchen, with the gas fixture that made the amber light and the French press on the counter and the window over the garden where impossible things grew in December and the windowsill where a cup had moved the first night and had kept moving until she stopped arguing with it. "I'm not afraid of it anymore," she said. She said it the way you said a thing you had been practicing, quietly, accurately, not larger than it was. "The tithe. What it costs. I'm not afraid." "I know," Bram said. The kitchen walls were changing. She felt it before she saw it. The quality of the room shifting slightly, the same peripheral sense she had developed for the wallpaper's movements throughout the building. She looked at the kitchen walls, the plain cream that had been blank since she arrived, and watched as something moved across them in the slow, certain way of something that had been decided and was only now finding its form. Dark ivy. Small birds repeating across the cream ground. Not every inch, not the covering everything of the dining room roses, not the floor-to-ceiling declaration. Something quieter. The ivy climbing the wall beside the window. The birds in the border above the wainscoting, small and repeating and specific. A wren in flight. The wren, everywhere she needed it to be. She stood in the kitchen and watched her grandmother's final choice arrive on the walls, the pattern she had left blank because she had known, somehow, that the kitchen would find its own paper when the person it belonged to was ready to receive it. She thought, "I have things to put here." She thought, "I have time." The afternoon light came in through the east window. The building was warm. The kitchen smelled like coffee and old wood and the good bread she had been making for a week, imperfect and learning. Bram was beside her. The windowsill had her grandmother's letter on it. The table had the first tithe. Outside, the kitchen garden grew things it had no business growing in December. On the walls, the dark ivy climbed and the wren flew, repeating, small and specific and completely itself. "The inn breathes differently," she said. "I know," Bram said. "It's not watching anymore."
"No."
Bram looked around the kitchen with the specific attention of someone who knew buildings well and knew this one best. It found what it was looking for. Wren looked at the wren on the walls. The pattern her grandmother had left blank for 60 years, waiting for the right person to receive it.
"So did I," she said.
Chapter 21 straight down. She had always been an early riser. Before the inn, before Dunmore, before a decade of letters from a woman she would never meet in person but had known more completely than most people she had sat across a table from, before all of it, she had been the kind of person who was awake before the light and found something clarifying in that gap. The hour before the building started talking. The hour when you could think without the noise of your own life crowding in. Christmas morning arrived at 6:04, which was when she became aware of it. She had been lying in the dark of room 7 with the embers of last night's fire doing their slow diminishing work and ran a warm weight beside her, deeply asleep in the particular way she slept now that she had decided to stop bracing for the dark. It had taken 3 weeks. She had gone from the window seat, from sleeping sitting up, from sleeping like someone who did not trust the flat horizontal of full rest, to this, to the complete animal surrender of someone who had finally decided that sleep was not a loss of vigilance, but a permission. Bram had watched the transition the way she watched most things about Wren, with the full attention of someone who understood that the details were where the truth lived. She came out from under the quilt carefully, not waking Wren, and dressed in the dark by feel, and took her socks to the doorway before she put them on so the floor wouldn't sound. She went downstairs. The inn was its own light at this hour. The kitchen's gas fixture left on its lowest setting overnight, the amber of it warm and thin at the end of the hall. She moved through the building the way she always moved through it, completely, with the full weight of her presence in each step, not trying to disappear. She had spent 3 weeks learning not to move through this building as if she were a guest. She was not a guest. She was not sure she had the right word for what she was, but guess was not it. She went to the kitchen. Wren was already there. She was at the counter with flour on her hands and her jaw set with the particular concentration she brought to things she was learning to be unafraid of, which now included pie crust, and asking for what she wanted, and being loved without flinching. She had the rolling pin, an old one, heavy, the kind that worked by its own weight rather than requiring effort, and she was working a round of dough on the floured surface with the focused attention of someone who had gotten up quietly in the dark and decided to be useful before anyone was watching. The kitchen walls had the dark ivy and the repeating wren. 2 days and Bram was already moved past noticing into the more comfortable register of simply having them, the way you moved past noticing a good thing you had chosen and settled into the living of it. Wren looked up when Bram came in. She had flour on her jaw as well as her hands. She always had flour on her jaw when she baked, a fact Bram had catalogued alongside all the other specific facts she kept about Wren that were not in any letter and had never been described to anyone, and that were entirely, privately hers. The small pile of crumpled attempts at the far end of the counter, the ones that hadn't been right and had been set aside without frustration, or with frustration briefly acknowledged and released, which was the Wren she had been watching emerge for a month. The angle of the winter light across her close-cropped hair, which had grown enough to curl slightly at the back of her neck. Bram didn't say anything. She crossed the kitchen. She put her arms around Wren from behind and pressed her face into the side of her neck, and stayed there. Wren's hands stilled on the dough. After a moment she said, "What?" "Nothing," Bram said. Her voice was very quiet, almost the same as her normal voice, but slightly quieter, the tone she used when the words were too important for any volume above what was necessary. "I just wanted to." She felt Wren's hands, floury, come to rest on top of her arms. The particular warmth of her. They stood in the kitchen with the flour and the good smell of early morning and the ivy on the walls. Outside the east window, the kitchen garden was doing the December things it had decided to do, which bore no relationship to December's instructions, but which neither of them had ever tried to correct. After a while, Wren said, "The snow is different." Bram lifted her head. She looked at the window. The snow was coming in from the east, the way it always came in Dunmore. But it was not coming in sideways. It was not coming in at the angle she had been watching for a month, the angle she had come to know as this town's specific quality, this building's weather, this story's most persistent motif. The snow in the kitchen window was coming down. Straight down.
Soft.
Unhurried. Not driven by anything. Not going sideways to avoid its destination. Just falling, the way snow fell when it had found its place. She watched it for a moment. She thought about the first time she had seen snow over this building, from the road, 3 years ago, the second drive, the gate and the rise, and the building on the hill with its lights on for no one she could see, and the snow going sideways across the headlights as she sat in the truck trying to make herself believe in a thing she had been holding in her imagination for 7 years. The snow had been sideways then. It had been sideways every time she had come to this town, every time she had looked out of this building's windows in the last month. Every morning she had driven down from the rental in the early dark and seen the snow coming in from the west with that particular intent. Straight down now. Soft as permission. She held Wren from behind in the kitchen of the Aldermoor Inn on Christmas morning and watched the snow find its way to the ground and felt, with the full weight of her chest, without managing it, without containing it to keep it safe, what it had cost to get here, and what it was worth, and what it was going to keep being worth for every year that came after this one. It was not a small feeling. She had not expected it to be a small feeling. She had been keeping it at a careful distance for 10 years, the way you kept distance from a fire you were not yet sure you could stand close to. She had been wrong to be afraid. The size of it was exactly right, matched precisely to the decade that had produced it, to the weight of all those letters and the 3 drives and the particular loneliness of knowing something alone, and now to this, the flour-covered hands, the rolling pin, the inn that breathed and held its own history in its walls. "There," Wren said quietly. She had been watching the snow too, from inside the circle of Bram's arms. "That's what I've been waiting for it to do." "I know," Bram said. "It just needed somewhere to land." "Yes." They watched it come down. After a while, Wren said, "I'm going to need to go back to the dough in a minute." "I know. It's for Christmas dinner."
I promiserotti.
"You promised Audie you'd make pie." "I told her I would try to make pie, which she received as a promise. Those are different things."
A pause.
"She's bringing 3 people I don't know and apparently a bottle of something she's been saving since 1998 and would not describe further. That's either wonderful or terrifying. With Audie, it's always both." Wren turned her head slightly, not fully. just enough that Bram could feel the smile in her cheek against her own. "Stay close today." "Yes," Bram said, simply, which was the only answer to that. She let go after a moment and went to put the kettle on, because there was pie to make and dinner to cook, and Audie was coming at 3 with her 3 unnamed guests and a mystery bottle, and the inn was warm, and the snow was falling straight, and the kitchen walls had their ivy and their Wren.
She put the kettle on.
She watched Wren turn back to the dough with the focused jaw and the floury hands and the rolling pin, working it with the patience of someone learning a skill that required patience and had decided not to be defeated by that requirement.
She made the tea.
She made it for 2 without thinking about it, and she did not notice she had done it, and this was the most honest thing she had done in a very long time. Outside, December had finally found somewhere specific to land. After she finished the last room in January. Not room 31. Room 31 was done. Had been done since the day the armoire moved, the assessment complete in every sense that mattered. The last room was room 4, on the ground floor at the back of the building, a narrow room with a window that looked into the courtyard, used for storage for the last 20 years. With a ceiling plaster issue, she had been leaving for last because last rooms deserved full attention, and she had not been in the right state to give it until January. She told the company she needed more time. Structural concerns, she said, which was not entirely untrue. The foundation had some old magic in it that kept interacting with the plumbing in ways that required careful management, and they accepted the delay without much question because it was a strange property, and they had stopped expecting the Aldermoor Inn to comply with standard timelines sometime around the 3rd extension. By February, she had stopped calling them back. She moved into room 7. This happened the way most things happened between them, without announcement, gradually, until it was simply true. A toothbrush appeared on the bathroom shelf and stayed. A good knife arrived in the kitchen block. The shoebox came in on a Thursday afternoon while Wren was in the library, and Wren came out and found Bram standing in room 7 with it, and held it for a long time without opening it, and then set it on the mantel above the hearth. After that, sometimes in the evenings, Wren took it down and read the letters. Not all of them. She would choose 1 or 2, and read them with the specific attention she gave things she was learning, and put them back. She was learning her grandmother in the words written to the woman who had loved her, which was not the most direct route to a person but was, given everything, the most honest one available. Bram watched this and said nothing about it. The shoebox was no longer hers to have opinions about. It had been hers to carry for a long time, and it was now in the right place. The inn breathed differently in the months that followed. Not settled, exactly, it was not the kind of place that settled, which was one of its better qualities, the thing that made it alive rather than merely old. But attended. Actively, warmly attended, the way a place felt when the people inside it were paying attention to each other and to it, when the relationship between the building and its inhabitants was genuinely reciprocal. The wallpaper stopped rearranging itself in the dining room sometime in February. It simply arrived at the image it had been working toward for 60 years and stayed there. Wren walked past it one morning and said, "The dining room has decided."
Bram said, "Yes."
Wren said, "I see something different every time I look at it." Bram said, "I know what I see." She did not say what it was yet. She was waiting for the right moment, and she would know it when it arrived because that was how she did most things. The letters kept coming. They arrived without schedule, without announcement, in the way the inn's interventions always arrived. Already there when you looked, never witnessed in the moment of arrival. Wren found them in rooms she had been sitting in, tucked between the pages of books she had just picked up, slipped under the kitchen door, in the early morning. They were always sealed, always in her handwriting, always addressed to no one.
Something.
Or just that it was wrong to feel it in the first place.
She paused.
The inn takes it instead of me holding it. It goes somewhere it's needed. My grandmother said, in one of the letters to you, the one in March, she said the inn keeps the things that deserve to be kept and sends the things that deserve to travel. I remember that one, Bram said. I think that's all right, Wren said. I think I'm all right. Bram pressed her lips to her temple. I know, she said. Spring came to Dunmore with the specific accumulation of evidence that added up, eventually, to undeniable. The kitchen garden did what it had decided to do, which continued to bear no relationship to what was botanically reasonable. Audie came by with the frequency she always had, whenever she had something to deliver or say, and occasionally when she had neither. Rue came in April. She walked through every room of the inn with the structural engineer's eye and the oldest friend's eye simultaneously, and at dinner on the second night, she looked across the table at Bram and then at Wren and said, in the front-loaded way she said everything, "I'm not going to say told you so." Bram said, "Yes, you are." Rue said, "I'm thinking it very loudly." Wren said, "That's allowed." Rue looked at Wren with the expression of someone who had heard about a person for 4 years and was finding the reality of them pleasingly, specifically accurate. "I understand," she said, "why she waited." Wren did not ask who she meant. She understood. The months went on in the way that months went on when you were inside a life you were not trying to get away from, with the full texture of ordinary days, with difficulty and ease both, with a specific learning curve of two people building the habits of a shared life in a building that had opinions about how that sharing should go, and was generally right about them. There were arguments, as there were in any life. There were evenings that were simply evenings, unremarkable except in the way that all evenings were remarkable when you had been afraid for years that you would never have them. Wren called her mother in March.
Not to process anything.
Just a call. The call lasted 40 minutes, and it was not resolved and not unresolved. It was, as Wren described it afterward, in the middle of something. A conversation that had been interrupted for 20 years and had been resumed from the middle, which was where they were, and where they would have to start. Her mother said she was glad. Wren said she was too. Callum came back in June. He came with a woman he introduced with the particular care of someone who wanted approval and was not yet sure he had the right to want it. The inn gave them both roommate, and the door opened fully, and without hesitation. He and Bram talked about construction for 40 minutes over dinner, which was their way of having a different conversation, and it worked. Autumn brought its own work. The gutters, the east wing drainage, a section of the kitchen garden path that needed relaying. Bram did the work with the same methodical patience she had always brought to the building, now from the inside, now from the position of someone who was not finishing an assessment, but tending a home. The difference was not in the quality of the attention. The difference was in what the attention meant. She had told Cressida, in one of the middle letters, that she was doing this for both of them, for herself and for the possibility. She understood now what she had not quite understood then. She had meant, I am capable of more than I have been allowing myself, and I want to be in a place that requires the full version of me. The full version looked like this: the east wing drainage, the kitchen garden path, the fire in room 7 in the evenings, the specific weight of someone asleep beside her. Specific and domestic and entirely, permanently more than she had been allowing herself. She did not regret the decade. The decade was what had made her certain in the way that was not rigidity, but the deep structural certainty of someone who had tested the load-bearing walls and knew which ones held. She would not have known how to be here, fully, without the decade of learning how to be fully anything. She was grateful for it. Cressida had been right about this, as she had been right about most things. December, 1 year later. The first Christmas letter arrived on the 23rd. Bram found it on the hall table, propped against the vase of winter holly Wren had cut from the garden, which was now, somehow, growing things it had no business growing in December, a fact they had both decided to accept without examination. The envelope was addressed in Wren's handwriting. The address read, J. Nothing else. Bram took it to room 7. She sat in the armchair by the fire and held it for a moment before she opened it, the way you held something you knew would be important, giving the weight of it its due. Inside, in Wren's careful hand, I know this is a strange way to tell you something you already know,
but I wanted to say it where it would last.
I am not afraid today. I chose this. I would choose it again. I will choose it, every morning, for as long as the inn keeps finding mornings to give us. I love you, in a way I don't have another word for. The inn will hold this for me. I think that's what it was always for. W. Bram read it once. She read it again. She folded it carefully along the creases Wren had made. She thought about Cressida, the 10 years of letters, the precision used as affection, the semicolons used correctly and for pleasure. She thought about the last letter Cressida had ever sent, which had arrived 7 weeks after the funeral and which said simply, She's ready now.
So are you. Go.
She opened the shoebox. She put Wren's letter at the front, not with the Cressida letters, but before them, the first thing anyone would find, the arrival point of everything those letters had been building toward. She put it next to that last brief direction. She's ready now. So are you.
Go.
She held the shoebox for a moment with the lid off and the fire going, and the particular quality of December light in room 7's south-facing window. Then she put the lid on. She went to find Wren. Wren was in the kitchen, flour on her hands and her jaw set with the particular concentration she brought to things she was learning to be unafraid of, which now included pie crust, and asking for what she wanted, and being loved without flinching. She looked up when Bram came in. Bram didn't say anything. She crossed the kitchen and put her arms around her from behind and pressed her face into the side of her neck and stayed there. What? Wren said after a moment. Nothing, Bram said. I just wanted to. Outside, the snow was coming in from the east. Not sideways for once. Straight down.
Soft.
Like it had finally found where it was going.